Run now. The fire god is infuriated. All the fire demons in the side halls are raging. They are not supposed to come out of the side halls, but now they are rushing out from them. On top of that, there are even more terrifying fire demons. I guess we have disturbed the spirit of the fire god for the past few days, such that all the fire demons in the fire god's graveyard are on a riot. The entire Fire Spirit Island was seething with all the 8 denominations who had entered Fire God Palace rushing out in terror in the middle of the night. All the fire demons in the Fire God Palace were rampaging as they killed anyone they saw. It was utterly terrifying. There were more than thousands of fire demons, over 20 Dan Realm fire demons, and a 10-meter horrifying existence. With such a strength, it simply overwhelmed all 8 forces on the spot. All these fire demons were so frightening that they surpassed all the 8 denominations as a whole. God damn it. Why do these fire demons keep chasing us? Why? All the Nether Flame experts were appalled at the spot that Nether Flame denomination occupied. For Dan Realm experts with over 40 inborn experts, marking half the strength of the denomination, were over there. Nether Flame denomination originated from Korea before it developed to a supreme class existence of Asia. Yet, they were facing 8 Dan Realm fire demons' assaults with horrifying looks. These Dan Realm fire demons were extremely scary. Not only did they possess domineering defenses, but they also had the compelling flaming sledgehammers which were daunting battle techniques. One fire demon could single out 3 to 4 Dan Realm experts. Yet, they were wanted by at least 7 Dan Realm fire demons and hundreds of inborn fire demons. Desperation and fear shrouded them. Growl. While the group from Nether Flame fled desperately, the ground in front of them began to crack. 2 daunting Dan Realm fire demons wriggled out from the underground lava, staring at them with murderous intent. Die! They let out a human voice and lurched at the Nether Flame gang. No! All of them let out agonizing shrieks. They were the first to discover Fire God's graveyard. Yet, none of them had expected that they would be wiped out at this place. The entire Nether Flame's strength was cut in half. Run, get out of here now. At the same time, the other 7 denominations were making their escapes in horror. They frantically scampered out of this hazardous land. After all, this is the grave of a god. We have interrupted his sleep and angered him. None of the average men can resist the rage of a god. One by one, the various forces fled out. They hovered in the air as they watched the Fire Spirit Island, giving off a red glow while cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Such compelling fire demons. When all the fire demons sprouted out of the entire Fire God Palace, Wang Xian could not help but gasp. Thousands of fire demons with inborn strength, more than 20 Dan Realm fire demons, plus 1 budding Realm fire demon. Such domineering strength was much more compelling than Dragon Sect. Wang Xian stared at those fire demons with flickering eyes before he turned to the girl who was surrounded by lava. Her fiery red hair was over her shoulder, forming a ravishing profile. Unfortunately, her perfect figure was wrapped in the scorching lava. Wang Xian rotated his pupils with flashing red and blue radiance. Her! He sensed a death stare darting at him. Wang Xian blinked his eyes as he did not expect that she could sense his gaze. Help me gather my treasures. I'm taking a rest, and I'll be back tomorrow to collect it. Wang Xian smiled at her as he made his way to the exit. The girl gazed at Wang Xian blankly as she let out a sigh. So many experts around. When Wang Xian stepped out of the Fire God Palace, he scanned the surrounding experts that were hovering in the air. Surprise took over his eyes. There were about 400 experts, of which over a score of them were flitting in the air 1,000 meters above sea level. That marked the existence of the Dan Realm. Given the strength of Dragon Sect, we could only be ranked as second tier if we compare ourselves to the foreign supreme class forces. The Dragon Sect that had brought upheaval to the underworld only had 50 inborn experts. Besides Wang Xian and the other girls, the most powerful, Mo Qinglong, had yet to advance to the Dan Realm. Compared to the fire demons in the Fire God Palace, they were still a far cry away. Back at the renowned hotel in Dubai, Wang Xian was lying on his soft and comfortable bed. He had no worries about Fire God Palace since the life of that girl, who was the successor of Fire God, was now in his control. Hence, none of the treasures would go missing. Sister, you actually obtained the Fire God's legacy. At this point in time, four young men looked at the girl with disbelief as they came into the main hall in the Fire God Palace. Brother, the Fire God Palace was the legacy of the Fire God right from the start. But the condition to inherit it was quite stringent. The girl looked at her brother and forced a smile on her face. Great, it's the Fire God Palace. Our reputation and power in Dubai will be greatly enhanced. No one in all of Asia will dare to provoke us, said the young man with shortness of breath and eager eyes. The fire demon will obey my commands, but I. As the girl spoke, she touched the hexastars at her belly and hesitated. What's wrong, sister? Oh, where is that powerful senior? The young man was looking around elatedly, failing to notice the strange look on his sister's face. He went back. He should be coming back tomorrow. The girl hesitated before she replied. Apart from the holy water scripture, all the treasures in this place belong to him. This, all for him. The young man looked around and nodded with heartache. The next morning, Wang Xian woke up and headed to the hotel restaurant in high spirits when a middle-aged man dressed in white, odd-looking attire walked over. Sir, this is for you. The middle-aged man must have been a Dubai native, as only the natives would wear such an outfit. Curiosity piqued as Wang Xian looked at the slim book that the middle-aged man handed over. Who gave this to me? Wang Xian took it over and had a look. By order, it's a secret. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, bowed, and took his leave. Wang Xian took the white-colored book to the restaurant, found a seat near the window, and ordered his food. What is this shit? Dubai women prohibiting intimate contact with men as chastity is very important. The beauty of the girl can only be revealed in front of her most beloved person. The girls in Dubai are extremely loyal, while men can have 4 wives. Looking at the introduction of the book, Wang Xian was speechless with the nonsense. He flipped to the end of the book and discovered a signature. Sign off, Hertha Mohakaban Sesid Alajaya. The signature was even written in Chinese characters. The name of a foreigner is really long. Wang Xian chuckled upon seeing the name before leaving the white book at one side. The entire book had a detailed introduction to the females of Dubai, the rules of Dubai, and some rules that applied to the royalty. Wang Xian didn't know who Hertha Mohakaban Sesid Alajaya was or the purpose of her sending him the white book. Could it be this is a trick from Mu Xiaowan, the little brat? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and found this to be highly likely. At this moment, within the Fire God Palace on Fire Spirit Island. In just a night, the entire Fire God Palace had undergone huge changes. All areas that were damaged had returned to their original state after the lava flowed past them. A girl was sitting on the throne in the main hall. Her dressing today was completely different from the previous day. In her exquisite fiery red dress, she personified nobility and a fire goddess. Her nobility and beauty made one want to look up to her. The first queen in history was just so. Below her, an old man in a white robe stood before the middle of the main hall. He looked at the girl on the elevated platform with surprise and solemnness. Ajaya, since you have made the decision, I won't be adding much. However, I hope you will remain and station yourself in Dubai. The old man in the middle looked at his daughter on the throne as he remarked, Rest assured, father. The Fire God Palace is still here and I won't be leaving. It wouldn't be convenient for the fire demons to leave this place either. Ajaya looked at her clanmates before looking up. Now, this is the only option. Moreover, that guy is pretty strong and quite a nice guy. Ajaya looked at the clothes she was wearing. She had broken free from the constraints of her family completely. Perhaps this type of clothes is more in line with the general senses for aesthetics, she thought to herself. At the thought of the incident the previous night, her eyebrows knitted together and her face was flushed. Hayes, you are really slow. I've been waiting for half an hour. When Wang Xian walked down from the hotel, he immediately spotted Mu Xiaowan pouting and grumbling unhappily. Today's weather is a little cold. Let's find a place for a sunbath. Feeling the cool wind blowing, he teased her. How can you do this to me? I've been waiting for you for half an hour and even got my surfboard ready. When Mu Xiaowan heard Wang Xian, she instantly felt wronged. She pointed to the surfboard beside her and was on the verge of tears. All right, let's go surfing. Let's go surfing. Wang Xian immediately changed his words and stopped teasing her. That's better. I'll show you how great I am at surfing in a while. Mu Xiaowan chuckled happily. Pointing to the surfboard, she said, "Take that along. I'm too tired and you are a gentleman." Wang Xian smiled speechlessly. He turned to Tang Lingling and asked, "Aren't you going to join?" "Perhaps not. I'm waiting for someone." Tang Lingling shook her head. Wang Xian nodded his head, carried the surfboard, and walked to the beach with Mu Xiaowan. "Let's go." The little brat carried her surfboard and went straight into the water. "Mr. Wang, please help to take care of Xiaowan," Tang Lingling reminded Wang Xian. After giving her a reassuring hand sign, Wang Xian picked up the surfboard and walked towards the water. Surfing was a popular sport overseas. There were lots of people surfing around them. There were people from both genders. Some moved up and down along the waves and looked extremely cool. Wang Xian had not surfed before. However, this didn't mean he wouldn't know how to. The truth was that all he had to do was to place the surfboard on the water and he could move out like a rocket. Simple water manipulation would enable him to do so. Mu Xiaowan, the little brat, lay on the surfboard and tried to paddle with her hands. One could easily tell she knew nothing about surfing and was simply playful. Wang Xian stepped onto the surfboard and moved with ease. What was a little frightening was that he was moving against the direction of the waves. Wang Xian controlled the surfboard and made a turn around that little brat. "Haze, is this your level of skills? You can't make it." Wang Xian smiled and said sarcastically, "Wow, you are really good." Seeing how cool Wang Xian was when moving, Mu Xiaowan was a little dumbfounded. "I guess I'm still fine." Wang Xian chuckled joyously. As the incident of the Fire God Palace had ended, he could have a day or two of good rest before returning. "Quick, teach me. I want to look as cool as you," Mu Xiaowan exclaimed at Wang Xian. "Come, let father teach you. Hold my arm." Wang Xian smiled and moved through the waves while holding her. This made Mu Xiaowan extremely excited, and she even forgot about Wang Xian teasing her. Tang Lingling is here too." Just as Wang Xian and the little brat were playing, they saw Tang Lingling entering into the water with a few young men. "Those are some of our friends in the country. Their families have businesses in Dubai. Look, one of them is even a big star." Mu Xiaowan pointed and smiled. "One of them is Sister Lingling's boyfriend. As for the rest, they are all perverts. I still have a month till I reach the legal age, and yet one of them tried to woo me." "He should be given the death penalty," the little girl grumbled. Wang Xian chuckled. "Now that you guys are living in Dubai, are your family businesses doing well? That gigantic mall, right, there was built from the investment from my family, Sister Lingling's family, and the families of those young men. We have invested over tens of billions into it. I'll bring you there tomorrow. If you come to Dubai in the future, follow me, and you will definitely get to eat the best food." The girl patted her flat chest and spoke proudly. This little girl was pretty cute, but her figure was bad. She was more lowly than a typical lowly. "Brother, I saw that you are great at surfing a while ago. Come, should we go to deeper waters?" Four youths approached Wang Xian on their surfboards, and one of them spoke with a smile to Wang Xian. "That's the pervert." Wang Xian could hear the little girl speaking softly and nodded his head with a smile. "Come, brothers." A young man raised an eyebrow at him, and the other young man in front of Tang Lingling was clearly her boyfriend. There was another guy who was rather known and looked extremely gorgeous. In other words, he was a star from Korea who didn't have the capabilities to remain there. "All right." Wang Xian didn't reject him. "Xiaowan, why don't you get on my surfboard? You must have heard about my skills. It would still be absolutely safe with the two of us," the young man with short hair said to Mu Xiaowan. "It's all right. I'll just go with this uncle. Uncle is pretty good too." Mu Xiaowan looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? Just get up, my dear daughter." "Scumbag. Are you eager to die?" When Mu Xiaowan heard Wang Xian, she kicked him furiously right away. Wang Xian immediately grabbed her by her arms and put her into the water till the water was at her waist. "If you are going to continue kicking, I'm going to release my hand." "Scumbag." Again, Wang Xian loosened his grip. "Wah! I'll stop. I'll stop. It's my fault." "That's better. Come. Let me bring you surfing." Wang Xian laughed loudly and pulled the 80 catty girl up. Beside them, the face of the young man with short hair instantly darkened upon seeing them. The young man beside Tang Lingling whispered softly into her ear, and she replied to him softly. Huh? Calling him daddy. How uncouth, the young man snorted. Tang Lingling rolled her eyes and remarked, he saved our lives and is the benefactor of Xiao Wan and I. Don't be rude. Xiao Wan gets along with him very well. Even though they met only a few times, they were already bickering with each other. On their first encounter, Xiao Wan even asked him to call her mother. Perhaps it's because both of them were playing like nobody's business. Xiao Wan was more friendly to him, said Tang Lingling to the few people beside her with a smile as she watched Mu Xiaowan sitting on the surfboard. Humph. The young man with a crew cut snorted as he cast a cold gaze over with a darkened expression. The rest of the youth chuckled with a curl of their lips. Let's go over with them. It'll be fun when the waves are here. The other two youths chuckled as they looked far out with their lips drawn. Let's go and have some fun today. The young man with a crew cut revealed a sneer as he stepped on his surfboard gently and glided ahead. Wow, let's go over there. Over there, said Mu Xiaowan, pointing ahead. She sat on the deck with excitement as she placed her arms in the water. Sure, hold on to my thigh. Wang Xian laughed and made a dash. Surfing is an extreme sport that is considered to be dangerous. But it is all right if one does not go to the areas with deep waters and tumbling waves. As they tilted their board slightly, Wang Xian and Mu Xiaowan charged straight ahead. The waves over there could reach more than 4 meters high, sometimes even taller than 5 or 6 meters. Only the members of the surf club would dare to come to this location at the Dubai beach. Usual surfers would not dare to come to a place with such tall waves. Surfing is, indeed, an exciting sport. With a simple art of water maneuver, Wang Xian could control the stability of the surfboard. With the help of the waves, they charged forward directly. Go! Let's go over there. Seeing the two huge waves ahead, he made a slight movement and dived under the huge waves. He had to move faster than the waves. If the waves were faster than them, they would be slapped by the waves. Ah! Upon seeing the huge waves above her head, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed with excitement. She used her hands to flap at the water in an attempt to speed up the surfboard. Wang Xian looked down at her and found her funny. If there was a chance next time, he wanted to bring Xiao Yu and the rest here for some fun. Boom! Yeah. The huge waves splashed down while they passed through it, and the lass was screaming in thrills. Wang Xian chuckled. At this moment, however, he sensed a ball of seawater aiming at his face. He was taken aback a little as he lowered his body slightly. Her? Well done, you lad. You are a good surfer. A doubtful voice was heard as Wang Xian whirled around to see Tang Lingling, her boyfriend, and the rest of them heading toward them. The one who spoke was the young man with a crew cut. He was staring at Wang Xian with astonishment. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Of course, he may be ugly, but his surfing skills are still okay. Before Wang Xian could say anything, Mu Xiaowan craned up her head on the surfboard as she spoke to the young man with a crew cut. As she spoke, she sized up the 4 young men. The 4 young men, including Tang Lingling's boyfriend and that young star, were obviously worse than Wang Xian in terms of appearance and disposition. When she said Wang Xian was ugly, her real intended meaning was that they were uglier. Heh. Without any mercy, Wang Xian placed his palm on top of her head and made an abrupt leap with the surfboard. Ouch! Do you want to die? Mu Xiaowan was startled as she hugged Wang Xian's thigh out of panic. Subsequently, she was so fuming that she bit his leg. Is your Chinese zodiac sign a dog? Wang Xian quickly pressed her head and glared at her. If you dare to scare me, my zodiac would not be a dog, but a tiger. Mu Xiaowan bared her teeth as she stared daggers at him. Fine, don't bite me. I will not scare you if you say something nice, said Wang Xian. The face of the young man with a crew cut grew darker when he saw this. There's another wave ahead. Let's go over. Seeing another huge wave rushing in, the young man with a crew cut curled the corner of his lips. With flickering radiance in his eyes, he suggested this to Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian lifted his chin at the young man. Then let's go. The young man with a crew cut spun his head around and looked at the other 2 young men. The duo nodded to him with a smile. Charge! Mu Xiaowan let out an exciting scream. Tang Lingling's boyfriend exhibited a smile as he took Tang Lingling forward, putting some distance between them. Wang Xian controlled his direction. Following the waves, he watched the huge incoming wave. Behind him, the young man with a crew cut revealed a creepy smile. He steered to the side of Wang Xian easily. "You must protect Xiao Wan. Otherwise, I'll take you over," he said to Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled and said nothing. Seeing the incoming 5-meter wave was just right ahead, he steered and headed for it. "Let's go," the other two young men said in a relaxed tone from behind. "Charge." Mu Xiaowan cheered as she looked at the waves on top of their heads. "Who?" After the young man with a crew cut exchanged gazes with the other young men behind Wang Xian, he swung his arm, bringing about a gust of strong wind, aiming at Wang Xian's surfboard. The sudden wind was propelling Wang Xian towards the wave. Sensing the energy, Wang Xian arched the corner of his lips as he suddenly bent down and shouted to Mu Xiaowan, "We're accelerating." Boom! Just then, the wave, which was estimated to fall in another 2 seconds, suddenly slammed downward. With a thought, Wang Xian's surfboard accelerated and sped out as if he was stepping on the gas pedal in the car. "Oh no! Damn!" Before the three young men behind could spot Wang Xian, they felt the wave slamming down at them. They had a slight change in their expressions. With exploding momentum, they tried to flee. Given their strength, the wave would not knock them down. Boom! However, when the waves came down on them, it was as though a great force had hit them. The three of them were aghast as they were being thrown off into the sea just when they were about to flee. Seawater gushed into their mouths. Wang Xian drew his lips slightly as he continued to rush ahead. When that wave was over, Wang Xian halted and acted surprised as he looked behind. "Her? Where are they? Her? Where did that trio go?" Mu Xiaowan was also stunned as she checked behind. Tang Lingling and her boyfriend also spun around in shock. "There they are. They are climbing up the boards." Those three fellows were thrown off by the waves. "Ha ha!" As soon as Mu Xiaowan caught three figures climbing onto their surfboards, she exclaimed loudly with an amused look, "Let's check them out." Wang Xian adjusted his direction and came to them while riding on the waves. "What? Don't follow us if your surfing skills suck. It would be embarrassing if you lost your life over here." "Yes, yes. Such trash." Upon hearing the two scornful voices, the trio who had just climbed onto their boards were totally embarrassed. They spat out mouthfuls of blood with purplish faces. "He's throwing up blood. His body is a little weak." Seeing them throwing up blood, Wang Xian spoke sarcastically. Mu Xiaowan was surprised to see them throwing up blood and was taken aback slightly. "Will they be fine?" "They will be fine. Why would they not be? I'm an incredible doctor and can tell from a single glance. Other than their bodies being a little too weak, there's nothing wrong with them." Wang Xian shook his head. Mu Xiaowan nodded her head, convinced. She had heard from the doctor after the accident previously. The young doctor that saved them was incredibly good. "That's great. That's great." The three young men in the sea looked extremely gloomy. All of them glowered at Wang Xian in fury. "What's the matter? Qingwen, Gaoyang, are you guys all right? Why did you guys fall into the sea?" Tang Lingling's boyfriend was a little shocked and asked them curiously. "We are fine." The three of them were shivering a little in anger as they climbed back onto the surfboards and wiped the seawater away from their faces. "It's great that you guys are fine. Why would you guys fall into the water?" The young man looked at the three of them, puzzled. "Perhaps they are too trashy." Wang Xian chuckled, patted the girl's head and said, "Let's go. We are going back soon." As he spoke, he moved ahead and away while glancing at the three of them with contempt. "Let's play for a little longer," Mu Xiaowan said unwillingly. "Count me out. If you want, you can ask the three of them to bring you along. Perhaps you could catch a few large sharks for dinner when you fall into the water." "I don't want to go with them. Luckily, I did not agree previously. Otherwise, I'd be the one spewing blood. I don't want to do so. That's too gruesome." The two of them conversed as they moved away quickly. The three young men behind them were all martial artists. They could hear Wang Xian and Mu Xiaowan clearly as their bodies shook a little in anger. The three of them clenched their fists tightly. When Tang Lingling's boyfriend witnessed what happened, He frowned and said, "Let's go back and get some rest. Let's go back. When are we coming out to play again?" "Leave it to fate. I'll be returning home in 2 days." "Huh? So fast?" Mu Xiaoan lifted her head, stared at Wang Xian, and spoke unwillingly as she walked out of the water with Wang Xian. "I don't live here after all and am here for a short trip. I can't be staying here for a long time." "Why not? Why don't you just stay behind? You can be my sugar baby. When I want to go surfing, you just have to bring me along." "I'm not a man you could afford to keep." Wang Xian patted the girl's head, feeling a little speechless. "All right, go look for your sister Lingling. I have something to do." "Huh? Where are you going?" "Bring me along." The girl pulled his hand as she asked. "You can't go since you haven't reached the legal age." Wang Xian smiled and said to her, "TSK. Guys like you." Mu Xiaowan looked at him with contempt. Wang Xian was speechless. After passing the surfboard to her, he said goodbye. The girl pouted and walked towards Tang Lingling, clearly looking disgruntled. Wang Xian returned to the hotel and changed into a new set of clothes. After which, he moved and headed towards the direction of the Fire Spirit Island rapidly. When he arrived at the beach he was at the previous day, he realized that there were still lots of martial artists discussing. Nonetheless, a large portion of the people had left as compared to the previous day. With all the people from the Nether Flame perishing, all the other denominations were wary. They hesitated for a while before deciding to retreat for the moment. If they were to return, their gods would definitely be involved. These denominations were created by gods of their sex, or they still had existing gods. As to which denomination still had gods alive, no one really knew. Some might have passed away or some might have aged. In modern times, there were few occasions where gods surfaced to the public eye. The only known god around was also the number 1 existence on the International Miracle Doctors chart. Hand of God. The one who was rumored to be able to revive a dead person. When Wang Xian arrived at the Fire Spirit Island, he realized the area had been surrounded by the soldiers of Dubai. He jumped and headed towards the main hall directly. Along the way, there were countless people in white robes. Wang Xian was able to avoid them easily. Among these people, there were still several experts. When Wang Xian entered the main hall, he immediately spotted a girl in a red dress on the throne in the main hall. Although the girl was sitting, one could still tell that she was tall and slender. On her red dress, flames vaguely flickered. The entirely red dress fully traced out her perfect figures. It looked a little like an evening gown but looked more exquisite than one. On her head, she was wearing a flaming crown. She was like a goddess and a queen. What a huge transformation. That's like the ugly duckling turning into a beautiful swan. Wang Xian looked at the girl on the throne in shock. She was completely different from the girl he met yesterday. The previous night, she was totally covered and even wore a veil. No matter how stunning she was, no one could really tell. And today, her charm was fully on display. One had to admit that some girls would look extremely breathtaking with a little makeup. As for this girl, she was like a goddess with just a small change. He looked across the main hall and found various inborn spiritual weapons and treasures placed in the middle. Wang Xian couldn't help but feel satisfied. He looked towards the fiery red hammer in the middle. Beside it, there was a forging table. A forging table was a little similar to a blacksmith station. Only through continuous hammering would a piece of equipment be refined. Refining elixir pills and blacksmithing were completely different. Wand forging table, level 13. Wand forging hammer, level 13. Assist. When the information on the wand forging table and wand forging hammer appeared in Wang Xian's head, Wang Xian gasped. Level 13. Those are level 13 inborn spiritual items. Fire god Hephaestus was really incredible and insanely rich. There are probably few gods who were like him. Wang Xian sighed emotionally. Did you see the book I sent over in the morning? Ajaya lifted her head, placed the fire god's secret book aside, looked to Wang Xian and revealed a faint smile. What? Wang Xian was taken aback. You are a man with a sense of responsibility. Ajaya walked down from her throne gradually with a strong aura around her. It wasn't just the aura of an expert but also the disposition of the royal family. What do you mean? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and continued. The random book I got in the morning was from you? And the long string of words is your name. You can just call me Ajaya. Ajaya stared at him and continued. Our country is extremely traditional. It is especially so for my family. Moreover, my life is now in your hands. Therefore, Wang Xian looked curiously at her as she approached him. In her heels, she was a notch taller than him, and this made him feel a little embarrassed. Her lips were bright red. However, they weren't red because of lipstick, but simply because this was their natural color. Even the pupils in her eyes seemed a little red. Fire goddess. Be my husband, and that way you can be responsible for my life. Be my husband, and that way you can be responsible for my life. Ajaya's voice resonated in the main hall. She sounded calm as she stared straight into Wang Xian's eyes. Wang Xian was stupefied by her words. He found it unbelievable as he looked at Ajaya. What made it more embarrassing was he needed to look up at her, which was somewhat humiliating. Sorry, I have girlfriends. Wang Xian shook his head with a smile, yet he sized her up from head to toe. A foreign babe. The law in Dubai allows you to have 4 wives. It doesn't matter if you have girlfriends or are married, said Ajaya to Wang Xian with the least concern. Wang Xian was speechless upon hearing that. It was clearly indicated that men in Dubai can marry 4 wives in the book he read this morning. In addition, there was a lengthy note on how to treat their wives. That is, to be fair to every wife. For example, if one buys a bag for one wife, the other 3 wives must have a bag too. This is a legal requirement. Wang Xian arched his lips as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Given the situation now, your life is in my hands. This is not as simple as having a wife. There's another kind of relationship which is not bad. A maid. Wang Xian chuckled and waved a dismissive hand. But I have no interest in maids. Nor do I have an interest in a wife. I'm content with all these treasures. Oh, and the fire god's secret book. Actually, he wanted to call Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue and check if he could bring a wife back. But it was just a passing thought. He knew the consequences as a fire in the backyard is not something fun. Hence, he should not have the least bit of greed in him. No way. If you die, I'll die with you. I don't want to leave my fate to a stranger. I don't want to die without any knowledge, said Ajaya coldly as she continued to stare into his eyes. First, I'm the one who saved your life, your benefactor. Wang Xian frowned at her. And this is my gratitude. Ajaya looked at him with passionate eyes. I don't need such gratitude. You won't lose out even if I marry you. My girlfriends won't agree to it. Both of them were glaring at each other. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders at her. He spun around, headed for the treasures, picked up the wand forging hammer, and examined it. Then you can tell your girlfriends to agree if they want you alive. Ajaya suddenly made a comment from behind. Wang Xian was slightly stunned as he cast a glance in the direction of the 9 halls where Dan Realm fire demons were striding towards him. The budding Realm Blackie that had been staying in the main hall was staring at him with his pitch-black eyes. He raised his eyebrows as he stared at Ajaya. You're playing with fire. If you dared to kill me, you couldn't leave this place either. Ajaya smiled as she looked at the fire demons around her. I never expected that I'd be forced to get married someday. But marriage does not mean it can resolve everything. Wang Xian touched his face slightly as he remarked in a self-deprecating way. I believe in my charm. Ajaya gave a confident smile. You're good, but you can't force it on me. I might as well consider you being a slave to me. Wang Xian did not want to continue the discussion with Ajaya. This was the most absurd thing he'd encountered today. A foreign babe is forcing me to marry her? And she's somewhat beautiful. Yet, he could not even get mad at this sort of thing. I'll leave my treasures with you for now. Get me a vessel and I'll leave in 2 days, said Wang Xian to Ajaya. If you don't agree to it, you can never leave Dubai, Ajaya replied confidently. You! Wang Xian pointed his finger at her as he walked to her side. Ajaya looked at him plainly with a slight curving of her lips. With some amusement in his eyes, Wang Xian had a thought. Instantly, tremendous changes happened to Ajaya. The faint red glow on Ajaya suddenly turned into a blue shade, with blue eyes and skin glowing in blue radiance. The fuming fiery girl transformed into a gentle and mild water-like woman. Wang Xian wanted to pinch her, but she dodged it. Haha. Let me feel what it is like to be at grade 9 of fire and ice. Wang Xian chortled as Ajaya suddenly became changed from a fiery red to blue like water. The transformation just tickled him. The confidence diminished from Ajaya's face as she stared at Wang Xian lividly. Given her current state, there was no way she could fight back except to glower at Wang Xian. Haha. Babe, don't act snobbish. You better behave in front of me, otherwise… Heh heh. Get me a boat and I'll leave in 2 days. Be good. Wang Xian chucked and headed outside. Ajaya recovered herself with flames rising from her body. She stared at the spot where Wang Xian had disappeared with a mixed expression. Perhaps I should imprison you or tie you by my side, otherwise. Damn, I'm actually being forced into marriage for the first time in my life. On top of that, she threatened me with her life. Luckily, she's not an ugly woman. Wang Xian walked out of the fire god palace, shaking his head. If he wanted to leave this place, no one could stop him. Not even Ajaya or that fire demon. But my treasures are still inside the fire god palace. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as he came to a restaurant to enjoy his delicacies and the sea breeze. While he was enjoying his carefree sunny time in the afternoon, a babe actually chatted him up. Wang Xian could not help but admire his own charm. If not for his attractiveness, that Ajaya would not force him to marry her. Lingling Xiaowan. There will be a business convention in the ballroom of the most luxurious hotel in Dubai. Isn't your friend staying over there? We can invite him over. Back at a tea shop by the beach, Tang Lingling's boyfriend suggested this to her and Mu Xiaowan with a smile. Yes, since uncle also stays in this hotel, we can invite him to that boring business convention. My mum even wanted to invite him and show her appreciation for him. Nice, we can have some food after the business convention, said Xiaowan excitedly as soon as the young man completed his sentence. Sounds good. Tang Lingling also nodded in agreement. Why not? There will be some heavyweight figures in this business convention, including some who came from Dubai, the young man said with a smile. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us anyway. I'm just checking it out over there. Mu Xiaowan dismissed it and spoke without the slightest concern. The young man chuckled and exchanged gazes with the other 3 men beside him. A hint of coldness surfaced in his eyes. Today they were humiliated and scorned. He would realize the consequences of doing so soon. Why are you thinking of dragging me to a business convention? Wang Xian felt speechless when he received a phone call from that little brat in the afternoon. I'm doing this for you. I'm afraid you will be bored at night when you're alone. All right. You can stop here. Just tell me your room number and I will go look for you when the time is right. My mum is still thinking of inviting you over for dinner to thank you for saving Sister Lingling and I. After the business convention has ended, we can all have dinner together. The little brat rattled on. Wang Xian thought about it for some time before agreeing. Since he was touring around, it didn't matter where he toured. Let's go. Slightly before 6 p.m., the doorbell rang. When Wang Xian opened the door of his room, he saw the brat in a lovely dress. Let's go. It's on the 17th floor of the hotel. I'm bringing you to see beautiful ladies. The little brat pulled his hands and spoke with a smile. Wait a minute. Let me change into different attire. Wang Xian put on his shoes, put on his jacket and asked, what kind of business convention is this? What are we doing there? I hope it won't be boring. It should be fine. All the food and drinks are free. Moreover, the hotel has great facilities. Let's go. Stop asking. The little brat hurried him and said, there will be lots of people coming today. Just the beautiful ladies you will see today will be worth the trip. Let me say this in advance. If it isn't interesting, I'm going to come back and sleep. Wang Xian chuckled before following her to the main banquet hall of the business convention. TSK. The little brat pouted in dissatisfaction at Wang Xian. This is a large-scale business convention and all the people who are here are businessmen from all over the world and have invested in Dubai. It isn't a particularly formal occasion and could be seen as a platform for interaction. There are also lots of wealthy families and members of the noble races from Dubai attending it. Mu Xiaowan was born into a family with great conditions. Although she might seem playful, she still knew a lot after being immersed in the environment. While wearing the white dress, she looked more demure and could be considered to be a pretty girl. Mu Xiaowan entered the place with her invitation card. When they entered, they noticed that there were lots of people who had arrived before them. This was slightly different from the banquet back at home. In this place, most of the guys had a female companion with them. It was so for this business convention. All the middle-aged and old men here had young female companions beside them. There were people from Euramerica and also from Asia. How is it? Aren't there lots of beautiful ladies here? Mu Xiaowan said softly to Wang Xian. I'm not here to look at girls. Wang Xian looked around. It was a boring banquet, but there was lots of food. There were also all kinds of beverages available. Let's go. Let me bring you to see my mum. My mum was still talking about thanking you personally last night. Mu Xiaowan pulled Wang Xian along as they walked deeper into the hall. At that place, 7 to 8 middle-aged and old men sat around and were conversing happily. Mom, this is the uncle that saved us previously. Mu Xiaowan walked towards a rather slim but capable-looking lady as she shouted. The lady had short hair. Huh? Mu Xiaowan's mother was taken aback and stood up immediately, after which she explained to the rest. Xiaowan, this is the uncle you spoke about? He's at most a few years older than you. When Mu Xiaowan's mother saw Wang Xian, she looked him in the eyes and extended her hand with a smile. Thank you, son, for saving my daughter previously. Since you are in Dubai, just ask Xiaowan to bring you around. If you are free, drop by and I'll make some home-cooked food for you. Mu Xiaowan's mother was an intelligent lady. She thanked Wang Xian politely with a radiant smile. After exchanging some words, Mu Xiaowan brought Wang Xian to a rather empty corner. Let's wait for Sister Lingling and the rest here. Mu Xiaowan brought some fruits with her. If you want alcohol, you have to get it yourself. My mum doesn't allow me to drink alcohol yet. The little brat looked more like a demure lady while sitting here as she spoke to Wang Xian. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Soon after, more and more people entered the hotel. Standing near the glass windows, they could see the sea view of the country. Although some were discussing some collaborations, this group of businessmen was still appreciative of the scenery. Moreover, those who were here were the cream of the crop. Those with less than $1 billion in assets or even $10 billion in assets would probably not be qualified to enter this place. Sister Lingling and the rest are here. Mu Xiaowan waved her hands towards the entrance. There were 4 guys and 2 girls. Other than Tang Lingling and her boyfriend, the rather well-known star also came with a female companion. Look, that's Yang Zhe's girlfriend. She's also a star but isn't well known in the country. Don't be rude, Mu Xiaowan reminded Wang Xian. I don't recognize them. Wang Xian took a glance and spoke with contempt. Are you those who intentionally spread rumors about stars? Seeing how Wang Xian had reacted, Mu Xiaowan joked with him. It's really boring here. I might as well go back and sleep. You. Mu Xiaowan gave him a glare. Let me get Yang Zhe to introduce you to a few small stars. Forget about small stars. Even if they are superstars, I'm not interested. Wang Xian chuckled. Teasing this little brat from time to time was also rather interesting. Xiaowan, you guys are rather early. The group of young men walked over and sat beside them. They smiled as they observed Wang Xian and Mu Xiaowan. It's you guys that are late. Mu Xiaowan asked Tang Lingling to sit beside him. Turning her attention to Yang Zhe, she asked, Superstar Yang Zhe, why didn't you bring a few more beautiful female stars along? I could have introduced them to this uncle. Hee hee. I don't know many female stars. That young man smiled at Mu Xiaowan before turning to Wang Xian. With a cold smirk, he said, Moreover, these stars aren't people anyone can hope to get into contact with. If you can find such a beautiful sister, our uncle wouldn't do any worse. Uncle is much better looking than you. Mu Xiaowan was direct and didn't hold back her words like a child. Hey sister, you can't just look at the appearance for a guy. You have to consider his manners, upbringing, and other things. The reason why Yang Zhe has so many fans is also because of his personality. The beautiful girl that was with Yang Zhe commented. Mu Xiaowan smiled, patted Wang Xian's shoulders and said, I'll find you a first-class female star to be your girlfriend in the future. Wang Xian chuckled. What's the use of a star? A princess would be better. All right then, I'll get you a little princess. Mu Xiaowan chuckled. Hey brother, there should be a limit to boasting. May I ask what business your family is in? The young man with short hair looked at Wang Xian with contempt as he questioned him. You gotta find a pretty princess for me. I'm a picky person. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to the young man with short hair at all as he continued joking with Mu Xiaowan. This made the young man with short hair extremely gloomy as he smiled. Embarrassed. Some of the friends from Dubai are here. At about 7, a group of people arrived at the ballroom in white and black robes with neatly combed beards. There were young and middle-aged men. Behind them stood a group of ladies, wearing black robes without their faces veiled except for Shayla. The colors were distinctive. When the group arrived, many people from the ballroom crowded over. Several young men in white and ladies in black stalked over with beaming faces. Come over, ladies and gentlemen. Several young men waved passionately at them. Hey, it looks like we're late. They came over, sat beside them, and replied to them while smiling. No, you're not. We came early, but we just had some boring chats. Shall we have some fun later? Tang Lingling's boyfriend was having a warm chat with them. Sure, no problem. I'm bored, lass. Wang Xian, who was bored seeing them exchanging conversations, told Mu Xiaowan. Why don't I introduce you to some Dubai girls? What do you think? Mu Xiaowan suddenly brightened up her eyes and whispered to him. You can settle down here and marry 4 wives. For the thought of it is thrilling, isn't it? I already have 2 girlfriends now. Why do I care about which country I'm in? Wang Xian chuckled as he spoke. It's an exotic taste. Don't you think it's a different world with foreign babes? Mu Xiaowan raised her eyebrows at him. Xiaowan, come over here. I want you to meet some people. At this time, Mu Xiaowan's mother beckoned her out of the blue. Yes, Mum. Mu Xiaowan was dispirited instantly as she looked at Wang Xian. Don't go away. I'll be right back. My mum is simply too bothersome. She has been introducing friends to me here and wants me to go to school over here, she muttered as she got up and walked over. Lingling, let's have a dance in the center. At this time, Tang Lingling's boyfriend cast a glance at Mu Xiaowan and the young men beside him. Then he pouted his lip and brought Tang Lingling away. Heh. The remaining 3 young men exchanged smirks with a hint of coldness. Liang, take this phone and film it. What? Film what? As soon as they took their leave, Yang Zhe fished out his phone with his lips curled as he instructed the female companion beside him. This brat is such a nuisance. He embarrassed Qing Wen, Gao Yang, and me. Besides, Qing Wen was pissed at the sight of him. I want you to film what happens later on. I'll make sure he's a laughingstock even abroad. And I want all the people back in China to know about it. Yang Zhe curled his lips slightly. Performing such means was as easy as the ABCs for him. He cast a glance at Gao Yang and Qing Wen with a teasing look. The short-haired Qing Wen gestured an okay sign. He then turned and muttered to a Dubaian girl beside him with a beaming face. Sure. That girl revealed a bright smile. There was a trace of a teasing smirk when she looked at Wang Xian. Yang Zhe, Qing Wen, and Gao Yang rested on the sofa and watched with a playful look. Hi, handsome. How are you? After Mu Xiaowan left, Wang Xian was playing on his phone out of boredom when he heard a sudden voice. He craned his neck up and was astounded to see a Dubai girl in a black robe. Hi, what's up? Nothing. I saw you alone with your phone. Are you that bored? Asked the girl with a broad smile. Yes, a little. Wang Xian put his phone away out of courtesy. Shall we have a dance over in the middle of the ballroom? Said the girl with a smile. No, I don't know how to dance. It's okay. Wang Xian was taken aback. According to the white book given to him by Ajaya, the Dubai ladies did not get intimate contact with anyone, in particular strangers. What's with the difference here? It's rude to turn a girl down. The girl was slightly stunned as she spoke smilingly. I'm really sorry. Wang Xian shook his head. The girl before him was not pretty at all. Besides, he noticed a bunch of people watching them with a playful look. He stood up to change his seat. Her? That girl frowned and reached out to grab his arm. Wang Xian raised his eyebrow, looked down and caught her arm. He peered over his shoulder at the 3 young men with disdain in his eyes. You bunch of scumbags. Let me go. Upon seeing Wang Xian grabbing onto her clothes, she pulled away from him with force. Ist. She was apparently stronger than the average person as her sleeves were ripped off straight away. "Brat, are you seeking your doom? How dare you be so touchy over here?" Seeing such a situation, the three young men stood up immediately and threw him death stares. Apparently, the other young men in white robes were not that surprised as they stared at Wang Xian with ridicule. "Have you filmed it?" asked Yang Zhe to the female companion beside him. "Yes, no audio. From this angle, accompanied by some cuttings and lead-in, this shows exactly how he was trying to take advantage of that girl," that female star said with a broad smile. "Great. Later, I'll get my manager to look for a media outlet for some publicity. This will certainly disgrace him to the max." "Hee Yang Zhe, he should count himself unlucky to provoke you guys." "Yes, acting brazenly in our territory is as good as seeking death. Molesting and disrespecting our friend here. Brat, you're insolent." "Huh!" exclaimed Qing Wan as he pointed his finger coldly at Wang Xian. "How dare you commit this kind of thing over here? Looks like your nose is up in the air." Several Dubai friends stood up and sneered at Wang Xian. "Arrest him and throw him into the cell for a few days. This kind of person is a disgrace to us." They were bawling at Wang Xian. That girl seemed to be shaking in her shoes with her head lowered, clutching onto the sleeves at her arm where it was torn. That look of hers obviously looked like Wang Xian had bullied a Dubai girl. A setup? Wang Xian looked coldly at the crowd who had been staring at him. The three young men curled their lips. "Such a disgrace to us. Little did we expect you would do such a thing. People like you should be taught a lesson and let everyone know your true nature." "Her? What's going on? What happened?" At this time, some of the surrounding people overheard the commotion and popped over with curiosity. The ballroom was huge and there were over 300 guests in it. Many of them asked around as they were attracted by the commotion. "This fellow was touchy to my friend," said Qing Wen to the spectating crowd with a cold face as he pointed to Wang Xian. "What? You dare to go against the rules and cause a disturbance here?" When the surrounding crowd heard the young man with short hair, they were astonished and looked towards Wang Xian. "You came to our country and won't show respect to the ladies here?" A rather plump Dubai lady walked over and stared at Wang Xian coldly. "Hey brat, you are a little too brazen. Get the security of the hotel over. Call the police and lock him up for a few days. After which, deport him back to his country and ban him from ever stepping into our country again. He must be courting death to create a disturbance and bully the ladies of our country." Some Dubai citizens chanted angrily and stared at Wang Xian as though he was their common enemy. As for the rest, they simply went along with these furious people. Dubai was an exceptionally traditional country. A foreigner being touchy and not following their rules had undoubtedly encroached on their bottom lines. Wang Xian frowned upon seeing the crowd staring and chiding him. He stared coldly at the group before him and said, "Do you guys know that you are playing with fire? Brat, you are the one that's playing with fire. How dare you be rude here and attempt to molest others? You must be courting death, and you're embarrassing yourself. A person like you shouldn't travel overseas and bring shame to your country. Moreover, a person like you will be looked down on by others in your country." Qing Wen smirked and commented sarcastically as he stared at Wang Xian. "What's the matter?" All the people in the banquet hall were looking over. When Mu Xiaowan saw them, she immediately ran over. "What's that matter, uncle? What happened?" shouted the little brat as she squeezed through the crowd. "Nothing. Just a few damned brats who are trying to frame me." Wang Xian revealed a chilling smile as he replied to Mu Xiaowan. "Frame you? Who's framing you? You are the touchy one and even wanted to pull me out for a dance. When I rejected you, you resorted to violence and even tore my clothes apart." That girl that had been lowering her head all along now had tears in her eyes as she stared and shouted at Wang Xian. "Bastard! How dare you bully the ladies of our country?" When the girl completed her words, another young man roared at Wang Xian furiously. Could this be a misunderstanding? Mu Xiaowan looked at the girl, turned to the furious crowd and asked this. She was clearly flustered. "A misunderstanding? Xiaowan, you can never really tell one's true nature. You have only known this guy for 2 days, but we have seen with our own eyes that this guy was touchy with the lady," Gao Yang said to Mu Xiaowan. "That's right. Xiaowan, you should stay away from people like him. Ching Wen also interrupted. His eyebrows were lifted slightly as he remarked emotionlessly. It can't be. Uncle wouldn't do such things. Mu Xiaowan shook her head forcefully, lifted her head and looked at Wang Xian. At one side, Mu Xiaowan's mother frowned. The middle-aged and old men that were sitting around her were also baffled. After all, Wang Xian was from the same country as them and he had embarrassed them here. Get the security of the hotel here to contain him, after which call the police and get him away. Ban him from entering Dubai forever. He's embarrassing us, a middle-aged man shouted harshly at Wang Xian. That's right. Get the security and ban him from ever entering our Dubai. A rather influential Dubai citizen glowered at Wang Xian and remarked, I feel that there's a need to investigate the matter clearly. My friend wouldn't commit such acts. Mu Xiaowan looked around and shouted loudly. Her eyes were a little red. As she lifted her head and looked at Wang Xian, she said, Uncle, please explain to them. I don't believe you would do such things. There's no need to explain. Wang Xian smiled at Mu Xiaowan and killing desire flashed in his eyes. He lifted his head slightly and looked across the crowd. Eventually, his gaze fell on the group before him. I don't care where we are. If you guys are framing me, all of you deserve death. Deserve death? How brazen. How can you still be so brazen after being caught red-handed in the act? I really wonder who's giving you the guts. Tang Lingling's boyfriend stood beside her and said to Wang Xian with contempt. Tang Lingling was frowning but didn't say a word. Security, take this arrogant guy away and issue a deportation order. Ban him from ever stepping in. An old man from Dubai looked at the brazen Wang Xian and shouted loudly. Yes, yes. As one of the most elite hotels, the security personnel had arrived after hearing about the incident. They nodded their heads at the old man. Wang Xian smirked and pulled his arm away from the little brat. Killing intent welled up within him. What's the matter? At this moment, a voice reverberated from the entrance. Everyone was taken aback and turned around curiously. That's... Everyone gasped in shock. That's Prince Adalin and Princess Ajaya. Why are they here? Why are the prince and princess here? When the crowd saw them at the entrance, they were astonished. I heard that Prince Adalin was conferred as the crown prince suddenly while Princess Ajaya was appointed to supervise. Currently, Prince Adalin is taking over some matters. He's probably here today to get to know us. He's the one we really need to keep a good relationship with in the future. Princess Ajaya possesses unprecedented special rights currently. Even her costumes aren't restricted by the rules. We have to leave a good impression on Prince Adalin later. The surrounding crowd whispered while the crowd from Dubai stepped ahead and greeted their prince. Seeing a few familiar figures approaching, Wang Xian released the aura around him and smiled. What's happening? Adalin frowned and asked upon seeing a few security personnel holding weapons. A foreign brat was rude to our female citizen. We are getting the security to send him away before deporting him, an old man answered while lowering his body. Who dares to kick up a ruckus here? Ban him from ever entering our country. Adalin replied solemnly. Yes, Prince. It's our honor to meet our prince and princess today. The old man moved aside and gestured to the prince and princess to move in. Who's the guy who is causing trouble? Adalin lifted his head and looked towards where the crowd had gathered. Shit. The prince and princess are here. Now that this guy has caused such a ruckus, the prince won't have a good impression of us. This brat really deserves death, an old man beside the mother of Mu Xiaowan commented softly with a heavy expression. The other few middle-aged and old men weren't particularly happy either. Gao Yang, Qingwen, and the other young man also frowned. The incident today was blown a little out of proportion. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. The bigger it got, the worse the outcome would be for that brat. For example, the national press might be reporting that this embarrassing foreigner attempted to molest a female citizen of Dubai on a banquet attended by the prince and princess of Dubai. He would definitely be deported and would not be forgiven. When they thought of the headlines, that bunch of young men revealed faint smiles. The brat who embarrassed them would be doomed for messing with them. They stared at Wang Xian with disdain in their eyes. With a similar smile, Wang Xian swept his gaze across those young men as he wondered if they could still smile later on. This is it. When the Dubai crowd escorted Adalin and Ajaya over, An old man pointed to Wang Xian and was ready to introduce him. Before he could finish his sentence, Prince Adalin and Princess Ajaya stalked toward him. I always heard that Prince Adalin hates injustice to the core. Will he strike? I guess not. The prince knows his limits. The old man had two thoughts to himself as he followed them closely. As soon as the spectators spotted Prince and Princess, they immediately gave way and looked at Wang Xian. This fellow is finished. Everyone shared the same thought. Mu Xiaowan grabbed Wang Xian by his arm with tension. Adalin came to Wang Xian, unsure of how to address him. Suddenly he thought of the things his sister told him. With a broad smile he said, "Brother-in-law, what a coincidence." Wang Xian was stunned and his face stiffened. He was not expecting Adalin to call him brother-in-law right when he saw him. Damn! Who's your brother-in-law? Wang Xian could not help but swear at Adalin as he turned to Ajaya with a frown. Damn! Upon hearing the crude conversation between Prince Adalin and Wang Xian, everyone was stunned with confusing looks. The capitalized word, damn, seemed to have collapsed upon them as they felt lost and unreal. Were they hallucinating? What's the situation now? Interesting. Did you just molest someone? Ajaya looked at Wang Xian before turning to the girl beside him with a faint smile. Accompanied by the crown on her head, she looked extremely noble. Wearing a crown that symbolized royalty in public was an obvious indicator of the domineering status of Princess Ajaya in the royal family. Stop being sarcastic. Wang Xian was uncomfortable, seeing her taunting look. You knew I was here? Everything you do is under my surveillance. Ajaya chuckled as she said frankly. So, you can forget about running away. Wang Xian stared at her with a frown as he was not in the mood for answering her. He spun around and looked at the Dubai lady. Coldly, he said, "Did you see? This is the Princess of Dubai. She's begging me to marry her, and I didn't even agree to it. Look at yourself. With your looks, do you think I would molest you? Who do you think you are?" Wang Xian stupefied that girl and all the surrounding people with his words. What the fuck is this going on? In particular, the conversation Wang Xian had with Princess Ajaya, and the last thing he said, struck everyone with dizziness. Their princess had pleaded for him to marry her, yet he had refused. All of them found it unbelievable. They immediately turned to Princess Ajaya only to realize that she was glowering at Wang Xian. The way she looked, like a little woman? Fuck. At this time, they recalled the first sentence that Prince Adalin had said to that young guy. Brother-in-law? A middle-aged man could not help but hold onto the leaves in the pot of a decoration plant. The shock could not be subsided even by holding onto a pot of plants. That Dubai girl did not know what to do as she looked at Wang Xian. She looked up and saw Princess Ajaya staring back at her. Gao Yang, Qing Wan, Yang Zhe, and Tang Lingling's boyfriend parted their big mouths as they were appalled by what they saw. Why? Keeping quiet? Speak up now. With your looks, who do you think you are for me to molest you? Seeing the girl keeping mum, Wang Xian glared at her coldly. I. The girl got freaked out by what was happening to her. She panicked, not knowing what to do. I knew everything without you telling me. Wang Xian let out cold laughter as he swept his gaze across Gao Yang, Qing Wan, and the rest of the young men. All of you are setting me up here. What a pity. I wanted to slaughter you guys right away. That Prince Adalin, someone is trying to frame me, and they are your citizens. How are you settling this? Sensing that Wang Xian was staring at him, Adalin gave a bitter smile. He knew Wang Xian's ability, and his sister's life was in the control of his hands. They might be a family in the future. With a darkened expression, Adalin looked to that girl. Speak now. If I find out the truth myself, you'll pay a heavier price. Prince, not me. It was him. He made me do it. She pointed at a young Dubai man. No, Prince. I'm sorry. They were the ones who asked me to find someone to frame that young man to disgrace him. I'm in the wrong, Prince. I confess. When the girl pointed to him, that young man quickly replied in trepidation. A friend had asked him for a favor, so he agreed without any hesitation. However, he had never expected that the man he was dealing with was the one the princess was marrying, the brother-in-law of the prince. He had landed himself in deep shit. He confessed as he trembled, pointing to Gao Yang and Qing Wen. The confession of the young Dubai guy washed away the glow on the faces of Qing Wen, Gao Yang, and the rest instantly. Several middle-aged men and elders beside Mu Xiaowan's mother were stunned. The middle-aged man who had accused Wang Xian of being a disgrace paled. Qing Wen was his son. Gao Yang's father was among the four people too. Bring down their families and companies in Dubai, Wang Xian said directly as he looked at the four young men, and eventually stopped at Adalin. Hearing his straightforward words, Adalin twitched his mouth but still nodded. Sure, don't worry, brother-in-law. I won't let them off. They'll be banned from Dubai in the future. Wang Xian and Prince Adalin's words had sent chills to Qing Wen, Gao Yang, and Yang Zhe. Their fathers were breaking out in cold sweat on their foreheads. Prince Adalin, we. Qing Wen's father was about to beg for his mercy when he looked at Prince Adalin with consternation. Their family had already moved and settled down in this empire. Shut up. Your son set someone up. As a parent, your sin is unforgivable. Before Prince Adalin could say anything, the old man beside him immediately bawled at him. He knew very well of Princess Ajaya's current status. How dare someone set the future husband of Princess Ajaya up? Even if you were a family of royalty, you would have to count yourself unlucky, let alone some outsiders. That middle-aged man paled with cold perspiration rolling down. Wang Xian, can you give my boyfriend another chance? Sensing her boyfriend trembling, Tang Lingling pleaded with her eyes red. Wang Xian lifted his chin to look at her. Not only will they not be able to stay behind here, but they will also not survive back in their country. He's not getting away. Not only will they not be able to stay behind here, but they will also not survive back in their country. He's not getting away. A cold voice reverberated in the banquet hall. When Tang Lingling heard Wang Xian, she was stunned and her face instantly paled. Mu Xiaowan stared blankly as she witnessed the development. She lifted her head and looked at Wang Xian before turning to Yang Zhe, Gao Yang and Qing Wen, who were flabbergasted and horrified. In the end, her gaze fell on Princess Ajaya and Prince Adalin. Suddenly, she had a newfound admiration for Wang Xian. Sir, our kids are ignorant. Please allow us to apologize on their behalf. We are from the same country, and we hope you can let us off this time. Gao Yang's father stepped forward and pleaded with Wang Xian in desperation. Wang Xian's cold gaze glanced past him and fell on the girl of Yang Zhe. He walked directly at her and demanded, "Hand me the phone." "Ah. Here you go." The girl was horrified and her hands were shaking as she handed the phone over to him. "Not bad. You have even recorded everything. Could it be that you are thinking of editing it and uploading it on the web?" Wang Xian saw the video on the phone, stared at Yang Zhe and remarked sarcastically. "No, not at all." Yang Zhe shook his head immediately. Cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. Wang Xian chuckled sarcastically as he looked across the young men and the middle-aged and old men beside them. "Scram. Please leave." Just as Wang Xian completed his words, the old man from Dubai ordered them coldly. "Based on the actions of you guys, we will pursue the matter in the future. In addition, all of you are banned from ever stepping into Dubai." The group was exceptionally pale and was a little out of sorts by this moment. At this moment, a few security personnel stepped ahead and stared at them coldly. The four young men, together with their female companions and fathers, were brought out of the banquet hall. After seeing the video on the phone, Wang Xian made a call to Mo Yuan. After telling him the names, he left the rest for Mo Yuan to handle. The four young men had dared to try to frame him. Their purpose for this video was clearly to further discredit him. If he did not have the strong backing he did, he wouldn't know how he would have turned out. Since he had such strength now, the outcomes for them wouldn't be what they had expected. Can we sit down and have a chat? As for the rest, please carry on. I'll look for each of you in a while. Adalin looked at Wang Xian as he spoke, after which he spoke to the crowd behind him. "All right, we will be waiting patiently, my prince." As the businessmen left, they couldn't help but be surprised and impressed by Wang Xian. From the attitude of their prince, they could tell that their prince was reserved and even a little fearful towards this young man. This made them astonished. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and went over to sit down. Ajaya sat beside him while Adalin sat directly opposite to him. "Greetings, princess and prince." Mu Xiaowan looked curiously at the prince and princess and greeted them fearfully. "Hello." Adalin and Ajaya looked at Mu Xiaowan, smiled and nodded their heads. "This is a friend of mine in Dubai. Her family has business in this place. If you can, please help her out in the future." Wang Xian caressed the head of the little brat and said to them, "Sure. Since she's a friend of brother-in-law, she's also a friend of ours. Girl, if there's anything you require help with in the future, you can always look for me," Adalin replied with a smile. "You sure aren't reserved. It seems like you have accepted your identity." Ajaya turned and looked at Wang Xian as she questioned him calmly. "What identity?" Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile as he continued. "Have you prepared the ship I told you about? Marry me and everything is negotiable. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Dubai. I'm clearly aware of whatever you do in Dubai and every meal you have here." Ajaya looked at Wang Xian and smiled. "You can forget about this. If I wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't be able to stop me." Wang Xian gulped down a cup of red wine confidently. "We shall see about that." Ajaya lifted another cup of red wine. Her long, slender fingers were around the cup as she smiled and gave a toast to Wang Xian. Mu Xiaowan was dumbfounded as her eyes widened while witnessing what was happening. She couldn't contain her curiosity. She pulled Wang Xian's arms and asked softly, "Uncle, what's happening?" "He's going to abandon me after making use of me." Ajaya clearly could hear Mu Xiaowan and replied plainly, "Huh? You. I had not expected you to be a guy like this. You are really a beast." Mu Xiaowan was shocked to hear Ajaya's reply, after which anger engulfed her as she held onto Wang Xian's clothes furiously and growled, Hey, don't believe what she has said. Don't tell me you don't believe what I've said. I would rather believe the words from the princess than you. All guys are bad and indeed you aren't an exception. TSK. I'm looking down on you. I'm looking down on you." Mu Xiaowan pointed her middle finger at him. Ajaya couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Scumbag. You are really a scumbag. It's over. Our Gao family is through. I'm so going to screw you over." Outside the hotel, the fathers of the 4 young men pointed furiously and started to scold their sons the moment they stepped out of the hotel. "He's the man of the princess. The man of the princess of Dubai. We have invested billions in Dubai. Now all this is gone. Just be ready to go beg for alms in the future." The 4 middle-aged men roared at their sons furiously. The 4 young men lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. "Let's get back to our country now that all our assets in Dubai are gone. They are all gone." A middle-aged man took out a cigarette and lit it after scolding for some time. Yang Zhe took a deep breath, walked to his father with his head down and said, "Father, we had not expected him to have an identity like this. If we had known, Father, let me raise the family from here onwards. I can earn money." Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, his phone rang. He was shocked and immediately picked it up. Instinctively, he wanted to hang up. However, he immediately accepted the call after seeing that it was a phone call from the director of his company. "Hello, Director Wang. Are you fucking dead now? If not, you should be. Fuck you. Give up your dreams of being a star. You might as well be a ghost in hell. If you let me see you again, I'll kill you." An angry roar came from the other end of the phone call, after which the other party hung up. At this moment, his female companion's phone was shaking constantly. She took out the phone and saw a screenshot her friend had sent her. Heavenly King Media was the largest media company in the country and Yang Zhe was the next superstar they were focusing on grooming. However, the Heavenly King Media had made an announcement on their public Weibo account just moments ago. Yang Zhe met with a mishap overseas and passed away. Let us mourn in memory of him. When she saw the announcement, she was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Yang Zhe was staring blankly at the phone that was hung up while the female star was dumbfounded by the announcement on Weibo. At this time, several other middle-aged men received various calls. In less than 10 seconds, they'd been plunged into despair. "What kind of people did you provoke?" Raging voices came bellowing one by one. Back in distant China, Middle-aged men and old men hung up their phones. Of so many people, why did they have to provoke the Dragon King of Dragon sect? They're obviously digging their own graves. How dare a few insignificant beings provoke a powerful sacred sect? The current Dragon sect had already ranked in the top 5 within the country. Such domineering force need not deal with these magnates themselves. All they had to do was to release some news, and those magnates would be completely finished. This was how scary their influence was and the imposing prestige they had for annihilating the Medical Saint sect and Chao clan. Messing with Dragon sect was undoubtedly courting their own doom. As a celebrity, the media company had announced the accidental death of Yang Zhe straight away while a mourning session was held. The cool breeze filled the night in Dubai while lights brightened the surroundings, bringing relaxing moments. After exiting the business convention, Mu Xiaowan pulled Wang Xian and her mum to have some food outside. Let's go to the supper restaurant operated by my family. You can have as much food as you want. Mu Xiaowan tugged Wang Xian by his arm as she spoke. Great. Then I'll eat to my heart's content. Wang Xian chuckled. The business in the supper restaurant used to be good. But business declined after the fire spirit volcano died down, said Mu Xiaowan's mum with an elated expression on her face. She looked at Wang Xian with her curiosity piqued. It was beyond her expectations that her daughter would get to know such a big shot. In the business convention tonight, the prince came to her and had a cordial conversation. He even passed her several projects to handle. All the people around her exhibited envious looks for every project she received. All of them knew that it was because of her cute daughter who had brought them closer to the royal family. Their path in Dubai would have fewer obstacles in the future. Mu Xiaowan's mother was very grateful to this guy. Seeing her daughter bickering and chatting with him, she would want to bring both of them together, if not for the fact that he might be marrying the princess and her daughter was underage. The fire spirit volcano? The volcano flame will rise again, I guess. It would be nice to have dinner and enjoy the volcano's view from afar. Wang Xian chuckled as he spoke. It's really awesome. A lot of couples like to have their dinner here and take photos. Oh, uncle. Later I'll get my mum to take a few pictures for us. As the last spoke, they took a car towards the fire spirit volcano. The restaurant was situated at the beach where the trio sat down and chatted. With the girl livening up the atmosphere, the three of them enjoyed a laid-back time. After their dinner, the last dragged her mother to the beach to take pictures for them. This posture and this pose. Come on. 1, 2, 3. The lass was screaming with excitement on the beach. Even though it was already 10 p.m., there were many people there, among which most of them were martial artists. A lot of martial artists had not given up on the fire god's graveyard. On the contrary, many martial artists rushed over after hearing the news. But out of the 8 denominations, 5 of them had already given up. The remaining 3 denominations were waiting for their chances. Deity Lady, the entrance of the fire god's graveyard is guarded by the fire demons, and they are the mighty Dan realm fire demons. There should be one budding realm fire demon which hasn't struck yet. But it felt suffocating just looking at it from afar. When Wang Xian and the lass were taking pictures, they heard a voice. Approximately 50 people were walking towards them from the front. The outfits of these 50 people were even more unusual than the natives. In the center was a lady who was holding a creepy skull, burning in black flames, in her hand. Black runes were painted all over her face and parts of the body, which was revealed. Her profile, along with her outlook, looked malevolent under the dim lights. We suffered quite a huge loss this time. If we don't get anything in return, it's totally unacceptable for Nether Flame. This time, we will overturn the entire fire god's graveyard to dig out the treasures in it, said the lady in a hoarse voice. There was fiery heat coming out from her mouth every time she spoke. I heard that the budding realm experts from Fire God denomination and Heavenly Flame denomination are here too, another old man by the side exclaimed without any expression. Lord Nether Spirit, only 3 denominations are left. They are not giving up on the Fire God's graveyard that easily. Even budding realm experts have arrived today, a voice continued to reply. It's normal for the rest of the denominations to retreat. Fire God's graveyard was simply too dangerous for them. Even if they retrieve the weapons made by Fire God or some treasures, it's of no use to them. Only the denominations of the fire lineage will fight for it at all costs. Another old man who was standing beside the lady looked even more daunting as compared to the lady and nether spirit. His entire body was black. But it was not the tone of a black man, but rather a carbon black. It was as though the entire body of the old man had been charred by fire, striking chills to one's spine. "Uncle, that bunch of people are strange." Upon seeing the group of people walking towards her, Mu Xiaowan freaked out and hid behind Wang Xian. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as he watched the crowd. The lady and the other two old men at the forefront were not any ordinary people, as they posed a slight danger to him. Mu Xiaowan's mother walked over immediately as she held Xiao Wan in her arms, while pulling Wang Xian to one side. With astonishment, she watched the bunch of queer people. "Are they filming a movie?" asked Mu Xiaowan in a whisper. "Not much fuel is left in the nether skull, and we still have a battle later on," the lady, holding the creepy skull in both hands, murmured softly. As she carried the skull suddenly rotated by itself as it aimed at a spot on the right. Over there sat a quartet of young men who were watching them with curiosity and discussing among themselves in whispers. When they saw the skull aiming at them, they were horrified as they tried to flee. Two balls of black flames suddenly darted out from the socket of the skull and hit the four young men. Without any screams or shrieks, the quartet vanished into thin air. The black nether flame brought the red-colored liquid back to the skull, while the black skull exuded a devilish vibe. Subsequently, the skull turned, aiming at Wang Xian and the rest. After witnessing what had happened just now, Mu Xiaowan and her mother revealed petrified looks on their faces. There was a change in Wang Xian's expression too. He swung his arms over to shield them as they flitted away. The black nether flame gave chase. With an arm swing, Wang Xian blocked it off with an immense flame. Her! Seeing that the black nether flame was being countered, a strange look flickered in that lady's eyes. Wang Xian stared coldly at that lady. As for Mu Xiaowan and her mother, whom Wang Xian had pulled along, all they felt was that they had appeared on the roads all of a sudden. Both of them were still in shock. However, Mu Xiaowan's mother clearly knew a little about martial artists. She quickly took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Rumble. Several luxurious police cars drove over and started cordoning off the area. "Deity lady, don't waste precious time on an ant. It's time for us to go," the old man beside the lady said to her while staring at the fire spirit island before them. Hee. Interesting. Such a young Dan realm expert. I wonder which denomination he's from." The lady scrutinized Wang Xian from head to toe before hugging the skull in her hands. Her eyes and the skull in her hands flickered in a black glow before she smiled and said, "A pretty good brat." The two old men by her side chuckled after seeing how she reacted. An evil and chilling thought reached Wang Xian. "Deity lady? Pretty good brat?" Wang Xian shivered in chills. With her looks, she looked more like an old hag than a deity lady. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a group of 50 people flew towards the Fire Spirit Island. From them, one could sense terrifying aura. "All unauthorized personnel, please leave this place immediately. We are sealing off this region. If you wish to die, you can remain behind." Cold instructions reverberated while the cops of Dubai put up the seals around the area. "Xiao Wan, leave with Aunt now. Go home and get as far away as possible." When Wang Xian saw the experts of Netherflame flying towards the Fire Spirit Island, he immediately said this to her. "Uncle. They? At this moment, Mu Xiaowan was still in shock. She was pointing to the sky and mumbling blankly. "Let's go, Xiaowan, listen to brother. We've got to leave." Mu Xiaowan's mother was aware that this incident wasn't something she could handle and immediately pulled Xiaowan away. "Be good. Go back and rest." Wang Xian patted her head and said with a smile, "Oh, all right then." Mu Xiaowan looked at him, nodded her head and left with her mother. Wang Xian stood there and frowned as he looked in the direction of the Fire Spirit Island. When the police saw him standing there, they didn't pay additional attention. There were still many martial artists that remained, and they weren't people who ordinary cops could handle. All they had to ensure was that the locals were evacuated from the place. All the terrifying existences from the Fire God denomination, Nether Flame and Heavenly Flame denomination are here. They are going to take down the Fire God's graveyard forcefully this time. I heard the deity lady from Netherflame is here. How incredible is this? Even the deity lady is here. The deity lady is extremely famous in all of Asia. The nether skull in her hands is also a powerful spiritual weapon. There's something strange about Dubai today. In the day, many of them entered the Fire Spirit Island. Could it be that Dubai has gotten some incredible items? Wang Xian walked towards the beach and heard the discussions among various martial artists. Rumble. At this moment, flames that covered 100 zhang rose above the Fire Spirit Island and illuminated and dyed the entire sky red. Dubai has obtained the Fire God's graveyard. Everyone, please leave. Grr. In the air, a soft and crisp voice reverberated. Following this was a terrifying growl. Everyone on the beach could feel a stifling pressure from this growl. What? The uproar yesterday was because of you guys. My nether flame was completely annihilated. It would appear that you guys have controlled the fire demons to kill them. Do you know the price of offending our nether flame? Angry roars erupted and the martial artists on the beach could see a group of experts hovering in the sky above the Fire Spirit Island. On the volcano, there were over 1,000 fire demons which illuminated the entire Fire Spirit Island. What happened yesterday was at the most critical juncture of obtaining control over the Fire God Palace. The riots of the fire demons had nothing to do with us, and we have no grudge or feud against Nether Flame. That crisp voice reverberated once again. Nonetheless, the losses of our nether flame still had something to do with you guys. The coarse voice of the lady resounded. We have no control over the riots of the fire demons. Therefore, we are sorry to the experts from Netherflame. Our Dubai nation wouldn't want to become enemies with you. If you don't want to, take out sufficient compensation. Are you threatening our Dubai? So what if we are? My nether flame suffered grave losses. Since you guys have obtained the Fire God Palace, you have to pay a sufficient compensation. Otherwise, we will have to retrieve the compensation ourselves. Experts from the Fire God denomination and Heavenly Flame denomination, do you guys have the same thoughts? Hehe. Dubai was founded by a water god. You guys would have no use for the Fire God Palace. Why not give it to us? Haha. All treasures in the world have always been decided by the strong. The conversation in the air disrupted the silent night. Everyone on the beach could hear it clearly. Who would have thought that the treasures have fallen into the hands of Dubai? How surprising. So what if they did? That's the graveyard of a fire god. Those 3 fire attribute denominations won't just let it go. Dubai could only negotiate. A budding realm existence from both the Fire God denomination and Heavenly Flame denomination are here. I just wonder how many came from the Nether Flame. Since Dubai lost the holy water scripture a few hundred years ago, the last budding realm expert has passed away. There's no budding realm expert left in Dubai and they aren't a match for the 3 denominations. They are going to just admit their defeat. A few martial artists were discussing. In that case, we could only fight. Grr. Get out of our territory or all of you will die here. The crisp voice followed by the roar of a beast erupted. The next instant, one could clearly feel that the temperature around Fire Spirit Island had gone up by several hundred degrees. A heat wave was formed over the sea. Insolent fool. How can a small Dubai possibly be a match for us? The coarse voice became a little sharp. A skull was emitting a dull glow. It was extremely dazzling within the light from the fire. They are going to fight. Oh gosh. A battle between budding realm experts. A battle that could destroy heaven and earth. Is Dubai courting death? The martial artists on the beach were astonished as they continued staring in the direction of the Fire Spirit Island. Grr. A huge and invincible figure jumped into the air and attacked the 3 denominations immediately. The terrifying aura sent chills down the spine of everyone. Fuck. Snatching my items. When Wang Xian saw the battle erupting over Fire Spirit Island, his turned gloomy. He jumped and flew towards the Fire Spirit Island directly. What is he doing? Courting his own death? Why is he even thinking of participating in a war like this? When the people on the beach saw Wang Xian flying over, they were shocked. Wang Xian was emotionless. It was as though he was moving instantaneously as he covered a distance of several thousand meters in an instant. Huh? This isn't right. Why do you from Dubai know how to use fire attributes attacks? Could it be you've inherited the legacy of the fire god? An exclamation broke out from the deity lady from Netherflame. In the air, all the experts stared at Ajaya, who was standing on the fire spirit island. If you guys aren't leaving, don't blame me for not being courteous. On Ajaya, bright red flames were burning. She held a truncheon in her hands, one that belonged to the fire god. The truncheon that symbolized the power of a god was giving off a radiant flame, with a maroon flame bead embedded on it. With a crown on her head, Ajaya raised the truncheon in her hands and fired her attack. A fire demon is trying to stop us? The charred body of the old man from Netherflame seemed to crack while flaming liquid oozed out from it. Burst off. The old man stretched out his arm, firing a 2-meter-thick fire column at that fire demon. Roar! That 10-meter fire demon craned its neck up and stared fearlessly at that dreadful column of fire. The length of the fire column spanned over a few hundred meters long. The daunting momentum could either collapse a mountain or overturn the sea. Scram! The gigantic purplish flaming sledgehammer in the hands of fire demon smashed at the fire column. Boom! The fire column was forced back at a more rapid speed, charging towards the charcoal black old man. The charcoal black old man had a slight change in his expression. He opened his chest, which had completely turned fiery red, just like an endless flaming cave. The fire column charged at his chest. Attack! The deity lady of Netherflame revealed a grave expression as the black skull that she was hugging suspended above her head. Black flames exploded from her eyes. At the same time, the sockets of the black skull were surging with black flames. For beams of flames that looked like aurora fell onto the fire demon. Sisti. A sizzling sound was heard as the figure staggered 100 meters back in the air with 4 black marks left on its body. However, the mark did not cause any damage to it, not even breaking down the body armor. What strong armor! No doubt. It's the equipment made by the fire god. Deity Lady of Netherflame exhibited an awful expression while the skull above her opened its mouth with a clicking sound. Fire rain, seethe. Another old man came, with his body painted in black runes that were radiating with flames. Instantly, masses of daunting fire clouds condensed in the sky. The size of the fire cloud was 100 meters, located amid the empty air. Whoosh! Drops of flaming rain descended from the sky. Growl! Weak fire demons let out painful shrieks below as deep hollows sunk in on their bodies when the fire rain landed on them. The fire clouds changed as endless, dense raindrops kept falling onto the fire demons. The earth-shattering scene depicted a forbidden spell cast. Fire god, Mu Hua. Seeing that the endless fire rain kept attacking the fire demons, Ajaya stretched her arm out, igniting a fiery glow from the bodies of fire demons. The fire rain fell onto it just like raindrops falling on an umbrella. The slave of fire god indeed. You have inherited the fire god's legacy to possess a budding realm's strength at such a young age. The husky voice from Deity Lady of Netherflame was heard again. She turned to the 2 old men beside her and said coldly, "If both of you aren't making your moves, get lost now. If you want to take advantage of the situation, I'll kill everyone here." Haha. The fire demon is compelling. To restrain it, we need at least 2 to 3 people. You guys will keep the fire demon busy, while we will slaughter that girl. The 2 old men from Fire God denomination and Heavenly Flame denomination burst out laughing as they looked at Ajaya. "We can only slay you since you put up a fight now." The 2 of them struck, with one holding a hammer, and one holding a sword and shield with flames swirling on it. The old man with the sword and shield was bursting with 0-degree sapphire heavenly flames that made his assault a creepy and daunting one. Roar! Seeing that Ajaya was under attack, the fire demon quickly lunged at them. "You still want to protect your owner?" Deity Lady of Netherflame swung her arm, jerking her body and the skull above her head. The 10-meter skull that was formed by black flames opened its huge mouth as it bit at the fire demon. "Descend from the fire cloud." Another old man revealed a cold smile as the 100-meter fire cloud from the sky began descending, crashing down at the fire demon. Crack! The chest of the charcoal black old man cracked, with 2 scary fire hands stretching out at the fire demon. Bam! For a moment, the fire demon was twisting with the gigantic flaming skull, hand, and fire cloud. Roar. Scram. The fire demon bawled with a furious look on his face as he wielded the flaming sledgehammer in his hand. 100-meter flame swept across the sky with each swing. Kill. Little girl, do you think you can fight against us with just a fire demon alone? The budding realm expert with a sword and shield was exuding a sapphire flame. Pointing the long sword at Ajaya, he was closing in on her within a 10-meter range. Shoo! Just then, a 5-meter-long flaming spear popped into the air as it struck Ajaya. Kill! Upon seeing the incoming attacks from both sides, Ajaya had a dreadful look. She let out a cry while thousands of fire demons, and over a score of Dan Realm fire demons, charged at the disciples of the 3 denominations. Her truncheon spun and was raised above her head. The flaming truncheon exploded into a daunting fire column which dashed for the flaming spear. You're still too weak. Just then, the old man with the sword and shield displayed coldness on his face as a sapphire glow flickered, piercing Ajaya with his flaming longsword. Ajaya had a drastic change in her expression. Her truncheon continued to spin in her hands. Dense, vivid, flaming truncheons were rotating around her. Boom! The 0-degree sapphire heavenly flame on the longsword seemed to pierce through the air and slashed at the defense on Ajaya. The compelling force hurled her off the ground by a few hundred meters immediately. How dare a lass who has just inherited the legacy dare to vie with us? Go to hell! Another old man combined with the long spear, exploding a glow of the fire that lurched at Ajaya. Bam! Ajaya was appalled. She placed her truncheon across her body while the compelling force forced blood to be spat out from her mouth. She had just inherited the fire god's legacy 2 days ago, after which her combat techniques and skills could not be compared with these old and experienced freaks. Ignorant lass, exterminate! The old man with the sword and shield held them and lowered both of his arms. Sword raises and down the shield. Behind Ajaya, countless sapphire swords condensed by 0-degree sapphire heavenly flame emerged and shrouded the 1,000-meter space. Numerous shields fell from the sky, dashing for Ajaya. Ajaya paled with despair surging from her heart. Oh no, Ajaya is in danger. We're gone. It's not easy for our family to have a budding realm expert. Ajaya was just too stubborn. Just give them the treasures since they can't take the fire demons away. At the same time, everyone from the royal family stood at a rooftop on a building across from the Fire Spirit Island. Upon seeing the developments of the event, they paled and clenched their fists tightly. It was a surprise for her to inherit the legacy of all legacies and become the fire goddess. What fire goddess? She's been chased away by 3 major denominations now. Everyone at the beach watched the battle erupt on Fire Spirit Island with horror. When the fire goddess emerged suddenly, they were flabbergasted. However, the fire goddess was going to perish. The daunting fire was breaking out around a radius of more than 10 kilometers of Fire Spirit Island. Every blow could destroy heaven and earth. Thousands of fire demons jumped to the sky and wrestled with the 3 major denominations. They killed the disciples of the denominations mercilessly. Yet, their fire goddess was stuck in a devastating plight of the budding realm battle. The battle is coming to an end. After the fire goddess is killed, the fire god's graveyard will belong to the 3 denominations. The martial artists watched and shouted loudly from the faraway beach. Roar! However, at this time, a long roar echoed through the sky. The sword and shield covered Ajaya's back and top. In 2 other directions, the old man stood silently in the middle with his flaming spear. Based on the speed he displayed previously and the horrifying destructive force he possessed, Ajaya had no chance of escaping. Ahead of her, the old man carried a sword and shield and stared right at her. Ajaya felt a little sorrow and desolation. Her eyes flickered. She couldn't understand why she had not agreed to their conditions previously. After all these things wouldn't belong to her in the end. Facing attacks from all directions, Ajaya held the truncheon tightly with both hands. The strongest final strike. Grr. A dragon roar reverberated across the sky. The surrounding crowd was stunned. The roar that was filled with endless pressure sent chills down the budding realm expert's spines. Ajaya was astonished as she looked below her. A horrifying existence was flying towards her while emitting scorching flames. Ajaya was taken aback. Feeling the horrifying aura that even triumphed over the fire demon, her face turned serious. The old man with a sword and shield and the old man with a long spear were surprised. Their pupils constricted and they stared fervently at this divine dragon from the east. Grr! Another roar erupted across. Ajaya, I'm here. Come. Let's finish them off. A voice entered the mind of Ajaya. In the instant she was distracted. She found herself surrounded by a 7 to 8 meter long Inferno Divine Dragon. The Inferno Divine Dragon was none other than Wuxia. He circled around Ajaya and his noble dragon head remained above her. Ka. Above Ajaya, the shield fell on Wuxia's body and cracked like glass. A densely packed longsword with sapphire flames fell on him, causing crisp clashing sounds. Wuxia lowered his head slightly. His entire head alone was already larger than Ajaya's body. Come up. Wuxia wiggled his dragon whiskers and placed Ajaya on his back. She looked blankly at Wuxia with the truncheon still in her hands. It's time for battle. The dragon whisker brushed past her face while Wuxia spoke to her and stared right at the two old men. When Ajaya regained her senses and saw Wuxia below her, she was elated. Holding the truncheon in her hands, she was standing on a divine dragon. That's a goddess. Wuxia didn't mind Ajaya standing behind her. He was accepting of the idea of a female dragon rider. Oh gosh! What's that? A divine dragon from the east. On the beach, the crowd of martial artists was shocked to see the sudden appearance of the divine dragon and Ajaya standing on its back in her fiery red dress. The goddess and the divine dragon. The visual impact instantly made everyone dumbfounded. Divine dragon? Why would the invincible divine dragon of the east appear here? Could it be that a divine dragon was living within the fire god's graveyard? The crowd made their guesses. Their eyes widened and were fixed on it. Divine dragon of the east. In a building a short distance away, the royalty of Dubai was exhilarated to see the appearance of the divine dragon. Why would a divine dragon of the east appear here suddenly? An existence like this is legendary even in China. Why would it appear to protect Ajaya? They had doubts in their minds. In the day they had entered the fire god palace, there wasn't any divine dragon in it. Adalin had an idea and thought. However, he soon shook his head. Grr! Kill! In the sky above Fire Spirit Island, Wuxia opened his dragon jaws and spewed dense flames on the old man with the sword and shield. Lava-like flames reached him instantly. The old man with the sword and shield was shocked and raised the shield in his hand immediately to block the flames. However, Wuxia had charged ahead at this moment. The dragon claw fell heavily onto the old man. TSK. So what if there's a divine dragon? Today, I'm going to slay a dragon. The old man with the sword and shield was emotionless. As he swung down the long sword in his hand, the 0-degree sapphire heavenly flame that spanned over dozens of meters was whipped towards Wuxia. Bam! However, as the dragon claws clashed across, the longsword made from flames was shattered instantly. Without a loss in momentum, Wuxia's dragon claws slashed down on the old man. What? The old man was astonished. The dragon claw was exceptionally terrifying and reached his eyes instantly. He immediately raised his shield. On the shield, a blue network of light glowed. Bam! However, the indestructible shield started cracking upon impact with the terrifying dragon claws. The old man shot down towards Fire Spirit Island as though he was a falling meteorite. Boom! From thousands of meters above ground, the old man smashed into the Fire Spirit Island, causing a huge explosion. Flames. Thousands severance. At this moment, a terrifying flaming spear lunged towards Wuxia. Ajaya, who was on his back, frowned and moved the truncheon in her hands immediately. Bam! Before Ajaya's attack and defense were released, a dragon tail swept towards the spear. The terrifying force made the old man throw up huge mouthfuls of blood. His hookah pressure point was ripped apart directly. Ajaya was taken aback and looked in shock at Wuxia, who was below her. Her attention fell on his dragon scales that were glowing in a beautiful shade of red. Seeing the majestic body, she couldn't help but grab the horns on his head. Hey! Wang Xian's whisker brushed across Ajaya and he grumbled unhappily, "Watch your hands." All right. Ajaya's lips curved up slightly while her hair danced in the air as the wind ran through it. Rumble. Below them, the old man with the sword and shield flew up from the fire spirit island and looked in shock at Wang Xian. There was a dense network of cracks on the shield he was carrying. The old man held his spear with shaking arms. He looked to Wang Xian before turning to the old man with the sword and shield. They exchanged glances and looked to the other 3 people from Nether Flame that were keeping the fire demon occupied. Instantly, they made their decision. Everyone from Fire God denomination, leave. Everyone from Heavenly Flame denomination, leave. The 2 of them didn't hesitate a moment as they fled. When their voices dissipated, they had disappeared from sight. What? In the sky near them, the 3 people from Nether Flame that were stuck in a battle with the fire demon saw them leaving. Instantly, their faces turned bitter. When their eyes fell on the majestic divine dragon of the east and Ajaya who was on it, their faces were exceptionally solemn. Kill those scum from the Nether Flame. When Wang Xian saw the old man with a sword and shield and the old man with the long spear escaping, he didn't give chase. With the speed of the 2 of them, it would be hard for Wang Xian to catch and kill them. At this stage, if an expert were to flee with all his might, it would be hard to kill him unless there was an overwhelming difference in strength. However, Wang Xian was burning with killing intent towards the Nether Flame. It was especially so towards the old hag or their deity lady. Growling grr. When the fire demon saw his master and Wang Xian approaching, he was ecstatic. He roared enthusiastically and smashed the flaming sledgehammer towards the void space. Wang! The hollow flames appeared and swarmed towards the charcoal black old man. Kill! Ajaya cried out furiously. Lifting the truncheon in her hands, the volcano below her erupted. Endless lava swept towards the group from the Nether Flame. Wang Xian tumbled, made an arc across the night sky and grabbed towards the old hag with his dragon claws. Oh no, let's run! Seeing Wang Xian and Ajaya charging in their direction, the charcoal black old man hurriedly shouted with horror. Retreat! The deity lady of Nether Flame commanded loudly, trying to make her escape. Roar! Old hag, you might as well stay here. Wang Xian barked at the deity lady of Nether Flame, tossing balls of immense fire at her. Stop her! Ajaya commanded the fire demon. Yes, master? With a dull roar, the fire demon wielded his flaming sledgehammer and smashed at the spot where the deity lady was trying to run. The flaming sledgehammer struck across the sky, drawing a kilometer of flames. Wang Xian swept his dragon tail and sped up to 100 meters away from the deity lady. He raked her with his dragon claws. 9 columns of flames tore the empty space. Every 100-meter-long column of fire was dashing toward deity lady of Nether Flame, while Ajaya on Wang Xian followed with an attack. Scram! The deity lady let out a shrill cry as she was aghast upon seeing the trio after her life. The dense black runes on her body rose again as they condensed into a Nether Flame. The Nether Flame transformed into a black silhouette while she stood in the middle of it. The black skull ballooned rapidly to a 2-meter size, suspending above the silhouette. Trying to kill me? Fat chance! The deity lady of Nether Flame stood in the center of the silhouette, speaking in a clanging voice that sounded like crashing metal. However, the voice was not coming from her mouth, but rather from the skull. God of Nether Flame in possession. All of you must die. The god of Nether Flame was a frightful silhouette 10 meters in size. It was connected by black Nether Flame runes while a hideous skull was giving off endless Nether Flame. The lady stood in the air and struck all into those who were watching this from afar. The deity lady of Nether Flame swung her arm, hurling the daunting Nether Flame and power at Wang Xian and Ajaya. Such a queer and compelling offense. Unlike me, I can only spew fire, rake with my dragon claws and sweep with my dragon tail. Seeing the attack made by the deity lady, Wang Xian was a little envious. He made up his mind to learn all these battle techniques in the future. However, given the fire demon and my strength, it's sufficient to keep you back. Wang Xian's eyes were full of murderous intent. Wang Xian would not let her off simply because that old hag had wanted to kill them and feed her skull not long ago. The 10-meter god of Nether Flame might have looked huge, but it was not so for Wang Xian. He swung his dragon claws to exchange blows with the god of Nether Flame's arm. Ka-ka-ka. The loud raking sound was heard as soon as the dragon claws dropped on his arm. The arm that was condensed by the runes of the Nether Flame let out an explosive sound. Boom! At this time, the fire demon came crashing down on her from the side with a similar body size. Wielding his hammer down, the black Nether Flame runes burst straight away. Arg! Fear flickered in the eyes of Deity Lady of Nether Flame. With a scream, she cried, "Help me." The two old men who were hesitating at the side were appalled. "You two can jolly well stay here since you dared to come over." Wuxia swept his cold gaze at them. The two old men had mixed expressions. They were certain that the fire demon, divine dragon, and the fire goddess who had inherited the legacy of fire god could undoubtedly make them stay if they wanted. They were not as strong as Deity Lady, and they could barely cope with themselves. "Deity Lady, see you at the Hall of Nether Flame." Two old men exchanged gazes and beamed into blazing rays that disappeared in the sky. "You two old bastards." The Deity Lady of Nether Flame gritted her teeth and bawled with a hideous look upon seeing their departure. "Old hag, go to hell." Wuxia sprung into murderous action, attacking the Deity Lady with his dragon claws and dragon tail. Fire Demon did the same thing at the same time. The three 10-meter freakish masses were battling in the sky. Every blow was deafening to the ears, while every strike sparked fire. The group of martial artists at the beach were dumbfounded by the battle high up in the sky. The unparalleled experts with body masses of 10 meters were striking with power that was similar to a volcanic eruption. Every casual swing rumbled the sky with a 1,000-meter-long flame. The ocean below was tumbling violently. The seething sound of the seawater was incessant. Every clashing sound of the blows resonated through the sky. Within a radius of 50 kilometers of the entire Dubai, it could be heard. Mist was raining from the jets flying in the sky. This was an effort of Dubai to try to cover up the fight tonight. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of people would witness this. Arg! With a sharp shriek, the god of Nether Flame's silhouette was shaking before it slowly broke down. The skull shrunk once again and lost its former luster. The Deity Lady of Nether Flame had hair all over her face as she coughed out blood without stopping. Not until a dragon claw raked over was peace restored in the sky. Wuxia circled in the air while the enormous fire demon stood by the side, gazing at his master, Ajaya. All the fire demons from the fire god palace strode and stood behind Ajaya. Thousands of fire demons were brought down by less than half by the experts from those three denominations. Noticing her triumph in this war, Ajaya revealed a smile on her face. She moved and stood in front of those fire demons, gazing in the direction of the coast. I, Hertha Mohakabin Sesid Al-Ajaya, inherited the legacy of the fire god. I'll protect Dubai from any invasion. Ajaya held her truncheon up. The crown on her head, coupled with her red hair and red dress, brought out the goddess vibe within her. Hearing her declaration, Wuxia smiled and came to her side, coiling around her. Gulp. Time seemed to freeze on that scene while all the martial artists on the beach were stupefied. Goddess, the goddess of fire. She's compelling. Beautiful, what a beauty. She is at most 20 years old. And yet, she owns the domineering fire demon, divine dragon, and the fire god's legacy. She's simply the luckiest woman. She slew the Deity Lady of Nether Flame. From now on, the fire goddess has made a name in all of Asia. She will have a chance to advance to the godlike level in the future. Numerous martial artists watched dumbfoundedly as the goddess, martial artist, and fire demon returned to the Fire Spirit Island. After today, another supreme-class expert had emerged from Asia. The goddess of fire, Hertha Mohakabin Sesid Al-Ajaya. "Get down," said Wuxia coldly. As soon as Ajaya returned to the fire god palace, she sat on Wuxia straight away while Wuxia made a flip. Heh. Ajaya stroked his dragon whiskers before she made a leap. Wuxia jerked as he reverted to his human form. The flames on him condensed into fiery red clothes. Look, don't you think the fiery red clothes on you match mine? Even though you're shorter than me, it's okay. I still like you a lot. Ajaya stood before Wuxia, looking at him with a broad smile. Have you prepared the ship I told you about previously? When Wuxia heard her saying he was shorter than her, he looked to her feet. She was still wearing heels. Wang Xian had no idea why some foreign girls would like this type of stuff. However, with Ajaya's current strength, whatever she wore wouldn't affect her movement. If I gave them all the things here today, you would have been left with nothing. Ajaya didn't answer him directly. Her eyes were fixed on him and she wore a beautiful smile. Your life is still in my hands. Wang Xian looked at her and remarked plainly. Let's not talk about something that will spoil the mood. As long as you agree to marry me, I will naturally send these items to you. Moreover, I can even tell you every word in the Fire God's secret book and the Holy Water Scripture. What do you think? I believe the dowry is definitely a sufficient and handsome sum. Ajaya walked around Wang Xian and commented with smiles. Impossible. It's not just I that doesn't agree. My girlfriends wouldn't agree to it either. Wang Xian answered helplessly. I can't remain here and play along with you. I've got to get back tomorrow. Ajaya raised an eyebrow and said, in that case, I'll return with you. Aren't you interested in the Fire God's secret book? If I don't tell you today. She didn't complete her sentence and simply stared at Wang Xian. You want to go back with me? Wang Xian looked at her and his expression was changing. He was pondering what might happen subsequently. What? Still wouldn't work? In that case, don't even think about leaving this place. Ajaya stared angrily at him. All right, but I have to inform you. Forget it, I'll tell you again when we are traveling. Get your guys to prepare first. Wang Xian thought about it and saw how she reacted. In the end, he nodded his head helplessly. All right, you can have the ship anytime. If you don't mind, drop by the royal palace for a meal. Ajaya smiled and wrapped her arms around Wang Xian's arm. All right. However, I have to leave by noon. Wang Xian thought about it before nodding his head. Maintaining a positive relationship with the royal family of Dubai would definitely be beneficial to him. All right, I'm going back to take a nap. Why don't we go together? After all, I'll be marrying you in the future. Ajaya held his arm and blinked flirtatiously at him. Sure. Why don't we just do it here? Wang Xian smiled sheepishly. Ajaya's body stiffened and she saw Wang Xian's teasing eyes. She snorted and left. Wang Xian chuckled and headed back to the hotel. When Wang Xian returned to his room, it was already 2 a.m. The next morning, the bell to his room rang when dawn had just broken. Wang Xian opened the door and Ajaya walked in directly with a set of clothes. Your clothes were in tatters yesterday. I got people to custom make some for you. Try it. If you have nothing to attend to, let me bring you to tour the royal palace. Ajaya smiled, handed him the clothes and said as she walked into the room. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Changing into the clothes he received, he saw that they were fitting. However, what made him speechless was that all of them were bright red. They resembled a couple's costume with what Ajaya was wearing. Not bad. Let's go for lunch. Ajaya smiled, nodded her head, and walked to Wang Xian to hold his arm before they left the room. Along the way, they drew attention from countless people. It was especially so for Ajaya, who was wearing a crown. Her bright red clothes and her fiery red hair were extremely attention-grabbing. After having breakfast with Wang Xian, they headed towards the royal palace of Dubai. Ajaya brought him around the royal palace. At noon, Wang Xian had a meal with Ajaya's parents and her younger brother. There weren't many people and there weren't many rules. When Wang Xian saw the king of Dubai, he wasn't reserved and simply chatted casually with him. Have you prepared the stuff I told you about? After having lunch, Wang Xian waved his hand and said goodbye to Ajaya's family. They are prepared. When your guys are here, I'll send some people to bring them over. Ajaya played with her hair while speaking to him. Great. In that case, we will be flying to the capital of China before heading to where I stay. Wang Xian nodded his head and said to her, Anything will do. I'm following you no matter what. I have never left Dubai before. Will China be a fun place? Ajaya asked enthusiastically. It's more beautiful in terms of landscape. Almost everywhere is a desert here. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked at her clothing. Are you going to take the flight in this attire? She looked just how she had previously with a crown on her head. However, she went further this time with a truncheon in her hands. A level 13 spiritual staff. What's wrong with it? Ajaya tilted her head and revealed her fair and flawless neck. As you wish. After all, She was the goddess of flames. No matter what she wore, her strength was still the same. Let me send the little brat a message. Wang Xian took out his phone and headed towards the airport with Ajaya. Just as he sent out the message, he received a call from Guan Shuqing. Hello, Shuqing? Xiao Xian. When are you coming back? I'll reach Shangjing in the afternoon. What's the matter? Wang Xian asked curiously. Nothing. Just come back as soon as possible. The underworld is really chaotic now and the Sacred Soul sect was annihilated. Diabolism has surfaced recently and there are killings everywhere in the entire underworld. Just last night, an unparalleled expert from Diabolism came to the Sui clan. Really? Why did he visit the Sui clan? Wang Xian was shocked. A warning. They are warning the Sui clan to not get involved. They are frantically executing revenge on the sects that besieged them 50 years ago. Wang Xian nodded his head. It's great that things are fine. I'll be reaching the airport soon. I'll look for you once I arrive. All right, Xiao Xian. I won't feel safe until you're here. Guan Shuqing hung up the phone after adding 2 more lines. Your girlfriend? Ajaya asked curiously. She couldn't understand Chinese and thus didn't know what Wang Xian was talking about. Yeah, she's my girlfriend. Wang Xian replied with a laugh. It seems like I'll have to learn Chinese in the future, chuckled Ajaya. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders. He took out his phone and entered the Underworld website. I've only been in Dubai for 3 to 4 days and there have been such major changes to the Underworld. Looking at the various pieces of news on the Underworld website, Wang Xian was astonished. Diabolism and the chaotic world. Sacred Soul sect was annihilated and an unparalleled expert has fallen. The 4 devil sects of Devil Corpse Palace, Devil Spirits Temple, Remains and Reed Spirits have shown exceptionally terrifying strength. Devil Corpse Palace easily annihilated the Sacred Soul sect. Emperor Qi of Diabolism wishes to challenge Nie Wushuang, sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect, on the peak of Huashan. Vampires, zombies, spirits. Terrifying diabolism. All the messages were related to diabolism. Since the end of the Outstanding Young Heroes competition, the entire underworld had undergone major changes. Diabolism. Wang Xian murmured as he read the messages on the Underworld forum. Diabolism's cultivation was circled around the bloodline. Their cultivation means were usually gruesome. Vampires, ghouls, and cursed venoms were the work of diabolism. In addition, they often got in touch with dark and evil stuff during their cultivation, which in turn distorted their mind and character. As a result, they were eccentric, fearless, and unorthodox. Therefore, they were known as diabolism, which often got besieged and wiped out by the ordinary martial artists. Wang Xian was indifferent to diabolism. They arrived at the airport where they took a plane back to Shangjing. Ajaya, who was dressed like a queen, was a spotlight wherever she went. She also received some attention, even in the first-class cabin on the plane. Ajaya smiled as she did not mind the attention at all. As a princess, she could easily disregard the curious gazes cast on her. When the plane landed at the airport, it was already 8 p.m. Wang Xian walked out of the airport with Ajaya and took a cab to Sui Clan. Ajaya was looking around with curiosity and would pose questions to Wang Xian from time to time. Wang Xian would always answer with a smile while the car continued its journey. Boom! Just then, an explosion was heard ahead. What an unlucky day to encounter such a thing. No wonder nobody has been willing to drive at night for the past few days. Upon hearing the explosion ahead, the cab driver was flustered. Hastily, he made a U-turn. What's the matter, driver? Asked Wang Xian to the cab driver with a frown. The night in Shangjing has been restless for the past few days. It's chaotic. Damn, I'm not driving tonight. I'll drop you guys later without you paying, the driver said with embarrassment. Wang Xian knit his brows slightly. We'll get out here then. Great, hurry now. Apparently, the taxi driver learned something from his colleagues, which resulted in him braking the car immediately. What's the matter? Have we reached the spot? Ajaya queried Wang Xian. Not yet, but it's not far away from here. Let's walk over. Wang Xian shook his head and replied to Ajaya as he looked ahead. I'm following you, no matter what. Ajaya cast her gaze ahead. The booming sound just now indicated a fight over there. Let's check it out. Wang Xian nodded. He was surprised to see Shang Jing in such a mess. The duo stalked over. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow as soon as a faint bloody mist emerged. Hayak, the Dongmen clan wiped out the devil sex 50 years ago. But 50 years have passed. And today marks the doom of Dongmen clan. Ha. The remains will skin all of you and craft you into an art piece. Your bones will be made into perfect weapons. Haha, our Laozu annihilated the sect leader of remains 50 years ago. You still have the cheek to seek revenge now. Courting your own doom. Hayak. The Dongmen clan will be annihilated in 10 days. Humph. How arrogant. As Wang Xian and Ajaya approached, they could hear two cold voices. Bloody mist lingered in the air while the pungent blood caused Ajaya to frown. Wang Xian looked over to where a score of young men stood. They were confronting each other with killing intent filling their eyes. Dongmen clan, one of the 3 main sacred clans in Shangjing, remains one of the 4 main sects in diabolism. 2 of the forces were engaged in a fight. It was no wonder that they did not care about other things. Sports cars were parked on both sides. Apparently, the disciples of remains were ambushing the Dongmen clan. That is? Wang Xian peered at the disciples of remains. All 10 of them had creepy appearances. There was a mixture of old and young, and some of them were women. Those ladies looked extremely glamorous and alluring. On a closer look, these disciples of remains were extremely queer. They seemed to be wearing masks which was made out of human skin. The painted skin? Wang Xian thought of a phrase. There was an introduction to remains in the underworld forum. They used the bones of deceased experts to refine them into a complete bone puppet before wrapping it with human skin. Using this unique technique, one can be revived. It was as though they were making a spiritual weapon. Bone puppets with spirituality possessed domineering combat power. These disciples of remains obviously did not have the strength to make a bone puppet, but they could plaster painted skin on themselves. After plastering the painted skin, they would obtain a strong defense. How perverted this is. They could really fight with the ninjas from Japan. Ajaya had seen through their true colors and remarked with disgust. Well, everything from that small country came from us. Too bad they learned all the bad things instead of the good ones. Wang Xian shook his head. Now, he finally understood why everyone wanted to eliminate diabolism. Just this painted skin alone required the use of the skin from someone who had just died. Such means were absolutely sick and cruel. A score of them confronting each other with 10 remains with bones in their hands, and people from Dongmen clan holding their short swords. Let's go. Wang Xian took a look and said to Ajaya, taking a detour from the side. Be it sacred clan or diabolism, everything is good as long as they don't provoke me. Okay. Ajaya cast a curious gaze at them before holding onto Wang Xian's arm, making a detour. Her? Wait, what delicate skin. Just then, one of the remains disciples spotted Wang Xian and Ajaya. She peered over and took a measure of Ajaya. A girl who was extremely alluring and pretty gave off a faint bloody vibe on her face and scarlet lips. Hong Yang, let's finish off these fellows from Dongmen clan before we do other things, an old man with a wrinkled face said with a frown. Even though he looked like an old man, his voice sounded just like any young person. I'll leave it to the 9 of you. Such delicate skin I must collect. Hong Yang licked her fingers and chuckled. Haha, no doubt this is the diabolism. All of you deserve to die. One of the young men from Dongmen clan laughed out loud as he swept a confident gaze at the 9 people beside him. Kill them all! The young man from Dongmen clan in the middle exclaimed coldly and rushed out. Hong Yang ignored all of them and sucked her finger as she strode towards Wang Xian and Ajaya. With admiration in her eyes, she took a measure of Ajaya, summing her up with eyes filled with surprise and appreciation. A foreign babe. I'm still short a foreign babe in my collection. It looks like today is my day. I've made up my mind. When I advance to Inborn Realm, I'll make you my first bone puppet. What is she talking about? Ajaya frowned and asked Wang Xian upon seeing that flirtatious woman scrutinizing her from top to bottom. She's saying she's going to skin you, preserve you, and use your bones to build her first bone puppet. Wang Xian smiled and translated for Ajaya. Ajaya had inherited the fire god's legacy and reached the budding realm. Yet, a brat that hadn't even reached the inborn realm was talking about killing her, removing her skin and building a bone puppet with her bones. That was truly courting her own demise. What? Ajaya raised an eyebrow and looked at the flirtatious woman before her in shock. Arg. At this moment, screams of desperation resounded from behind Wang Xian and Ajaya. Ha ha! Scumbags from the remains. When you guys entered Shangjing, we picked up your trails. Ambushing us? How ignorant and stupid are you guys? Today, all 10 of you aren't getting away. Inborn. You are an inborn expert. Scheming Dongmen clan. Haha. Nothing is scheming when it comes to dealing with trash like you guys. The aura of an inborn expert shrouded over and wretched cries from disciples of the remains reverberated. That young man was killing without reservations with the red sword in his hand. With his inborn level strength, it was easy for him to deal with this group of disciples from the remains who had not reached the inborn realm. What? Hong Yang, who had been scrutinizing Ajaya, was astonished to see 5 of her companions being killed when she turned around. Fear crept up on her. Despicable Dongmen clan. You guys are as despicable as your Laozu. Hong Yang's expression was hideous at this juncture. As she waved her arms, bloody red mist shrouded forward. At the same time, she fled rapidly. Thinking of escaping under my eyes? The young man with the red sword looked at her in contempt. He lifted his head slightly, flew into the air, and lunged with his sword towards Hong Yang. Fuck you, Dongmen clan. All of you will be annihilated by us soon. Feeling the terrifying killing intent from behind her, Hong Yang was bitter. Die! Wretched beings like you guys that wear our human skin. The young man lunged forward with his sword towards the back of Hong Yang. Arg! Hong Yang cried pitifully and fell to the ground. However, a naked figure fled at an even more incredible speed suddenly. A cicada casting off its skin? She has discarded her human skin. The young man was taken aback. In a cold and harsh tone, he continued, Do you think you can escape like this? Holding the sword in his hand, he swung it rapidly. The blood-red sword drew a trail of blood in the air. Arg! A wretched scream resounded. The lips of the young man curved into a smile and showed a satisfied look. He turned around and noticed that all the other 9 corpses of the disciples of remains were now on the ground. Brother Liang, you are too incredible. How did you manage to guess that the disciples of the remains would ambush us? Haha! They would have never expected us to foresee their actions. A young man looked at the corpses on the ground and started flattering the young man with the sword. Haha! They are really courting their own deaths to enter our territory and go against us. Dongmen Liang lifted his head and smiled. As he waved his arm, the bloody red sword that he had thrown ahead previously returned to his grip. Brother Liang, you have grown stronger once again. That's the greatest escape technique of the remains, and yet she couldn't escape from Brother Liang. A group of young men gathered over and flattered him. Dongmen Liang kept his sword behind his back and smiled gently. From him, one could pick up a superiority vibe. He looked towards where Wang Xian and Ajaya were, and his eyes beamed with excitement. When Hong Yang from the remains was approaching them, Dongmen Liang had noticed Ajaya. Attractive height and figure together with her breathtaking beauty. With the crown on her head, she resembled a noble goddess. Moreover, she was a foreigner. Even though Dongmen Liang had seen many breathtaking beauties, his heart was still set ablaze when he saw Ajaya. A foreign beauty like her was among the best of the best in the world. He lifted his head, wore a faint smile, and walked directly towards Ajaya. Hey pretty, I'm Dongmen Liang. I hope you aren't shocked by what happened. Dongmen Liang said to Ajaya with a face of smiles. She looked at Wang Xian, baffled as she couldn't understand. Dongmen Liang was also taken aback. Noticing her confused looks, Dongmen Liang repeated it again in English. Ajaya understood but simply shook her head and looked at Wang Xian. Let's go. Ajaya nodded her head with a smile. Huh? Dongmen Liang was taken aback and his face quickly flushed red with embarrassment. The group of young men around him exchanged glances and immediately shouted to Wang Xian. We saved you guys. Aren't you two going to repay us before leaving? Oh. Wang Xian stopped in his tracks and looked at them with ridicule. How shall we repay you? Since ancient times, beautiful women would repay heroes who saved them with their bodies. In that case, just let the beautiful woman with you marry our brother Liang. Ha ha! A young man shouted loudly. The others around him nodded their heads in agreement. Their words were arrogant and their actions were brazen. They were too full of themselves. Dongmen Liang raised an eyebrow and didn't say a word. However, he was scrutinizing Ajaya from top to bottom and revealed a vile smirk. He's giving me dirty looks. Ajaya turned to Wang Xian and said. Their words are dirty and crude too. Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Wang Xian as he spoke to Ajaya. Brat, what the hell are you saying there? Speak something that we can understand. And now, leave the foreign girl with you behind. Looking at their arrogance, Wang Xian shook his head. As he waved his arm, a stream of flames shot towards them. Huh? The young man was shocked to see Wang Xian attacking him with flames while he was still speaking. However, before he could react to it, the flames had fallen on him. Without any cries, the young man was reduced to dust. That ball of flames continued to attack the remaining group of young men around. What? Fear flashed in the eyes of the prideful Dongmen Liang, who was standing beside Wang Xian. You! Why are all of you so eager to die? Wang Xian looked at Dongmen Liang with contempt. He waved his arm again and flames flew towards him. How is this possible? The young man was terrified. He released his aura and blasted it towards the flames. Bam! However, the flames weren't affected at all and fell on him. Boom! Arg! Dongmen Liang's eyes widened and were filled with desolation and disbelief. I'm from the Dongmen clan. How dare you kill me? Arg! Let's go! Wang Xian looked away in contempt. Regardless of whether it was the remains or the Dongmen sacred clan, or regardless of whether it was diabolism or the orthodox sects, there would only be one outcome if they offended him. Death. Don't take my arm and stop asking me to marry you. I hope you can write down the contents of the Fire God's secret book in these next few days. Wang Xian was walking with Ajaya at night on the road of Shangjing. He reminded her again when they were about to enter Sui clan's territory. Ajaya threw him a cold look. What? Is this a warning to me? Seeing how she acted, Wang Xian was helpless. I don't want my girlfriends to misunderstand. Humph. That's your business. As she spoke, her eyes were suddenly red. Hey, can you stop acting like this? It feels like I'm bullying you. Wang Xian hurriedly told her upon seeing her look. Are you trying to deny it? I followed you here and gave you all the treasures. You can kick me away any time now. If I write out the contents in the Fire God's secret book, will you ask me to scram? Ajaya stared at him with tears welling up in her eyes as she glowered at him coldly. No. Forget it. Do whatever you want. I won't chase you away. Wang Xian went soft-hearted upon seeing her look. A peerless budding realm goddess who had obtained the legacy of the fire god had followed him all the way to the foreign land. If he continued to bully her, Wang Xian was really not a man. That's better. I don't need you to mind my business. You can't chase me away either. Ajaya lifted her chin slightly and walked off. You should make a turn over here. You don't even know your way. Why are you taking the lead? Wang Xian shook his head. He did not understand women. Dragon King. Upon seeing the arrival of Wang Xian, the people from Sui clan greeted him respectfully. I'll go over myself. Wang Xian waved at the disciples of Sui clan on the way over and headed for the sacred mountain of Sui clan. Ajaya, on his heels as she regained her mood, looked around the Sihiyuan with curiosity. Haha, Wang Xian is here? Sui Huang's voice was heard even before Wang Xian stepped in. It looks like your injuries have almost recovered. Wang Xian walked in with a broad smile. Xiao Xian. Guan Shuqing trotted over with a beaming face as she tugged his arm. However, her smile disappeared when she saw the girl tagging along behind him. She studied her curiously. No, calling her a girl was inappropriate. She looked more like a goddess. Guan Shuqing had seen foreign babes before, but it was her first time seeing babes like Ajaya, who was such a ravishing beauty. Tall and perfect figure, wearing a crown and a truncheon in her hand. She had a special demeanor. Guan Shuqing had only observed a similar demeanor on Sun Lingxiu before. Unlike Sun Lingxiu, who was pure light, Ajaya was more like a proud fire that one could not help but take a few more looks at. Who is she? Guan Shuqin was on her guard as she asked Wang Xian softly. Her eyes were locked on his. A friend from Dubai. Her name is Ajaya. Wang Xian's lips were trembling as he replied solemnly to Guan Shuqin. Friend? What friend? Just an ordinary friend. Don't imagine things, Shuqin. Don't you believe me? Wang Xian forced a smile on his face. Ajaya, who could not understand what they were talking about, smiled at Guan Shuqin. Hello? Guan Shuqin nodded to Ajaya doubtfully. Sui Huang walked out and asked Wang Xian with a beaming face. Wang Xian, did you reap anything this time? Not bad. You don't have to worry about the art of cultivation. Wang Xian chuckled. With Guan Shuqin in his arms, they walked over. Seeing that his arm had already grown out, he said, I didn't expect you to recover quite fast. I consumed a lot of treasures. Sui Huang sat at one side and gestured to Wang Xian. Wang Xian said something to Ajaya, and she sat on one side. Her. Seeing the truncheon in Ajaya's hand, Sui Huang slightly frowned. Sui Huang, what's the situation now in the underworld? Asked Wang Xian to Sui Huang while sipping his tea. Sui Huang shifted his attention as he slightly pondered. With a sigh, he said, It's very complicated. Everyone is on their own now. Wang Xian slightly knit his eyebrows. Is diabolism very strong? Yes, indeed. Sui Huang nodded. Diabolism, who kept a low profile for 50 years, erupted with daunting strength all of a sudden. Emperor Qi of Diabolism is going to challenge Nie Wushuang, the sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect. Diabolism is frantically avenging the enemies of 50 years ago. 5 first-class forces and 1 sacred sect are down. The unparalleled experts from Remains even warned me not to take part in the grudges between Dongmen clan and them yesterday. Otherwise, they will bring a bloodbath to Sui clan. They are as overbearing as they were 50 years ago. Donghua Sacred Sect will be joining hands with some sacred sects these next few days to either suppress, wipe them out, or make peace with diabolism. Of course, that will depend on the war between Emperor Qi and Nie Wushuang. Wang Xian nodded slowly. How many sacred sects are involved now? 6 sacred sects and 1 sacred clan. 80% of the strength in the underworld is involved. And this is not taking the annihilated Shengling sect into account. Sui Huang said with a sullen face. 7 saint-class forces. Now, we only have 8 sacred sects and 4 sacred clans in the underworld. And yet, we have 7 forces involved in it. Wang Xian exhibited a grave expression. Sui Huang, do you intend to stay out of this? Now, it's not up to me to decide. But if Sui clan, Shao clan, and Dragon sect can join hands together, it might be worth a try. Sui Huang said slowly. No, I'm not going to get involved. They can kill whoever they like. It has got nothing to do with Dragon sect. Wang Xian chuckled. You only have 50 disciples in Dragon sect. It's easy for you to stay out of this, but not Sui clan. Sui Huang sighed as he revealed a worried face. There were 2 lineups at the moment, Diabolism and Orthodox sects. Joining Diabolism was out of the question. But he did not want to join the Orthodox sects either. In order to annihilate Diabolism 50 years ago, there were no more than 100 inborn experts who remained in the entire underworld. If things turned out to be the same as before, it would be a bloodbath again. I wonder what Diabolism thinks? Wang Xian shook his head slowly. What do you think? They are nourishing themselves through fights with fresh blood, corpses, and bloodlust. All these things empower the strong ones. They are just a bunch of devils who have no conscience and aren't afraid of death, Sui Huang said with a sullen face. They did not want to participate in this war, nor did they want Diabolism to win. If they won, it would be darkness for them all in the future. This was a difficult choice and also a helpless one. Come and look for me if you're in trouble. Upon seeing Sui Huang's troubled expression, Wang Xian spoke to him with a broad smile. Regardless of whether it was God or devil, they would only become corpses if they made enemies with him. Walking out from Sui Huang's room, Wang Xian sent Ajaya to another room immediately before bringing Guan Shuqing to another room. With time on her side, Guan Shuqing started examining Wang Xian and Ajaya. Wang Xian had long thought of an explanation. He illustrated Ajaya as a patient that required him to treat her over a few days. Moreover, he told Guan Shuqing that Ajaya was the Princess of Dubai and the Princess of Dubai wouldn't marry a man from a foreign country. Guan Shuqing accepted his explanation with doubts. TSK. In the room a short distance away, Ajaya faced Wang Xian's room and snorted. He's bullying me because I don't understand Mandarin. Learning a language is an easy task for me. As she mumbled to herself, she dialed a number and soon opened up a video conference. Several professional Mandarin professors appeared before the screen and started teaching her Mandarin. To the astonishment of these professors, Ajaya quickly mastered one after another phrase. Morning. The next day morning, Ajaya was at the door of her room when Wang Xian walked out of his room. She was wearing an earpiece. When she saw Wang Xian, she greeted morning. Huh? Wang Xian was taken aback. Good morning. How did you? Xiao Xian, my luggage. At this moment, Guan Shuqing's voice disrupted his words. Wang Xian looked at Ajaya baffled. She had reverted her attention to her phone while he helped to carry Guan Shuqing's luggage. It's time to go. We will be heading back to Rivertown directly. Wang Xian shouted at Ajaya, who was looking at her phone screen and wearing an earpiece. Ajaya nodded her head and followed behind them. Guan Shuqing was curious as to why Ajaya was constantly looking at her phone. However, she did not ask her. She still trusted Xiao Xian deeply. Moreover, Xiao Xian had explained a lot to her yesterday. Wang Xian was glad to see Ajaya acting in this manner. They took the plane and left for Rivertown. On the plane, Ajaya was still looking at her phone and didn't say a word. Dragon King. When they arrived at Rivertown, Mo Yuan drove the car over and greeted him respectfully. Since the dragon sect had been established, they had not been addressing Wang Xian as young master. Instead, they called him the Dragon King directly. Huh? Have all the things arrived? Wang Xian asked Mo Yuan. They have arrived and all the treasures have been moved to the floating island. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. Xiao Xian, today's Saturday. Qingyue and the rest are waiting for you in the villa, Guan Shuqing said to Wang Xian. Although we were only separated for a few days, it felt like 3 years. Wang Xian smiled sheepishly. Look at how happy you are. Guan Shuqing rolled her eyes at him. Soon the car left the airport and drove rapidly towards the villa. We are getting out here. Seeing Lan Qingyue, Sun Lingxiu and Xiao Yu waiting by the doors, Wang Xian said this to Ajaya. Ajaya nodded her head. She removed the earpiece and put her phone away. From her, a strong sense of confidence was exhibited instantly. Xiao Xian. Brother. Lan Qingyue. Xiao Yu and the rest immediately shouted. Wang Xian smiled upon seeing them and opened up his arms. Eh? This is? Lan Qingyue noticed Ajaya, who was following behind Wang Xian. Instantly, she frowned and asked about her curiously. Any woman would feel a strong sense of danger from Ajaya. She is from Dubai. I'm Hertha Mohakabin Sesid Al Ajaya. You guys can call me Ajaya. I'll be Wang Xian's future wife. You are calling Xiao Xian brother? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is just right. In Dubai, a man can have at most 4 wives. Guan Shuqing was smiling and prepared to introduce her as the Princess of Dubai and as a patient of Wang Xian. However, before she could finish her words, Ajaya's voice resounded. She spoke in perfect Mandarin. As Ajaya spoke, she stepped forward and held onto Wang Xian's arm. She tilted her head and asked, How's my Mandarin? Xiao Xian? Aren't I incredible? I've spent a night mastering Mandarin. Are you surprised? Are you happy? Are you surprised? Are you happy? When Wang Xian heard Ajaya speak Mandarin, his face stiffened. Looking at Ajaya, who wrapped her arms around his with a smile, his body couldn't help but shiver. Guan Shuqing's face instantly stiffened and sank. Lan Qingyue's smile had also disappeared. 2 furious glares fell on Wang Xian. Wang Xian could feel dense killing intent and saw Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue clenching their fists tightly. Scumbag, didn't you tell me she's your patient? Guan Shuqing glowered at Wang Xian and her eyes were a little red. This matter isn't like you. You are still trying to lie to me? Guan Shuqing gave him a harsh stare before storming into the villa furiously. Lan Qingyue had also turned as cold as ice as she followed Guan Shuqing into the villa. Xiao Yu was in shock over what had happened. Sun Lingxiu was also caught by surprise. She looked at Ajaya, smiled at her, and hesitated for a moment before returning to her room. "Brother, you are doing things you shouldn't. Everything's on fire now." Xiao Yu stared at him before running into the villa. "Haze." Wang Xian heaved a long sigh. "I can accept you having 4 wives. It wouldn't do if you had more." At this moment, Ajaya, who was beside Wang Xian, remarked suddenly. Wang Xian felt like his head almost exploded. "Hey, miss, can you tell me about the art of equipment refining in the Fire God's secret book first?" "Miss? Xiaoxian, do you think I should get a Chinese name in the future?" Ajaya was baffled, tilted her head and said, "Oh right, those girls seemed a little angry a while ago. I'll go comfort them in a while. I believe they will accept me." Wang Xian looked to the sky. His expression had changed greatly as he walked towards the villa. "I had not expected him to have a mistress outside. He's a scumbag. He's the biggest scumbag. If she was Sister Lingxiu, I still could accept it. But he brought a foreign girl back and lied to me, saying that she's his patient." The moment he entered the house, he heard Guan Shuqing crying. Wang Xian's body stiffened and he turned to glare at Ajaya before entering. When Xiao Yu saw her walking in, she immediately gestured to Wang Xian and asked him not to come any closer. Wang Xian rubbed his nose and went to Ajaya. "Tell me about the art of equipment refining." "Sure. I have prepared it for you." Ajaya took out a few pieces of paper and handed them to him. "Oh right, I believe you have seen what happened a while ago. Please don't give me any more troubles." Wang Xian looked at Ajaya and said solemnly, "Leave this to me. If they can accept me, I'll stay by your side. If they can't, I will leave. Will this do?" Ajaya looked solemnly at him suddenly. "All right." Sigh. Wang Xian heaved a sigh and shook his head while looking at the villa before he headed outside. A man has a home that he cannot return to. How sad it is. But he had brought it upon himself. One must bear certain consequences of having his harem. Wang Xian walked to the sea. With a swift movement, he hovered to the floating island. It had been some time, and the construction of the island was almost complete. The buildings were all up and running. Treasure vault, elixir refining room, and now there would be a new addition refinery room. Wang Xian revealed a smile on his face when he came to the treasure vault and saw a truckload of treasures. There were more than 300 inborn spiritual weapons, but all of them were, however, fire-attributed spiritual weapons which were not practical to Dragonians. In addition to the myriad of weapons, the rest were fire-attributed materials. Using the fire-attributed material to make weapons would not necessarily refine only fire-attributed weapons. Still, it would require materials of other attributes to neutralize it. Wang Xian was unsure of the details. Wang Xian took out the art of blacksmith from the Fire God's secret book that Ajaya had passed to him. From the level 13 spiritual weapon in Ajaya's hand and over 300 inborn spiritual weapons, one could tell that Fire God Hephaestus' forte was refining equipment. His skill in smithing was definitely top-notch. The art of blacksmith was a long-lost skill in the underworld. As such, all inborn spiritual weapons were extremely precious, so much so that even sacred sects would treat them as valuable items. If Wang Xian could smith out different inborn spiritual weapons, he could arm Dragonians to the teeth. In addition, this could also enhance the level of Dragon Palace. Refine weapons using low-grade material to make high-level items. Wang Xian read the first line of the note and continued. Dragon King. At this time, Mo Yuan's voice was heard from the outside. Her. He frowned slightly. What's the matter? Donghua Sacred Sect sent someone here to invite the Dragon Sect to join the alliance of the Orthodox sections. They urged you to attend as all the sacred sects, sacred clans, and first-class forces from the underworld will be present, said Mo Yuan. Alliance of the Orthodox sects? When is it? Wang Xian knit his eyebrow slightly. Tomorrow at noon at the Donghua ritual grounds. Mo Yuan answered. Call upon some Dragonians to go with me. After some consideration, Wang Xian instructed Mo Yuan. Yes, Dragon King. The alliance of the Orthodox sects was equivalent to the underworld joining hands. It seems like the war between good and evil is inevitable. Wuxia frowned slightly as there would be many unparalleled experts participating in the war. Since inborn experts were the main strength in this war, their deaths made perfect sense. That included unparalleled experts. For those who had yet to become inborns, they would be on their own to stay alive. Let's check them out. Wuxia stood up and walked out. Dragon King. Soon, Mo Yuan brought 20 Dragonians to Wuxia and greeted him with respect. Where is the Donghua ritual grounds? Asked Wuxia to Mo Yuan. They are located at the North Mountain, which is the most central spot in the country. We need 8 hours to reach there. Get ready and we'll set off soon, said Wuxia to Mo Yuan. With quick movements, he flitted to the villa. When he reached the entrance of the villa, he tiptoed in. Brother! Seeing Wuxia coming in, Xiao Yu quickly walked to him. What's the situation now? Asked Wuxia in a low voice. What else? Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him. In the past, I still thought of finding a boyfriend like you. But now, you might as well kill me to have a boyfriend like you. I'm heading out later. Donghua Sacred Sect is organizing an alliance of the Orthodox sects. So I'm going over later. Wuxia asked Xiao Yu. Are you going too? Yes, Master just called me to go over. I heard that Donghua Sacred Sect was not only the one leading, but there are also another 6 forces turning up. No one dared to reject. Don't go. Stay at home and watch over them for me. Wuxia peered at the rooms and said to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. Then I'll inform my master. Wuxia nodded, stroked Xiao Yu's hair, and giggled. Xiao Yu threw him a dirty look. The 2 sisters-in-law are infuriated. You better go out and stay clear for the time being. Okay. Wuxia smiled and nodded as he headed outside. Donghua Sacred Sect was the strongest sacred sect in the underworld, and it was recognized as the most powerful force. Nie Wushuang, sect leader of Donghua Sacred Sect, was the ultimate expert in the underworld. Donghua Sacred Sect was the one who took the lead in establishing the alliance of the Orthodox sects against diabolism 50 years ago. Today, the alliance of the Orthodox sects was taking form once again. When Wuxia led 20 Dragonians near Donghua ritual grounds, it was night time. Donghua ritual grounds were situated in the most central region in China, which was next to a small county. Are you all from Dragon Sect? Just as they entered the small town, several young men in yellow outfits walked over and cupped their fists as they asked. Yes. Mo Yuan, standing by the side, nodded to the disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect. Please follow us into the mountain. We have prepared your accommodation. The young man gestured to them with a beam. Sure. Wuxia nodded and went into the mountain of Donghua Sacred Sect. Several young men were staring at Wuxia with curiosity. One of them hesitated before he said, I presume you're the Dragon King. Wuxia nodded nonchalantly. Seeing his lukewarm reaction, these young men raised their eyebrows and kept quiet. Hoo-hoo. Just then, 8 people hovered through the air and entered the range of mountains ahead. Let's hover over. Wuxia gazed at the road ahead, which was several kilometers away before they could reach their destination. Given the speed of these young men, they needed to walk for another 10 minutes at least. Dragon King, only the inborn experts of our sect can hover in the air. Flying is prohibited for other sect members, a young man explained to Wuxia with a broad smile. Wuxia raised his eyebrows and said impassively, Donghua Sacred Sect doesn't respect their guests. Heh! Those young men chuckled upon hearing his comment. They had faint pride surfaced on their faces. Donghua rules supreme in the underworld. This is our rule, and the respect shown to Donghua Sacred Sect from the guests. Respect. A hint of disdain flashed in Wuxia's eyes while he did not utter any words. Seeing Wuxia keeping mum, those young men deepened their smiles and lifted their chins, while leading them into the mountains of Donghua Sacred Sect. Towering mountains with flying cranes and cries of the ancient apes. Majestic buildings stood among the mountain range while water tumbled down from the mountain in the center just like a wonderland. Everyone, this way please. A few young men gestured to Wuxia and the group and pointed to a mountain peak as they spoke. This is one of our mountains used for welcoming guests. Everyone in the dragon sect can stay in it for the night. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly as he headed in. The group of young men didn't follow. They smiled and watched Wang Xian and the rest walk away. How incredible! That 20-year-old teenager is a Dan realm existence and created a sacred sect alone. A young man commented with envy. TSK. He just got darned lucky. The other young man by the side remarked with jealousy. Let's go. Tomorrow, an alliance between the orthodox sects will be formed. In the near future, we will have to engage diabolism in battle. At that time, please be careful, everyone. Under the leadership of Donghua's sacred sect, diabolism will definitely be easily annihilated. A group of young men discussed enthusiastically as they walked away. Wang Xian arrived at the tallest structure on the guest peak. He looked at the yard from the door before heading into his room. Donghua's sacred sect is really something. They have a dozen-plus guest peaks just for welcoming their guests. A giant mountain sect was established over hundreds of mountains in this area. How majestic! When Wang Xian entered the yard, he looked ahead of him. Raucous discussions reverberated from below. Wang Xian saw various sects entering with many of their disciples in awe of the mountain sect of Donghua sacred sect. Even disciples from sacred sects were shocked when they entered the grounds of Donghua sacred sect. Sui clan was incredible and had hundreds of Sihiyuan. However, they were nothing compared to the hundreds of mountains that Donghua sacred sect occupied. Donghua mountain range is indeed worthy of the name of the strongest force in the underworld. Below the mountain where Wang Xian and the group were, some disciples of other sects exclaimed in shock. Dong! 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 At this moment, the sounds of a bell ringing reverberated across the Donghua sacred sect. The bell could be heard from all corners of Donghua sacred sect. At this moment, disciples of Donghua sacred sect came out from their mountain peaks. Each mountain peak had a huge training field before it. Their disciples were practicing diligently in the training fields. A soft roar reverberated across the sky of Donghua sacred sect. Wang Xian stood on the mountain peak and looked ahead. He squinted his eyes and was a little shocked. The number of disciples in Donghua sacred sect is a little beyond my expectations. 7,000 to 8,000 disciples are distributed over 40 to 50 mountains. Moreover, their strength is on average stronger than most of the underworld. Even the area beneath a waterfall a long distance away was filled with disciples training. Each and every disciple was proud of their sect. Wang Xian looked on for a little while longer before returning to his room. He retrieved the paper that had the art of weapon refining written on it and continued reading. Ding! Comprehended the art of weapon refining. When he finished reading the entire illustration, the voice of the system resounded in his mind. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. It was just as he had expected. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, 8. Dragon energy, 19, 634, 210/100, 000000. Superpower. Dominate the marine animals. Ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation. Divine dragon transformation. Arts of refining elixir pills. Alchemist apprentice. Refine all elixir pills with the origin source flame. Arts of equipment refining. Blacksmith apprentice. Refine all equipment with the origin source flame. Refine all equipment with the origin source flame. It is just like the arts of refining elixir pills. Wang Xian was exhilarated. He knew clearly how insane his arts of refining elixir pills were. If the arts of equipment refining were as incredible, it would be a piece of cake for him to craft inborn spiritual weapons in the future. I've got to give it a try after getting back. And equip the entire dragon sect to the teeth. Excitement gleamed in Wang Xian's eyes. The night passed quickly. On the next morning, Wang Xian went down the guest peak at around 10 in the morning. As compared to the day before, Donghua sacred sect was livelier today. Several powerful sects and families from the underworld were touring the place or conversing. Wang Xian looked around and led the group of Dragonians to walk around the place. That is, Dragon King from the Dragon sect. He's the Dragon King. All the disciples behind him are the disciples of Dragon sect. I have heard that they are young. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, they are really unreasonably young. How great would it be to have such incredible strength at such a young age? Annihilating the two Saint class forces, Medical Saint sect and Xiao clan. The rise of the Dragon sect was built upon the corpses of those two Saint class forces. The Dragon King is really handsome. To stand at the pinnacle of the underworld at such a young age. He's definitely Prince Charming in the eyes of the thousands of ladies in the underworld. When the disciples of various sects saw Wang Xian, they discussed softly. Wang Xian heard the comments from his surroundings and chuckled. He walked to the large cauldron in the middle and started curiously observing the materials used to make this cauldron. Level 10 material. What a shame that this is just an ordinary cauldron. The creator didn't know anything about equipment refining. Please make way. Please make way. At this moment, shouts could be heard. That is. Who would have thought he would be here? Oh gosh. Donghua Sacred Sect really has its weight in the underworld. Now that every sacred clan and sacred sect is here, he's here too. The Lord of Sea Serpent Island has a feud with the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect almost killed the son of the Lord of Sea Serpent Island previously. The young Lord of Sea Serpent Island is also following behind. Raucous discussions broke out. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes. The previous time, that young Lord of Sea Serpent Island wanted to kill him. After he had managed to escape, Wang Xian asked Mo Qinglong to find the location of Sea Serpent Island. In the end, they couldn't find any information. Father, there they are. It is that guy. It is them. At this moment, from the back, the young Lord of Sea Serpent Island looked around proudly as he immersed himself in the fearful and respectful gazes of the crowd. When he heard the surrounding crowd discussing softly, he looked over and his eyes were filled with anger. He turned to his father and spoke with killing intent beaming in his eyes. Hai Jiao had the looks of a middle-aged man and stood at approximately 2 meters tall. 2 huge horns grew from his back and every step of his would bring strong water flowing around his body. He was just like a giant beast walking on the land. When Hai Jiao heard his son, he turned and looked towards where Wang Xian was. Wang Xian also turned his head over and stared coldly at Hai Jiao. Hai Jiao didn't say a word and walked directly towards Wang Xian. The dozen-odd Donghua Sacred Sect disciples that were following frowned and immediately rushed over. Other than that, there were 10 old men behind Hai Jiao. Each and every one of them had savage killing intent circling them as though they were beasts. They were all staring at Wang Xian and didn't bother to hide their killing intent. You are the so-called Dragon King? Hai Jiao walked to Wang Xian. His face was covered with hair and emotionless, and he questioned Wang Xian in a deep voice. Wang Xian stared at Hai Jiao and smirked. Are you here with your son to apologize? Apologize? You really think too highly of yourself. Hai Jiao glowered at Wang Xian coldly. You injured my son and killed my men. I was busy these past few days and didn't have the time to kill you. Is that so? Wang Xian curled his lips. I sent someone to look for your island, but I didn't find it. If I knew where your island was, both of you wouldn't be here today. Boom. Boom. Tit for tat. Wang Xian and Hai Jiao stared daggers at each other. A surge of aura exuded from them. As the 2 clouds of aura collided, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. However, their aura was not revealed in any way. When experts advanced to a certain level, they could perfectly control the aura exuded. When the 2 auras knocked against each other, none of the people around them noticed that the contest had begun. Hai Jiao was staring at Wang Xian with astonishment as he narrowed his eyes. The young Lord of Sea Serpent Island clenched his fist and stared at Wang Xian furiously. But he dared not act insolently as Wang Xian was a compelling expert. He knew the power of a Dan Realm expert, but he had no fear, as his father would be slaughtering him. Gulp. A confrontation. Will they break out into a fight? The second strongest expert in the underworld is facing the youngest unparalleled expert from the new Dragon Sect. If they were to battle, it would be another battle of the ages. Be it Dragon King or Hai Jiao, the 2 of them are almost invincible. They are the brazen existences. Unless one of them admits defeat or dies, they will need to tough it out. Seeing Wang Xian and Hai Jiao gazing at each other coldly, The surrounding atmosphere was frozen as the people around them were shocked to see this. Some of the experts from sacred sects also looked over with flickering eyes. Lord Haijiao, we should go over. Some of the young disciples of Donghua sacred sect hesitantly and cautiously said to Haijiao upon noticing the situation. Dragon King, please excuse us and let us through. A young disciple of Donghua sacred sect lowered his chin and said to Wang Xian plainly. This disciple was one of those young men who had received Wang Xian and his gang yesterday. Wang Xian looked at that young man with an eyebrow raised. You guys walk to my side and expect me to give way? Dragon King, Lord Haijiao is the VIP that Donghua sacred sect invited. You're in our territory, so please give way. The young man craned his neck up and told Wang Xian this before he turned to Haijiao and revealed a flattering smile. Ants. Wang Xian swung his arm and released traces of killing intent in his eyes. Upon seeing Wang Xian making his move, Haijiao remained unwavering except for his slightly lifted eyebrow. How dare you, an insignificant ant, intervene in the expert's affairs? Under the shocked and astonished eyes of that young man, Wang Xian grabbed his neck and stared coldly at him. Cough. You. The young man flushed with redness when his neck was seized. He glared at Wang Xian with a dreadful expression. You. This is Donghua. Bam. Wang Xian jerked his arm, and an explosion was heard around the limbs and elixir field of that young man. Arg. The young man let out a cry of horror, which resounded in Donghua sacred sect. I wonder how the mighty Donghua sacred sect disciplines their disciples. Such trash actually tried to taunt experts. Wang Xian waved his hand and hurled the young man out. Arg, no. My limbs, my elixir field. You actually crippled me. You crippled me. The young man who was thrown to the floor spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his body shake with terror. His body was huddled up and his eyes were full of despair. His elixir field and 4 limbs had been completely destroyed. SSS. Dragon King actually crippled a young disciple of Donghua sacred sect. He's completely crippled. Besides, it's hard to heal injuries caused by such an expert. He's finished totally. He's asking for his own death. How can a young disciple of Donghua sacred sect interfere in the conflict between the Dragon King and Haijiao? Both of them are Dan realm experts. A fellow who is yet to be an inborn actually intervened in experts' matters. He's such an idiot. An ant is dreaming of interfering in conflicts between 2 unparalleled experts. He should count himself lucky for not getting himself killed. Maybe that disciple of Donghua sacred sect did not expect that the Dragon King would cripple him straight away. The surrounding crowd watched coldly as the disciple of Donghua sacred sect rolled and screamed in pain on the floor. Thinking that you are the disciple of Donghua sacred sect and you can poke your nose in experts' matters? It would be okay if the other party was just an inborn expert. But you're digging your own grave by poking your nose in the conflict between the second strongest expert in the underworld and the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. In addition, you were still ignorant, trying to please Haijiao, who has made an enemy of the Dragon King. How can a disciple who is not even an inborn provoke such an unparalleled expert? Senior. Several disciples of Donghua sacred sect stiffened up as they ran to that disciple with panic. An ant has no right to talk. Haijiao swept his gaze at the young man before he glowered at Wang Xian. But I'll slay you for hurting my son and killing my men. Hee hee. Rest assured that you guys will not live long. Wang Xian looked at Haijiao and the young lord of Sea Serpent Island with a broad smile and unconcealed killing intent in his eyes. Great, I look forward to it. Ha ha. Haijiao chortled and walked inside with an icy cold face. The young lord of Sea Serpent Island threw a death stare at Wang Xian before he followed behind his father. Wang Xian chuckled. He took a glance at the young man who was rolling in pain on the floor before he walked to one side. Several disciples from Donghua sacred sect fixed their gazes at Wang Xian and gritted their teeth in fear. What's going on? At this time, 2 middle-aged men flitted over with the daunting aura of inborn experts. One looked at the ancestral disciple on the floor and asked this with a grave expression. It was the Dragon King from Dragon Sect who did it. He crippled Senior Shue's 4 limbs and elixir field, a disciple replied with a dreadful look. Dragon King? The 2 middle-aged men frowned as they placed their arms on the young man with a darkened expression. It's completely gone. His life is finished. Why did that Dragon King cripple him? Asked the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression. Because Senior Shui tried to intervene in the conflict between Hai Jiao and the Dragon King. As a result, the Dragon King crippled him straight away. A young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Intervene in their matters? The two middle-aged men had a change in their expressions as they fixed their eyes on the fallen young man. You aren't even an inborn. Yet, you tried to interfere with two unparalleled experts? Are you seeking death? The young disciple from Donghua Sacred Sect lay listlessly before the two attendants of Donghua Sacred Sect as despair overtook him. He had not expected the Dragon King to cripple him directly. Over the last 2 days, he had received various sacred clans and sacred sects. They were all courteous towards him. Therefore, he had thought that the Dragon King wouldn't do anything to him even if he was trying to get on the good books of the Lord of Sea Serpent Island. However, he was too naive. He was naive to the extent of challenging the authority of an expert. No matter what, he's not showing any respect to us when he cripples our disciple in our sect. He really has no regard for us. When the two middle-aged men saw their young disciple on the floor, their faces sank and they mumbled, "Report this incident up." The two of them moved and left immediately. As for the young disciple on the floor, he was carried away by the other disciples. He's indeed the Dragon King. No matter which sect you are from, you will still be killed as long as you offend him. Around them, the disciples of other sects couldn't help but sigh after witnessing the event. Before the Dragon Sect was established, the Dragon King was already known to kill disciples of other sacred sects. The Dragon Sect was even established on the corpses of 2 Saint-class forces. The Dragon King wouldn't care if you were from the Donghua Sacred Sect or if you were the second strongest man in the underworld. Dong! 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 At this moment, the sound of the bell rang. The disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect guided all the sects towards the Donghua ritual ground. Everyone from Dragon Sect, please follow me. A female disciple of Donghua Sacred Sect walked to Wang Xian and spoke fearfully. In less than 10 minutes, the news of the Dragon King from Dragon Sect crippling a disciple of Donghua Sacred Sect was known by all other disciples. Hearing about the wretched state of their senior, they couldn't help but feel a chill running down their spines. An attendant and a female disciple were sent to receive the Dragon Sect. Wang Xian nodded his head, followed beside the female disciple and headed towards the Donghua ritual ground. Donghua ritual ground was 2,000 to 3,000 meters away and one had to cross 10 mountains to reach it. An incomparably huge ritual ground appeared before them. On the other end, there was a huge lake. In the middle of the lake, there was a stone statue that was over 20 meters tall. That's a stone statue of our Donghua Supreme Saint, the founder of Donghua Sacred Sect. The female disciple of Donghua Sacred Sect stole a glance at Wang Xian as she introduced it softly. Donghua Sacred Sect has close to 700 to 800 years of history. Am I right? Wang Xian asked. 873 years to be exact. This year is the 873rd year since the founding of our Donghua Sacred Sect. The female disciple replied with pride. Wang Xian chuckled. All the disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect had an innate pride and confidence. Dragon King, please find a spot you like. At the ritual ground, the female disciple pointed to a place that was relatively ahead of the rest. Wang Xian looked across and saw the Sui clan and Shao clan. He immediately walked over with a radiant smile. Besides Sui clan and Shao clan was the Sacred Followers Guild. Brother Wang Xian. When Sui Huang and Shao Quan Shan saw Wang Xian walking towards them, they immediately exchanged greetings with him. The guild leader of the Sacred Followers Guild and their disciples also looked across. Sui clan, Shao clan, and the Sacred Followers Guild each had 10 inborn experts that had come. Sui Huang, old Shao. Have you guys just arrived today? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Yeah, we heard what you did a while ago. You really are a magnet for trouble. Sui Huang shook his head and chuckled. What are your thoughts about the alliance of the orthodox sects after deliberation? Wang Xian chuckled and asked directly. We can't let diabolism take control of the underworld. Therefore, I have discussed with old Shao and old Huang. If we can't avoid it, we just have to join in. Sui Huang answered solemnly. Wang Xian nodded his head. When one was in the underworld, not all things could be decided by themselves. Even sacred sects couldn't do as they wished in the face of the battle between the orthodox sects and diabolism. I have a batch of fire attribute inborn spiritual weapons. If you guys are interested, bring inborn level materials to exchange. It would be best if you have devil attribute materials. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before informing them. In the battle between the Dragon Sect, Medical Saint Sect, and Chao Clan previously, the Dragon Sect had owed them a favor after they came to their aid. This favor had to be returned. Moreover, the 300+ fire attribute inborn spiritual weapons were too weak for him. Now that he had mastered the arts of equipment refining, he could rely on it if he could get a batch of inborn level materials. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan were taken aback and were shocked. A batch? Regardless, I can equip both of your clans fully. Naturally, this is dependent upon you two having sufficient inborn level materials to exchange. Wang Xian said heartily. Brat, how did you get your hands on so many inborn spiritual weapons? Xiao Quanshan and Sui Huang's eyes beamed with excitement. These were inborn spiritual weapons that they were talking about. Between battles of two inborn experts, the one with the weapon would be certain to win. For a sacred sect, it would be rare to find 3 or 4 inborn spiritual weapons. Do you think I'm like you? Getting almost killed in an overseas trip. Wang Xian looked to Sui Huang and teased him. How dare you, brat? How dare you make fun of me now? Sui Huang stared at him and continued. Do you really have that many fire attribute inborn spiritual weapons? Of course. Wang Xian nodded his head and continued. In fact, I have level 11 weapons that are above the inborn level. What? Weapons for Dan Realm experts? Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan could feel their breathing getting rapid as they stared fervently at Wang Xian. Bring your stuff to me to exchange. Wang Xian replied with a laugh. The expressions on the two of them changed rapidly. They were thinking hard about what materials they could offer in exchange for weapons they could use. The guild leader of Sacred Followers Guild looked at Wang Xian in shock. The female disciple beside him still pouted and observed Wang Xian with discontent. All right, we will bring the stuff over tomorrow. With inborn spiritual weapons, the losses of our two clans will be substantially lower. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan answered in a hurry. Wang Xian nodded his head and looked around. He saw that over 30 sects had gathered in this place. In the entire field, there were over 10,000 people. No one was weaker than martial artist level 7. One could say that almost 95% of the forces of the underworld had gathered in this place. He looked ahead and saw an elevated platform near the center of the lake. On the elevated platform, there were 100-odd stone benches. No one was sitting there. The people from the Donghua Sacred Sect are here. At this moment, Wang Xian saw the people of Donghua Sacred Sect arriving. There were over 1,000 of them. In the middle, there were 4 old men with snow-white hair. One of the old men had a sword-shaped walking stick. 100 people or so walked towards the elevated platform. As they walked over, they were like an army of 1,000 soldiers. From them, one could feel a stifling pressure. Inborn. All of them are inborn experts. Oh gosh, is this the real strength of Donghua Sacred Sect? They are too strong. In the underworld of China, Donghua rules supreme. Sect leader Nie Wushuang isn't here. Could it be that sect leader Nie Wushuang is getting ready for the big battle in a few days? The surrounding sects were shocked to see the elite experts from the Donghua Sacred Sect walking forward. 100 inborn experts would match 3 sacred sects. A line of more than 100 people slowly walked up the central elevated platform. The old man who was holding the sword-shaped walking stick turned around, facing everyone below him. He swept his glance across everyone and revealed a smile at the presence of all the Saint-class forces from the underworld. I, Nie Wuya, will be hosting today's alliance of the Orthodox sects as sect leader Nie Wushuang is in his cultivation, preparing himself for the battle 2 days from now, said the old man slowly. Behind him sat hundreds of experts on stone benches, among which Hai Jiao took the middle seat, looking expressionless. None of them spoke. Wang Xian sat in a chair, watching them quietly. In addition to him having a seat, only the Dan Realm experts of sacred sects could have a place. The rest of the inborn experts from sacred sects could only stand behind. I'm sure everyone knows about the situation in the underworld now. Diabolism is on the rise, and they have been going around killing the innocent. They're unorthodox, fearless, gruesome, and bloodthirsty. We'll not have peace for as long as diabolism exists. Wuxia looked at the people and said slowly, "Today, the Donghua sacred sect invited all of you here to form an alliance between all the sects and clans in the underworld. We will eliminate diabolism and restore peace to the underworld. Does anyone have any objection to this alliance of the orthodox sects? If no, the rules remain the same as they were 50 years ago. 50 years ago, every ancestral sect would dispatch their experts, including 70% of the total inborn experts, 50% of their total number of disciples. Would anyone like to voice out anything about this arrangement?" Wuxia swept his gaze across the ground. "The sacred seas of swords will not be participating in the alliance." An old man's voice was heard. The crowd froze briefly before looking over to the source of the voice. An old man was standing straight before the sacred seas of swords. There was a chair beside him, but he did not take it. As he spoke, he was expressionless, with razor-sharp eyes. He had 5 sharpened swords at his back too. "Her." Wuxia's brows furrowed as he looked at that old man. The old man craned his neck upward and said, "The sacred seas of swords have been living in the sea, and we have rarely stepped into the underworld. As such, you can settle your own business. I'm here personally to make my stand clear, just to give face to Donghua sacred sect." "Her." Wuxia raised his eyebrow slightly. 50 years ago, sacred seas of swords fought with us side by side. Are you going to back out now? Diabolism may not let you guys off. Why should we be afraid of diabolism when we're in the sea? A faint smile surfaced on that old man's face. Gazing at the old man, Wuxia remained silent as he cast a look at Hai Jiao beside him. "Old Kai, the sacred seas of swords is, after all, a clan in the underworld. This concerns the life and death of the underworld. How can you guys turn your backs on us at this juncture?" Hai Jiao stood up slowly and remarked with a smile as he stared at the old man from the sacred seas of swords. "With you guys around, insignificant diabolism will be easily annihilated. Sacred seas of swords is staying out of this." That old man looked towards Hai Jiao with a frown. His voice was somewhat cold as he spoke. "You can't put it that way. I'm also based in the sea, and diabolism has got nothing to do with me. But since the underworld is in trouble, I feel that all the clans and sects should shoulder the responsibilities together. Otherwise, the peaceful environment that we establish through our arduous effort will be enjoyed by someone else. This is simply unfair." Hai Jiao responded with a broad smile while watching that old man. "That's right. The battle between the orthodox sects and diabolism involves everyone and every force. All of us should contribute to this. We used our blood to pave a road, and it's not for others to cross it as they wish." Wuxia stared at the old man and remarked plainly, "Old Kai, in view of the current situation, the entire underworld is like a row of dominoes where one fall affects everyone. To put it bluntly, we're all in the same boat. If someone wants to jump off now, don't ever come back to this boat again. Otherwise," said an old man with a green coat from a sacred sect, Jutian sect. He turned to old Kai of the sacred seas of swords. He did not finish his sentence, but the implied meaning was obvious. "We don't know how many losses will we suffer from this war. In the event that we suffer overwhelming losses, wouldn't the sacred sect who did not participate in the battle reap the benefits without lifting a finger?" An old man from Dongmen clan threw a cold gaze in the sacred seas of swords direction. Old Kai darkened his expression when he saw 7 Dan realm experts from 7 Saint-class forces staring at him with an unpleasant look. "Old Kai, this is the time for the orthodox sects to work together against the common enemy. I hope the sacred seas of swords can join us," said Wuxia with a beam as he provided an out for the sacred seas of swords in a timely manner. Radiance flickered in old Kai's eyes. "Fine, but we faced a crisis earlier on, and we're only left with dozens of inborn experts. So, we can only send 10 inborn experts." "Sure, as long as the number hits 70% of the total inborn experts, it will do." Wuxia nodded without expression. He knew very well that this was just an excuse for the sacred seas of swords. But he did not expose this since their sect was situated in the middle of the ocean. Donghua sacred sect would not know how many inborn experts they had in the first place. 70% of the strength was just a rough estimation. Sacred Seas of Swords will send 10 inborn experts. The Donghua sacred sect will be sending 70 inborn experts, for Dan realm experts, and 4,000 disciples, said Wuxia slowly, taking the lead. For Dan realm experts. Everyone gasped at the number. For Dan realm experts. Is the Donghua sacred sect indeed? Dongmen clan, 20 inborn experts. Dark sect, 20 inborn experts. Sui clan, 20 inborn experts. Shao clan, 20 inborn experts. Heavenly Sound sect, 20 inborn experts. All the sacred sects were unaware of the numbers of inborn experts each sect had. 20 inborn experts might have been less than 70%, but it was close enough. With several sacred sects consecutively reporting 20 inborn experts, everyone followed suit with an unspoken understanding. Wuxia nodded his head with satisfaction upon hearing the numbers reported by various sacred clans and sects. Then he slowly fixed his gaze on Wang Xian, who had been keeping mum. This must be the recently emerging dragon sect. It's considered to be unprecedented in history for a dragon king to possess such strength at a young age. Medical Saint sect, whose elixir pills marked the foundation to our victory 50 years ago, has been annihilated by dragon sect. Luckily, we still have the disciples of dragon sect around. During the Supreme Talents contest, disciples of dragon sect triumphed over 2 outstanding disciples of diabolism. Since dragon sect is filled with compelling experts, I think your sect can contribute more for the underworld by sending the entire dragon sect, as there aren't any average disciples in the sect either. What do you think? Wuxia looked at Wang Xian and asked him this with a broad smile. Oh. Upon hearing Wuxia, Wang Xian raised an eyebrow with coldness flashing in his eyes. I have a question. For this alliance of the orthodox sects to eliminate diabolism, how are we going to act? Who will be issuing instructions? Or will it be based on the consensus of a group of Dan realm experts? Wang Xian looked at Wuxia and asked plainly. I wonder if this brother has heard of the saying, Donghua rules supreme in China's underworld. This elimination of diabolism would naturally be under the leadership of our Donghua sacred sect. Moreover, considering the strength that our Donghua sacred sect is mobilizing, it shouldn't be an absurd demand for us to lead, right? Wuxia answered as though it was just a natural order to expect. Why are you asking my dragon sect to mobilize all our strength then? Wang Xian looked at Wuxia and questioned him coldly. Wuxia raised an eyebrow at Wang Xian and said with a smile, this is mainly in consideration of the suppression the experts from the dragon sect could have on diabolism. Next, if the medical saint sect was still around, our battle with diabolism would be a lot easier. Now that the dragon sect has annihilated the medical saint sect, it's only reasonable that you guys make up for it. Moreover, the dragon sect has no ordinary disciples. Other sects and families will be mobilizing 500 to 600 of them and maybe even 1,000. Asking you guys to send 50 people isn't unreasonable at all. Hehe. Upon hearing Wuxia's explanation, Wang Xian chuckled in contempt. He stood up and spoke loudly. You should know about this too. Our dragon sect has no ordinary disciples and has just 50 inborn experts. In that case, why should I join the alliance of the orthodox sects and accept the commands of your Donghua sacred sect? As Wang Xian spoke, he looked across everyone on the elevated stage. With the 50 inborn experts of the dragon sect, who dares to offend us in the underworld? Would diabolism dare? Even if they did, so what? Is my dragon sect afraid? In the underworld, regardless of whether the orthodox sects rule or diabolism rules, what has it got to do with my dragon sect? Regardless of whether it's diabolism or the orthodox sects, none of you could affect our dragon sect. You want our dragon sect to mobilize all our strength and listen to your orders? What gives you the guts to even think of it? Wang Xian chuckled and stared at Wuxia. As he spoke, he ensured that every word was clear to everyone. Ordering his dragon sect? How dare he? This. When the surrounding forces heard Wang Xian, they were all stunned. Everyone looked at Wang Xian and frowned. I hate people ordering me around. Give me a reason for my dragon sect to join the alliance of the orthodox sects. Wang Xian smiled and issued the last question to Wuya. When Wuya heard Wang Xian, his expression turned solemn. He would have never expected Wang Xian to make such remarks. Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile as he stared at Wuya. His original intention was to not join the so-called alliance of the orthodox sections. Yet Wuya wanted him to send the entire dragon sect in. This made him even more against the idea. What rights do you guys have to order my dragon sect? Now that all the sects in the underworld are in, is your dragon sect thinking of isolating yourselves away from us? Wuya stared at Wang Xian and asked solemnly. In that case, our dragon sect chooses to go our own way. Wang Xian met Wuya's gaze. Brat, I had thought about killing you, but Brother Nye stopped me and asked me to think of the bigger picture. Now that you are not joining the alliance of the orthodox sects. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with killing intent resounded. Boom! A terrifying aura shot through to the sky. A roar that resembled the fury of water seemed to have come from the sky. Hai Jiao stood up from his seat emotionlessly and stared at Wang Xian. Ha! Kill me? If this wasn't the territory of Donghua sacred sect, you would have become a corpse by now. Wang Xian laughed heartily. He looked harshly at Hai Jiao before looking across the crowd from Donghua sacred sect. Wuya stared at Wang Xian as his face sank. I have long heard that the Dragon King of the Dragon Sect is exceptionally brazen. Today, this old man has finally witnessed it. Crippling a disciple of our Donghua sacred sect, and now with your brazen claims. You really are young and impulsive. Hee. What's with it? I'm already giving Donghua sacred sect face by not killing the disciple. If you guys want to make us an enemy, I wouldn't mind either. Wang Xian licked his lips and stared at all the people from Donghua sacred sect. Arrogance. Really arrogant. That's 100 inborn experts and 4 Dan realm experts. Yet he dared to make such claims. How ignorant and fearless for him to openly challenge Donghua sacred sect. Now that I have seen it today, he's really arrogant. Too arrogant, in fact, to have the guts to make Donghua sacred sect his enemy. The surrounding sects and families from the underworld looked at Wang Xian and commented. Rumble. Just as Wang Xian completed his words, the 100+ experts from Donghua sacred sect stood up. Terrifying auras shot to the sky as they stared harshly at Wang Xian. As long as the old man before them gave his instructions, they would definitely kill this arrogant brat. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan sighed upon seeing how confrontational Wang Xian was. Now that diabolism is on the rise, could it be that you guys still want to start a battle of sacred sects? Since Dragon Sect isn't willing to join, why do we have to force him? If we push him to the opposite side, it will be greatly harmful to us. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan spoke solemnly. At the same time, they were clearly expressing where they stood. The surrounding sacred sects frowned. A sacred sect not joining wasn't an outcome they wished to see. Since the Dragon King is so arrogant to say that diabolism has nothing to do with him, what else can I, Wuya, say? For now, my only advice is to watch your own actions. Wuya saw that Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan interrupted and knew that this wasn't the time for internal conflict. Therefore, he remarked coldly, I have a feud with this brat. Today, I'm going to kill him here. Does anyone here have an opinion on that? Hai Jiao shouted across. His eyes were fixed on Wang Xian and brimming with killing intent. I thought of killing you after settling this matter. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish right now. As he spoke, he moved. Rumble. The sounds of seawater tumbling reverberated across instantly. Hundreds of meters of seawater instantly formed behind Hai Jiao. The depth of the seawater reached over 10 meters and it was suspended in the air. In that case, I shall see who's going to die today. Seeing Hai Jiao attacking, killing intent beamed from Wang Xian's eyes. He moved and met his attacks. Boom! Scorching hot flames blazed the sky. Several hundreds of meters of space around Wang Xian was shrouded in flames. Fire and water instantly filled the sky above the Donghua ritual ground. They are going to fight. They really are going to fight. The second strongest expert of the underworld versus the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect. The people from Donghua Sacred Sect didn't say a word. It would seem that they won't be interfering. Doesn't the Dragon King use metal attribute? How did he release fire attribute energy suddenly? What a terrifying aura. The battle between unparalleled experts could really destroy heaven and earth. When Hai Jiao charged across and Wang Xian met his attack, the color of the sky changed instantly. Flames and seawater occupied the entire sky. Wuxia and the experts from Donghua sacred sect looked at Wang Xian, who was emitting endless flames, solemnly. That's definitely the strength of a Dan realm unparalleled expert. Hai Jiao definitely lives up to his name as the second strongest expert in the underworld. Even I am no match for him. That arrogant brat will definitely die. Wuxia thought to himself while staring grudgingly at the two men in the air. It would be best if the Lord of Sea Serpent Island could kill this arrogant brat. This will save us from further troubles. Experts from some sacred sects thought to themselves. With regard to Hai Jiao being the second strongest expert in the underworld, they had absolute confidence. Killing a brat shouldn't be a tough issue. You killed two of my subordinates. I'll annihilate you then the dragon sect today. Hai Jiao stood in the air, 1,000 meters above ground with tumbling currents surging behind him as he spoke coldly. Annihilate my dragon sect? Immense killing intent flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he opened his mouth and spat out his Dragon Ball. I'll kill you today, then your son. As soon as he finished his sentence, he dashed out to Hai Jiao immediately. I'll kill you within 5 strokes. Hai Jiao waved his arms, and 2 horn-like weapons appeared in his hand. The ocean tumbled into a terrifying being with horns. You're not even at the budding realm, and you dare to be arrogant. Wang Xian exhibited a disdainful look with the Dragon Ball suspended over his head. Flames from a radius of 100 meters were drawn to the Dragon Ball, condensing into an 8-meter Inferno Divine Dragon. The first stroke, Sea Serpent to the sea. Coldness flushed the face of Hai Jiao as he held his double horns and confronted Wang Xian. Then I shall take your first move. Wang Xian's arms stretched to 2 meters long with terrifying dragon claws. The sharp dragon claws were heated to high temperatures. Bam! An explosion was heard as soon as the double horns and dragon claws knocked against each other. It was the explosion of water and flames. Growl! The moment they collided, the Inferno Divine Dragon above Wang Xian had already clashed head-on with the sea monster with horns. Boom! Sisti. The Inferno Divine Dragon seemed to be alive as it raked its sharp claws and bit at the horns. A dragon flame was spewed while a cloud of mist that rose from the seawater within a 100-meter range quickly diminished. What? When he and Wang Xian collided head-on with each other, he was appalled as his power and the water energy in the air were diminishing at a rapid rate. Sea Serpent strike through. Hai Jiao grabbed the double horns with an immense amount of water energy gathered on it. He swung his arms and 2 high-speed spinning water energies twisted together. The spinning water energy ballooned into a pail size several 100 meters long, being hurled at Wang Xian directly. Sea Serpent. A sea serpent after all. Coldness surfaced on Wang Xian's face as he swung his hands. The Inferno Divine Dragon above his head swayed its domineering figure and charged towards the terrifying water current. Boom boom. As the water energy evaporated, the steam that rose up to the sky condensed into clouds. Drops of rainwater began to fall. How? How could he be so strong? Young Lord of Sea Serpent Island, at the Donghua ritual ground, was stupefied as he craned his neck up to watch the battle in the sky. That lad, who was younger than him, was able to compete with his father. He found this to be unbelievable. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect is formidable. He's on par with Hai Jiao. Their strength was much stronger than average Dan realm experts. Is this the strength of the Dragon King? He's indeed mighty. It's already been 2 strokes and Hai Jiao is still at a disadvantage. The group of forces watched the scene in shock. Hai Jiao was the official second strongest recognized in the underworld. Yet he was only on par with the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. This Dragon King, back at Donghua Sacred Sect, Wuxia and the other 2 Dan realm experts were watching the battle in the air with eyes narrowed. Hai Jiao's strength is half-step to budding realm. That Dragon King should be the same too. He's a 20-year-old unparalleled expert. An old man could not help but exclaim. You want to kill me within 5 strokes? Wang Xian glowered at Hai Jiao coldly. With a move, he drew a long tail of flames in the air while he raked the enormous dragon claws at Hai Jiao. I said 5 and meant 5. Hai Jiao was infuriated as he bellowed with blue radiance exuding from his double horns. An ox horn image that complemented the double horns in his hand slowly surfaced from his body. Boom! The two enormous ox horns hit the dragon claws of Wang Xian. Hai Jiao's body could not help but tremble a little. It's a suit of inborn spiritual weapons. Wang Xian was astounded to see spiritual weapons complementing each other. It was a suit of spiritual weapons with several items complementing each other such that they could explode double the amount of energy that they'd be able to when they were on their own. Inborn spiritual weapons suit was rare but compelling. Fourth move, Sea Serpent Absorption. Hai Jiao revealed a malevolent look. As the official second strongest expert in the underworld, he had promised to kill him within 5 moves and it would not go beyond that. This is the pride of an expert. He raised the double horns as the seawater surrounded him immediately. The sea began to spiral violently like a hurricane. Boom boom. Beside the Donghua ritual ground was a vast lake. The whole lake began to tumble. With the absorption of Hai Jiao, the water from the lake began to spiral up into the air. Sea Serpent Absorption. Gosh, is this the terrifying strength of an unparalleled expert? This is too domineering. Any inborn expert would be trembling in their boots under such insane force. Those inborn experts who have yet to reach the Dan realm were watching the sea serpent absorbing water with horror. It was like seeing a domineering hurricane, a terrifying power from nature. The water spun at a terrifying speed. Eventually, all the water from the sea gathered to form daunting ox horns. Sharp horns. Imagine seeing thousands of sharp horns spinning violently in the air, striking one at high speed. That would be hair-raising. Using energy to condense items. Isn't that what budding realm experts can do? Hai Jiao can actually do that too. Dan realm experts can use energy to draw objects while budding realm experts can condense items. The class of the battle has been raised by a level. He's no doubt the second strongest expert in the underworld. When he reaches Nie Wushuang's age, he probably can advance to budding realm. That Dragon King is goddamned mighty. The thing that could transform into Inferno Divine Dragon should be a spiritual flame ball. The level of a spiritual flame ball is quite daunting. Everyone craned their heads while gazing at that daunting scene from below. All of them gasped. Even Dan realm experts also narrowed their eyes. His means of attack and weapons are all at their peaks such that I could not surpass 4 levels to beat him. Wang Xian studied the daunting sea serpent absorption and took a deep breath. Roar! With a bellow, the dragon ball that was hovering above him shrouded him. On the outside, Wang Xian seemed to be swallowed by the Inferno Divine Dragon. Yet Wang Xian transformed into a divine dragon at this moment. He stared at Hai Jiao, who was dashing at him with cold eyes. Traces of murderous intent surfaced on his face. I don't need 5 moves to defeat you. Wang Xian's body trembled, drawing a trail of flames in the air while charging at that daunting sea serpent absorption. Seeking your own death. Everyone watched with disdainful looks from below. The 500-meter sea serpent was absorbing the water, condensing all the water energy into razor-sharp horns. In the face of such a domineering attack, one could only dodge. Charging toward it was as good as digging his own grave. The outcome is about to be decided. That Dragon King will be killed soon. He brought about his own demise. If the Lord of Sea Serpent Island can maintain the huge 100-meter sea serpent absorption for half an hour, he could destroy an entire city. The might of the sea serpent absorption is even more terrifying than a level 10 typhoon. Any creature that is sucked in will be ground to shreds. Haha! Kill the Dragon King. Since he's not joining the alliance of the Orthodox sects, he will become a potential issue for us in the future. It's best to kill him now. He is crazy to want to fight the Lord of Sea Serpent Island. On the Donghua ritual ground, the crowd was waiting to see the clash of the huge 8-meter Inferno Divine Dragon and the several 100-meter Sea Serpent absorption. Subconsciously, many of them were smirking. With regard to the newly established Saint-class Dragon sect and the domineering behavior of the Dragon King, all of the other sacred sects didn't have a good impression. In fact, it was more of fear. They were fearful of the strength of the dragon sect and the Dragon King. If the Dragon King was to be killed here, they would be glad to witness it. Wuxia heard the discussion below him and ruthlessness beamed in his eyes. "Kill me." He squinted his eyes and flames erupted from his body like a volcano. "Die. Sea serpent absorption, sea serpent crush." Haijiao stood in the eye of the sea serpent absorption and the horns in his hands were rotating rapidly. He waved his arms and the sea serpent absorption clashed towards Wuxia. Rumble. Endless explosions erupted as Wuxia charged into the humongous sea serpent absorption. Flames gathered and formed dragon scales which covered his body. Water energy coalesced and formed sharp objects which resembled cow horns and shot towards Wuxia's body. Terrifying shockwaves shook the entire sky. The clash of water and fire had resulted in a large patch of ominous clouds forming over the skies. Countless water droplets were gathering on the ominous clouds. When I transform into a dragon, I can even defeat budding realm experts overseas that possess battle techniques. A person who hasn't reached the budding realm in the underworld like you would be no match for me. Before the cow horns formed from water energy could crash into Wuxia, they were instantly vaporized. Wuxia swung his dragon claws directly at the body of Haijiao. What? When Haijiao saw Wuxia breaking through and his sea serpent absorption not dealing any damage to him, he was astonished. Shit! 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 Seeing Wuxia charging towards him rapidly, Haijiao could feel his heart wrenching. Grr! Sea serpent strike. Haijiao opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood on the horns in his hands. Instantly, they glowed an even brighter shade of blue. Within the sea serpent absorption, thousands and thousands of horns gathered together to form a terrifying huge horn. Extravagant and impractical. Your battle technique is a far cry from those experts overseas. Wang Dehai lowered his head slightly after seeing Haijiao's attack. His dragon horns glowed with a dull shade of red as he charged directly towards the giant cow horn formed from water energy. Bam! The dragon horns penetrated through, and Wuxia didn't stop for a moment. He immediately swung his dragon claws at Haijiao. Arg! Two wretched cries came from the sky. Haijiao's body was falling towards the ritual ground of Donghua sacred sect at a terrifying speed. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated from the ritual ground. In the middle of the ritual ground, a huge 5-meter hole that was over a dozen meters deep could be seen. Around it, a network of terrifying cracks had surfaced. You? Defeating me in 5 moves. At this moment, Wuxia's voice resounded from the sky. How can this be possible? It can't be. The Lord of Sea Serpent Island is defeated. The second strongest expert of the underworld is defeated. This? In the Donghua ritual ground, everyone was in disbelief when they saw the figure in the deep hole and Wuxia in the sky. The attack that the Lord of Sea Serpent Island had released previously was capable of destroying heaven and earth. Yet he had been defeated with relative ease. If everyone had gotten it right, the two of them had just exchanged for moves. No one would have expected the Lord of Sea Serpent Island to be defeated in 4 moves. This made them look exceptionally bitter. The Lord of Sea Serpent Island, who they had high hopes for, the second strongest expert in the underworld and the one who was even stronger than all of them, was defeated by the Dragon King. A red flame was emitted from Wuxia's body. He lowered his head and looked down on the Lord of Sea Serpent Island who was lying in the deep hole. Kill me? With what you are capable of. Wuxia's emotionless voice rang throughout the entire Donghua ritual ground. His lips curved into a smirk as he descended towards the ground. No, this isn't possible. My father wouldn't lose. He couldn't have been defeated. The young Lord of Sea Serpent Island was in denial as he screamed in horror. Cough, cough. At this moment, a violent cough came from the deep hole and a figure crawled out of it gradually. At this moment, the Lord of Sea Serpent Island was in wretched shape. At his chest, TWP deep wounds had even reached his bones. Around the wound, the tissue was burnt black. There were still traces of fire sparks burning. His hair was scattered and the neatly trimmed beard was now torched. He looked extremely pathetic at this moment. As compared to the domineering and majestic look previously, it was as though this was another person. Hai Jiao's legs were shivering a little while he stared at Wang Xian. His expression had changed drastically. When your son tried to kill me some time ago, your outcome had been decided. Wang Xian landed on the ground and stared at the Lord of Sea Serpent Island with smiles. Besides that, I'm not the brazen one. It is you who are. Killing me within 5 moves? How ironic. As Wang Xian spoke, a fire sword appeared in his hand. The fire sword rotated gradually as it slashed towards the head of Hai Jiao in an instant. Fear gleamed in the eyes of the Lord of Sea Serpent Island as his body shivered. Bam! Dragon King, the outcome has been decided. Let's end it here. At this moment, a sword-shaped walking stick appeared before the fire sword and stopped it in the process. The voice of Wuxia reached him. Wang Xian squinted his eyes, turned over and looked fearlessly at Wuxia, who was on the elevated stage. You are going to stop me from killing him? Wang Xian asked Wuxia coldly. With diabolism on the rise and chaos everywhere, the Lord of Sea Serpent Island is part of our alliance of the Orthodox sects. You are going to stop me from killing him? Wang Xian interrupted him and questioned once again. Dragon King, this is the territory of our Donghua sacred sect, and the Lord of Sea Serpent Island is a guest of ours. He is also the main force in the alliance of the Orthodox sections. You can't kill him. Nie Wuxuang looked solemnly at Wang Xian and replied. In that case, do you know the price of protecting him? Wang Xian stared harshly at Nie Wuxuang. Price? What? Could it be that your dragon sect would make us, Donghua sacred sect, your enemy and become the enemy of the alliance of the Orthodox sects? Hearing Wang Xian's highly confrontational demands, Nie Wuxuang pulled a long face and answered. It isn't I who wants you as my enemy. It is you, Donghua sacred sect, who want my dragon sect as your enemy. It isn't I who wants you as my enemy. It is you, Donghua sacred sect, who want dragon sect to become your enemy. Wang Xian's icy tone resonated in the ritual ground, causing everyone to gasp in terror. All the Saint-class forces stared at Wang Xian with flickering eyes. Just as always, when Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan heard that, they shook their heads at Wang Xian, who was glowering at Donghua sacred sect. As always, he was fearless of any forces and existences. Sacred Followers Guild Elders, kill. Disciples of Medical Saint Sect, kill. The entire Medical Saint Sect, annihilate. Xiao Clan, annihilate. Now he tried to kill Hai Jiao, the second strongest expert of the underworld, and make himself an enemy with Donghua sacred sect. All the surrounding Saint-class forces stared at Wang Xian with flickering eyes. None of them uttered a word. They finally got some understanding of how this Dragon King worked. Do not provoke me. Whoever provokes me. There is only one word, battle. Nie Wuxia and the bunch of experts from Donghua sacred sect were infuriated as they exploded bouts of murderous aura. So what if Donghua sacred sect is making an enemy with Dragon sect? Said Nie Wuxia as he stared daggers at Wang Xian with eyes full of coldness and killing intent. There's no rest for an enemy except death. If Donghua sacred sect is determined to protect Hai Jiao today, we'll see each other on the battlefield. Wang Xian answered coldly as he glared at Nie Wuxia without wanting to lose out. Fine. What a brazen fellow. Since you're insolent, you shall stay here today. A Dan Realm old man beside Nie Wuxia bellowed as he gave out a daunting radiance that pointed at Wang Xian. No rest for us? A dragon sect dared to have no rest with Donghua sacred sect. Another Dan Realm expert stood up with double blades hung at his waist. The moment he exuded his aura, the 2 blades gave out a buzzing sound. 3 Dan Realm experts let out a daunting vibe, trying to oppress Wang Xian. Hee. It looks like you guys already made a decision. Wang Xian exhibited a contemptuous smile. I have no grudges with Donghua sacred sect, but since you guys want to make an enemy with Dragon sect, we'll gladly accept. And, as he spoke, he stared at the 3 old men. You guys aren't my match yet. Wang Xian swept his disdainful gaze across all the people from Donghua sacred sect. Eventually, he stopped at Hai Jiao and curled his lips. Since Donghua sacred sect is protecting you this time, I'll kill you another time. Hee. Rest assured that it will not be too long. As he spoke, Wang Xian spun around, looking slack. He commanded the rest of the Dragonians, "Let's go!" All the people from Donghua Sacred Sect clenched their fists tightly with glistening eyes. They were hesitating as to whether they wanted to strike. At this time, Wang Xian suddenly whirled around and looked across all the hundreds of Donghua Sacred Sect experts. "If you guys cannot keep me here today, then Dragon Sect will be your nightmare from now on." "Haha," Wang Xian chortled as he stalked out. Upon hearing Wang Xian, people from Donghua Sacred Sect were looking dreadful. Radiance flickered in Nye Wuya's eyes as he held the sword-like truncheon tightly in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly froze as all the surrounding Saint-class forces watched with solemn expressions. Apparently, Donghua Sacred Sect was out to protect Haijiao, and they had completely angered the Dragon King. Besides, Dragon King had made it clear that the Donghua Sacred Sect was going to make an enemy with them. There is no rest for an enemy except death. If it were other sacred sects who said the same thing, they probably would be contemptuous. But this was said by the Dragon King, the one who would slaughter anyone who provoked him. No one would doubt what the Dragon King said. "Keep him here." The old man beside Nye Wuya gritted his teeth and said with murderous eyes. Nye Wuya darkened his expression as he looked at all the Dan Realm experts of sacred sects. All the Dan Realm experts of the sacred sects watched indifferently as it was not their business. Since sect leader is not around, we might not be able to stop him given our combined strength. Nye Wuya clenched his fist tightly and spoke in a dull voice. The strength that the Dragon King had demonstrated was compelling, such that everyone was wary of him. He used 4 strokes to beat the second strongest man in the underworld. The rest of the sacred sects dared not meddle in this due to Wang Xian's daunting combat power. Unlike Donghua Sacred Sect, they did not have the strongest expert of the underworld in their sects. Even though they hoped Dragon Sect could be annihilated and the Dragon King could be slain, they were unwilling to take the risk. If they could not keep the Dragon King here today, an unparalleled expert would lead his inborn experts to assassinate the sacred sect disciples without stopping. None of the sacred sects or sacred clans could take such daunting power. Without exaggeration, Dragon Sect was currently the strongest in the underworld, apart from Donghua Sacred Sect. And the Dragon King would be the second strongest. The 2 old men beside Nye Wuya had sullen faces with eyes fixed on the departing figure. They were not confident in holding the Dragon King here. At his realm, it was hard to keep experts like him if he was determined to escape. Given Dragon Sect's strength, they make a good enemy of the 4 main devil sects, said Nye Wuya in a dull voice. He gazed around at all the ancestral sects and clans below the platform and heaved a deep sigh. His mood was extremely bad. Donghua Sacred Sect did not expect that they would make enemies with a formidable opponent. He threw a glance at Haijiao, who was severely injured, and took a deep breath. The alliance of the orthodox sects had to carry on. As for Dragon Sect, Donghua Sacred Sect was not that concerned, even though they were mighty. In fact, their sect leader was not here today. When their sect leader killed Emperor Qi from diabolism, it would be the time to annihilate Dragon Sect. Donghua Sacred Sect, hey. After Wang Xian walked out of Donghua Sacred Sect, he had a trace of coldness surfacing in his eyes. The moment he had entered Donghua Sacred Sect yesterday, Wang Xian did not have a good impression of Donghua Sacred Sect. They only allowed their own experts to hover in the air while the remaining clans and sects had to be on foot. In today's meeting, all their inborn experts were seated while the rest of the inborn experts from other sacred sects had to stand. The entire arrogant and prideful performance irked Wang Xian. Hence, he did not have any good impression of this ancestral sect. On top of that, they involved themselves in Haijiao's matter too. Since they want to have a game, I'll play with them. The establishment of Dragon Sect was to awe the underworld. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Mo Yuan in a dull voice, "Where are those Dragonians of the Abyss?" "Dragon King, 7 of them are still operating the Abyss. In the face of the battles between diabolism and orthodox sects, there are many missions for killing diabolism. Now they are busy earning the spiritual stones. They even asked me for more manpower a few days ago." Mo Yuan replied with a broad smile. "If that's the case, you'll take over the Abyss and lead all the disciples of Dragon Sect. We'll assassinate all the inborn experts of Donghua Sacred Sect," said Wang Xian coldly. "Since they're our enemy, there's no rest for them except death." Given Donghua Sacred Sect's strength and reputation, They would also wipe their enemies out completely. The underworld was such a place. Dragon King, we will be passing by the abyss on our way back. Should we head over with the Dragonians? On the way back, Wang Xian and the group called for a bus to send them back to Rivertown. When they were on the roads, Mo Yuan asked this. Oh? The base of the abyss. Wang Xian was baffled. The base of the abyss is in the city ahead? Yeah. Ling City. A relatively famous city in the underworld. Mo Yuan nodded his head as he answered Wang Xian. A famous city? Wang Xian was a little confused. Yeah. Ling City is just beside the Fateless Forest. There are lots of martial artists in the entire Ling City. Moreover, many wanted martial artists seek refuge in Ling City. There's another more commonly known name of Ling City, and that's Ghost City. In it, there's a huge area where everyone has left and no one is residing. Mo Yuan explained to Wang Xian. It's a chaotic place and the base of the abyss is built right there. Moreover, they have established a rather good information department. These information agents are all outlaws recruited within Ling City. Ling City? I have not heard of it. Since we are passing by, let's go and take a look. Wang Xian nodded his head and instructed Mo Yuan. Yes. Mo Yuan nodded his head and went to direct the driver towards Ling City. After entering Ling City, Wang Xian realized that it was more of a larger county than a city. The roads of the entire city were a little cramped. There were also more houses, and it was a little more chaotic as compared to Rivertown. Dragon King, we are here. When the car arrived at the city center of Ling City, Mo Yuan turned around and informed Wang Xian. Located in the city center? Wang Xian alighted and observed the surroundings while he asked. This base wasn't built by Long Qi and the rest. They took over an assassination group and built it into the base of the abyss. Mo Yuan explained as he led Wang Xian towards a shop ahead. Ling Yu Bar. Wang Xian lifted his head and saw the name of the shop. He smiled and entered it. It was roughly 5 p.m. and the bar hadn't opened for business. Mo Yuan took out his phone and informed Long Qi and the rest. Dragon King. Soon, 7 Dragonians opened the door and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Dragon King, please follow us. Once they were in the bar, Wang Xian noticed some of the employees were already working. These employees were all ordinary people of both genders. They looked curiously at Wang Xian and the group. Dragon King, we usually enter through Gate 2 and rarely enter through this gate. Long Qi said to Wang Xian in a solemn tone. Are there any other entrances? Wang Xian replied with a laugh. 5 of them. Long Qi answered and led them to an office. Soon after, Long Qi activated a switch and a tunnel leading underground appeared. This is just one of the entrances. There are 4 other entrances. As Long Qi spoke, he led them down the tunnel. After walking for approximately 1,000 meters, a huge underground space appeared before Wang Xian's eyes. This was the base of a first-class assassin group in the underworld in the past. It's extremely well hidden. Unless someone is part of the assassin group, it would be hard for them to enter. Long Qi explained to Wang Xian. This is a pretty huge place. It's almost half the size of the Dark Conjurer's base. Wang Xian looked around him in shock. Not many people were in the underground space. Other than the 7 Dragonians, the rest were all information agents. Information gathering was an important aspect of an assassin group. An assassin group without any information would basically be operating with both of their eyes closed. Even if they received a mission, it would take a huge amount of time to complete it. The entire Abyss base had 20-odd information agents processing information gathered from various places. For the near future, gather all information on Donghua Sacred Sect. Wang Xian looked around and instructed them. The information on Donghua Sacred Sect might be a little troublesome. They are too strong and it would be hard for us to get. Long Qi frowned slightly and continued, however, we can buy information. Buy information? Yeah. Omniscient Group is an organization that specializes in selling intelligence. As long as you can afford it, any information can be bought. However, they charge exorbitant fees. Long Qi nodded his head as he explained. Omniscient Group. Wang Xian knew about the Omniscient Group. In the past, they had published information on him. The Omniscient Group knew everything within heaven and earth. This was the strongest information organization in the underworld. When it came to the news on the underworld, there was nothing the Omniscient Group didn't know. One could tell how incredibly strong the Omniscient Group was. The Omniscient Group is also in this city. Long Qi suddenly interrupted. Huh? Their base is here too. Wang Xian was taken aback and shocked.
We got to know this by accident. Xinling Information Technology Private Limited.
That should be the nest of the Omniscient Group, Long Qi added.
Is it? I'm 70% sure. There were a few times we overheard their informers exchanging information in our bar. They are really, really secretive.
Long Qi continued. Furthermore, other than the Omniscient Group, the base of remains from diabolism is also located within the Fateless Forest a short distance away. They have many disciples who are active in this place. Over the last few days, the number of martial artists in Ling City has been dropping rapidly. Omniscient Group and the remains are here. How interesting.
Could it be that the Omniscient Group and remains are not aware of our existence here?
Wang Xian was a little curious. The Omniscient Group was the best in gathering information. They shouldn't be unaware of things that were happening so close to them. Dragon King, there's a good chance they don't know about it. Our abyss has only been established for a short period. Moreover, the missions we have accepted are less than 10 thus far. Naturally, as we accept more missions, the Omniscient Group will likely notice us with their incredible network, explained Long Qi. Wang Xian nodded his head. That was reasonable. Although the Omniscient Group was incredible, it was impossible for it to know everything in the underworld. Since the establishment of the Abyss, it was now ranked on the top of the Assassin Group chart in the underworld. However, they had only been established for just a few months. Moreover, the Abyss was only made up of 7 people and had accepted a small number of missions.
Interesting. If we could gain control of the Omniscient Group, everything would be easier.
Wang Xian hesitated. After walking around the base of the Abyss, he started pondering. When he walked out of the base of the Abyss, it was already past 6 p.m. Wang Xian had no intention to return today and thus headed in the direction Long Qi had told him about.
Xinling Information Technology Private Limited was a high-tech company. With regard to this company, Wang Xian had heard of it. It was one of the top 500 companies in the world and was among the most elite tier in the aspect of computer information.
Besides that, Xinling Information Technology Private Limited also had its own satellite. A high-tech corporation, one which possesses advanced satellite technology. Wang Xian exclaimed outside the entrance of Xinling Information Technology, while he sensed the staff within the entire company.
They were all ordinary folks with not a single martial artist. And while Wang Xian gazed intently at the building, a middle-aged man watched on from the surveillance footage. He was standing in an office on the highest floor within the very same building. Around the middle-aged man were numerous sets of exquisite human skins that were hung and draping from above. Other than this, there were multiple garnet bones, which shone in a crimson glow. The entire office looked extremely harrowing. From the surveillance footage, Wang Xian's silhouette appeared starkly clear.
The Dragon King, eh?
Has he already come to learn of our omniscient space? If I guess correctly, that bar earlier should be the Abyss.
Indeed.
The Dragon Sect disciples are assassins within the Abyss.
The middle-aged man broke into a tiny grin. With a face of immense confidence, his eyes glistened as he eyed the footage. A mere Dragon King is nothing to worry about. It's the entire alliance of the orthodox sects which we're up against. Did you guys really assume that we, diabolism, have lived in seclusion for the past half a century without actually doing anything? Did you guys really assume that we'd be wiped out so easily by your so-called orthodox sects? Haha! This time, your so-called orthodox sects should prepare to look fear in the eye. The middle-aged man muttered under his breath, before continuing with a grimace. Then again, everything will depend on the fight between Emperor Qi and Nie Wuxuang. It's best if they can perish together. The middle-aged looked on indifferently. He caressed his face as if to tidy up his appearance. After freshening himself up, he smiled once again. Striding like a successful man in society, he headed down with a briefcase in hand. All this while, his face beamed on with a warm and gentle smile.
However, as the middle-aged man emerged from the room, Wang Xian looked away while he remained standing beneath the Xinling building. Indeed, this is the Omniscient Group. but compared to what I imagined, this place differs by a huge margin. Wang Xian exclaimed as he turned around while a sinister smile spread across his face. The middle-aged man assumed that he had scrutinized Wang Xian in detail as he watched him through the surveillance footage. Little did he know that Wang Xian was looking at everything within the building using his piercing eyes, including the middle-aged man along with the surveillance footage. It did surprise Wang Xian that this omniscient group seemed to be from Diabolism, more specifically the remains. 5 decades of seclusion and waiting for an ambush. Indeed, things are more complicated than they seem. Wang Xian wandered into deep thought before dismissing it with a shake of his head. He went away, before stopping by a nearby restaurant for a simple meal. When it hit 8 at night, Wang Xian arrived at the Lingyu bar by the abyss. The bar was packed with people. Little would anyone expect that an assassination group was housed just beneath this bar. Wang Xian swept a glance across the entire bar, only to spot more than a dozen martial artists before he found a spot and sat down. He paid no attention to the blaring music and took out his mobile phone to send multiple messages to Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue. But the duo did not reply to him, which rendered him very helpless. "Ha!" Wang Xian uttered in confusion. It was then when his nose twitched at the smell of a faint bloody stench. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes before looking to the side. At one of the corners were 2 extremely good-looking young men, accompanied by 2 beautiful ladies who sat by their side. With all smiles, the 2 beauties sat, leaning on the young men. Wang Xian looked at the eyes of the 2 beauties as they appeared stoic and lifeless. Their hands were resting atop the wine glasses, while a fresh stream of blood was filling up the interiors. With satisfied looks on their faces, the 2 young men groped the beauties indiscriminately while they drank the fresh blood from the glasses. Ack, this is the life. It's been 50 years since I stepped into the deep ends of the forest to lead a primitive life when I was 10. Now, I finally get to enjoy life in this world of pleasures. Hehe. Society these days is really one of the pleasure and enjoyment. When I'm able to refine the second set of bone puppets, I'm going to turn this little beauty into a bone puppet and have my fun with it every day. As for Faceless, those few old haggard bitches, they seem to be living quite the life right now too. They're here, TSK. Look at that body. How mesmerizing. The conversation between the 2 young men could be heard loud and clear as it entered Wang Xian's ears. Wang Xian looked on with an icy stare. Through his piercing eyes, he could see 2 perverted elders in their 60s as they embraced the 2 beauties in their arms. "Hi there, handsome guy." Just then, an alluring voice called out to him. Wang Xian raised his head and saw a voluptuous woman looking at him with all smiles as she bent her body slightly. The woman even waved to the 2 young men seated in the corner. Wang Xian took a look at the woman and thought of those exquisite human skins housed within the Xinling building. So this is Diabolism? Although many from the orthodox sects are annoying, these from Diabolism are harrowing. Wang Xian thought to himself. This was not his first time seeing people from the remains. Previously, while on his way to the capital, Wang Xian didn't have much of a feeling during his encounters with them. But now that he had seen things for himself, he was overcome with an urge to kill. As Wang Xian raised his head to look at the shapely woman before him, what came into view instead was an old and haggard face that snarled in a grimace. "What do you want, old haggard bitch?" Wang Xian asked coldly, with a tinge of mockery, as he eyed the old hag. The enchanting woman was taken aback, as she reciprocated with an indifferent look. "Who are you calling an old haggard bitch, handsome? Do I look old?" the woman asked as she extended her hand and caressed Wang Xian's shoulders. "Is everyone from Diabolism this unscrupulous and indiscriminate?" Wang Xian asked as he looked at the old hag before him before he swept a glance over at the 2 young men who remained in the corner. The woman froze upon hearing Wang Xian's words, as the smile on her face faded away before it was replaced by a surging force of ominous aura. "You know too much," the woman snapped with a growl, losing all sense of enchantment from earlier on. "Die!" Wang Xian shot back in an unsympathetic tone. With a swing of his arm, a threatening force struck directly at the woman. With such a force, even killing an inborn expert would be a piece of cake. "Ah!" When Wang Xian's arm landed on the woman, her face contorted as she shot him a look of trepidation. Boom!
A bout of fresh blood was spat out from her mouth while her old, haggard and hideous body flew backward before crashing onto the area behind.
You're asking for doom. A snappy voice lingered across the bar as it concealed the music being played. Huh? The golden cicada sheds its shell? To think it's managed to hold off the fatal blow. Wang Xian exclaimed in mild surprise. He arched his brows before standing up gradually.
A martial artist? How dare you, asking for doom? At the corner, the two young men stood up immediately. Their facial expressions darkened at the sight of the faceless old hag when they saw that she had resorted to the golden cicada sheds its shell stance in order to stay alive. Get out, all of you. Just then, Mo Yuan and a few other Dragonians hollered at the rest of the ordinary folks who were present in the bar. At the sight of what happened, they had been keeping watch within the premises. Ah, the crowd responded. The holler, overwhelmed with a devilish aura, had raised fear in them. Even the tourists who had wanted to stay and watch the spectacle unfold began to race towards the exit in fright. All of a sudden, all the tourists in the bar ran out in a hurry, including those few martial artists. These martial artists were at most level 5 or 6. Some were even weaker. Mo Yuan's scream made them sense horrifying risks. Long Qi waved his arm and the employees instantly lost their consciousness and fell to the ground.
I had not expected to meet such a powerful and born expert in this place.
The old hag who managed to stay alive by shedding her skin revealed her ugly true self. She wiped away the blood on her mouth and stared intensely at Wang Xian with killing intent. The other two young men also walked over and stared coldly at Wang Xian.
Who are you? Why are you offending our remains? I finally understand why there are so many sects in the underworld who wish to annihilate all of you. There are many scheming people within the orthodox sects, but you guys truly deserve death.
Wang Xian glanced harshly across the three of them. Today, Wang Xian finally witnessed the true side of diabolism. They were truly unscrupulous in killing the innocent by brutal means.
The bloody cultivation arts had distorted their souls.
People like them shouldn't exist in this world.
You will die quickly if you stick your nose into things you shouldn't. The old hag let out a wretched cry and a bell appeared in her hands suddenly. Ding ding. A sound came from the bell. As for the other two young men, they held identical bells in their hands too. The magical sound made it out of the bar.
Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 figures appeared in the bar. 2 girls and a guy. The 2 girls were incomparably beautiful while the guy was exceptionally stunning. Their eyes were empty and they had a faint stench of blood lingering around them. There was a black patch in their palms that glowed in a creepy dull light. Their fingers were long and extremely sharp. Brat, I'm going to skin you and dismantle your bones. The old hag's expression was contorted and she stared hideously at him. You truly deserve death for spoiling our mood. The other 2 young men shook their bells gently and the 2 beautiful girls moved before them in rigid movements. He's an inborn expert. I can't give all of his bones to you. The young man looked at the old hag and said plainly.
He damaged one of my skins. I'm getting his skin and you can have his bones. Kill him, the old hag shrieked and shook the bell in her hands.
Ding ding.
Ding ding.
The young man also shook his bell. 3 stiff figures instantly attacked Wang Xian. Their razor-sharp claws gave off terrifying auras.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Seeing their faces, they were all in their 20s. Yet, they had been killed by these devils.
Wang Xian waved his arm and intense flames shrouded on the bone puppets. Arg! Wretched screams came from them.
The bone puppets had a little spirituality after they were refined.
What? The 2 young men and the old hag were shocked to see the bone puppets they had refined turning to ashes rapidly. Who are you?
How can you be so powerful?
Fear gleamed in the eyes of the 3 of them. 3 inborn-level bone puppets were reduced to ashes directly. How can this be possible?
Run.
The 3 of them ran out without any hesitation.
Wang Xian was emotionless as he waved his arm. 3 balls of flames flew towards the trio and surrounded them completely.
What? How can this be possible?
Bring me to the base of the remains. Wang Xian stared at them and demanded coldly. He wasn't paying attention to their screams.
You? Who are you? The 3 of them looked fearfully at the flames around them and couldn't help but shiver. Me? Don't you know me? It doesn't matter. Hee. If you don't wish to die, bring me to the base of the remains, remarked Wang Xian plainly with a faint smile. You want to go into the base of our remains? A young man stared at Wang Xian and asked bitterly.
That's right. Wang Xian chuckled. Bring me there and you guys might still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I'll reduce all of you to ashes immediately.
All right. Since you are courting death, I'll bring you there. The old hag growled at Wang Xian with a hideous expression. Take the lead. Wang Xian instructed them emotionlessly. Behind him, Mo Yuan immediately called to all the Dragonians. Those three are from the remains. They are from the remains. Those that charged in previously are the bone puppets they made, and those who can make such bone puppets are, without a doubt, inborn experts.
They are now controlled by that overly young man.
He's the Dragon King. I've seen him once before. That young man is the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect. Wang Xian used flames to control them as they walked out of the bar.
When the martial artists that had chosen to stay witnessed this, their eyes widened and were filled with horror.
Over the last few days, the disciples of the remains had been appearing in Ling City. Some martial artists had left in fear, but some had stayed because they were wanted by other governments or forces.
Now that they saw the three inborn experts from the remains under the control of the Dragon King, they were astonished. What is the Dragon King going to do? A martial artist asked curiously. The two martial artists around him were mumbling to themselves in shock. I don't know. Dragon Sect has not joined the alliance of the Orthodox sects and isn't willing to annihilate diabolism. Currently, they are labeled as an evil sect by Donghua Sacred Sect. All the sects in the underworld have expressed their willingness to join the alliance of the Orthodox sects in preparation for the annihilation of diabolism. Only the Dragon Sect hasn't joined. All the martial artists are looking down on the Dragon Sect with contempt. The three of them conversed. One of them took out the phone and entered the underworld website. All the experts of the underworld have joined the alliance of the Orthodox sects to eradicate diabolism. The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect is exceptionally arrogant and isn't willing to join the alliance of the Orthodox sections.
Shocking.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect defeated the Lord of Sea Serpent Island and became the second strongest expert in today's underworld.
The Dragon King from Dragon Sect is simply too arrogant. He severely injured the Lord of Sea Serpent Island and declared he won't rest until either the Dragon Sect or Donghua Sacred Sect has perished. He's not willing to join the alliance of the Orthodox sects and acted just like a devil sect. Not only is the Dragon Sect unwilling to join the alliance of the Orthodox sects, but they also are making Donghua Sacred Sect their enemy. A trash sect like this is no different from diabolism.
I'm suggesting eradicating the Dragon Sect after eliminating diabolism. He's simply too arrogant.
Annihilating diabolism was the trend of the entire underworld and what all martial artists hoped to see. Now that Dragon Sect had become the only sacred sect who was unwilling to join the alliance of the Orthodox sects, all the martial artists in the underworld weren't happy with them. Besides that, he announced he wouldn't rest until either the Dragon Sect or Donghua Sacred Sect had perished at this critical juncture. Not only was he unwilling to help, but he also hindered the progress. This infuriated all the other martial artists. Although the sacred sects were wary of the strength of the Dragon Sect and didn't make a statement, their disciples could post critiques of them on the underworld website without reserve. All of a sudden, the Dragon Sect was seen as the equivalent of diabolism. TSK. When Wang Xian walked out of the bar and heard the comments around him, his face turned as cold as ice. I have no need to explain my actions to you guys.
If I'm not happy with diabolism, I'll cut them down. If the Orthodox sects offend me, I'll also kill.
Public opinions from the underworld aren't going to change my mind. That place heads in the direction of the Fateless Forest. What's the Dragon King intending to do? Heading over with a group of Dragon Sect disciples. The base of the remains is located within the Fateless Forest. Don't tell me he's intending to form an alliance with the remains. That's a tricky question. As of now, the Dragon Sect are enemies with the Donghua Sacred Sect. Who knows, the Dragon Sect might really just form an alliance with diabolism. Are you for real? As Ling City was really small, news of what happened in Ling Yu Bar soon spread across the entire city. Many appeared shocked and suspicious at the sight of the Dragon King, as he followed 3 members from the remains and headed for the fateless forest. Should the dragon sect really form an alliance with diabolism, it'll spell a huge disaster. Several martial artists shrieked with burdened expressions. They frowned at the sight of the group whose silhouettes had disappeared into the darkness of the night. Currently, the prowess of the dragon sect had been acknowledged by the underworld as second amongst all forces. The prowess of the Dragon King was known to be second amongst all individuals within the underworld. Should such an expert from such powerful sacred sect form an alliance with diabolism, they would no doubt stand as a formidable opponent to the alliance of the orthodox sects. I must disseminate this message. A martial artist thought to himself with his mobile phone in hand. As he looked at the photographs taken on his phone, he proceeded immediately to post it for the underworld to see. The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect is in a suspected alliance with the Remains. 3 experts from the Remains have led the Dragon King into the fateless forest. We, the alliance of the orthodox sects, will have to exercise caution. Upon the dissemination of the news, the entire underworld was sent into a frenzy. Today, the alliance of the orthodox sects had been officially formed, which the Dragon Sect had not joined. This had already caused the utter displeasure of many martial artists within the underworld. It only infuriated more given that the Dragon King was also at extreme odds with the Donghua sacred sect. The Dragon Sect was thus slapped with terms like hindrance and evil sect. Yet the entire underworld was sent into an uproar following the release of this news. An alliance between the Dragon Sect and the Remains? So the Dragon Sect has come together with diabolism? To think that the Dragon Sect's really combining forces with diabolism. What in the world? This damn Dragon Sect and its darn Dragon King. To think they're really forming an alliance with diabolism. Damn it, the power of the Dragon Sect is amongst the top within the underworld. Should they form an alliance with diabolism, it'll spell a huge damn disaster. It's probably due to the enmity forged between Dragon Sect and Donghua Sacred Sect today, hence the former's admission into diabolism in order to stand against the Donghua Sacred Sect. The Dragon Sect annihilated the Medical Saint Sect and Chao clan. Such a sacred sect is no different from diabolism. Hence, they should be wiped out the soonest possible. After the post was uploaded, it sent the entire underworld chiding and cursing away at the Dragon Sect. Many martial artists were infuriated as they boasted blatantly of wiping out the Dragon Sect being the priority. Meanwhile, more than a dozen had gathered in a grand hall within the sacred grounds of the Donghua Sacred Sect, which was located amidst the central regions of the country. Those who had gathered looked on with deep frowns and awful expressions. Seated in the middle of those gathered was an elder, as he glistened with a metallic sheen. It was especially so with his arms, which shone like titanium. His hair was somewhat long, as it hung loosely scattered behind his head, while he exuded a unique aura that boasted no less dominance. The Dragon Sect and Dragon King. With regards to this, you guys have not handled this properly. The elder snapped with a low growl which resembled the impact made as one struck with a heavy weapon. Yes, indeed, sect leader, this Dragon King's too obnoxious. He wants to slay the Lord of Sea Serpent Island while remaining at loggerheads with Donghua Sacred Sect. We can't do anything about it, Wuxia replied in awe and fear while standing by the side. Since we're already nemesis with each other, then let's just battle it out until either side perishes. The elder conceded with a flat tone as he raised his head. He too was aware that the other party would never let things slide since they had become enemies. Not unless they, Donghua Sacred Sect, decided to bow down and admit their faults. But to make the Donghua sect bow their heads down was clearly not an easy feat, hence the only way out was to battle it out until one party perished. Now that the Dragon Sect is going to form an alliance with diabolism, the entire alliance of the orthodox sects shall wait before removing those evils altogether when the day arrives. Wuxia proclaimed indifferently at a side. The elder nodded in agreement before standing up and flying off towards the deeper ends of the mountains. Wuxia watched as his sect leader took his leave before heaving a sigh of relief. His face was plastered with a grimace almost immediately thereafter. Darn this Dragon Sect and its Dragon King, he cursed. 5 minutes later, across the online forum of the underworld, the Donghua sacred sect made an announcement.
The dragon sect and its dragon king have pledged allegiance to diabolism and become demons. The alliance of the orthodox sects shall annihilate them in the times to come. With the announcement of the Donghua sacred sect, it meant that the dragon sect had since been recognized as a part of diabolism.
Support Donghua sacred sect. Annihilate diabolism and dragon sect.
Annihilate the dragon sect for their traitors of the underworld. And hopefully slay the dragon king the soonest possible. Countless martial artists commented below the announcement thread.
Experts of various sacred sects looked on with burdened expressions at the sight of the situation.
With the addition of the dragon sect onto the current task of eliminating diabolism, it seemed likely that many were going to die.
The chat forum for the underworld continued to buzz as everyone was busy discussing away about the admission of the Dragon King and his dragon sect into diabolism.
In the meantime, Wuxia had already arrived at a ghastly burial ground along with 3 experts from the remains.
50 kilometers in front of the fateless forest, all trees had turned black. With their withering trunks, there was not a single leaf growing on their dry and bare branches. Caw, caw.
A crow called out while resting atop a branch. With its jet-black body, it looked on with eyes that glistened in red.
At the sight of the quartet, the crow turned its crimson eyes upon them.
On the ground just up ahead, numerous broken bones were strewn all over, which consisted of both human and animal carcasses.
The entire area up front appeared eerie and harrowing. So, up ahead lies the hideout of you remains? Wuxia asked as he squinted briefly, surveying the area ahead.
Yes, that's right, it's just up ahead.
The trio from the remains nodded instantaneously as they gazed at the remains base with a tinge of vigor in their eyes. If that's the case, then you all can perish now, Wuxia said indifferently as he looked at them. What? The trio uttered in bewilderment. Soon after, they noticed that the flames which had been surrounding them had begun to ascend. The horrendous blazing flames raged on, lighting up everything which stood in their way.
Ah, no.
Didn't you say? The trio from the remains uttered.
In handling diabolism, it's only natural that I adopt the diabolical way. Wuxia sniggered without the least concern. With a swing of his arm, the blazing flames dived into the trio's mouths and muted all their screams. Bam, bam, bam. The trio struggled with all their might while Wuxia retrieved an item from his pocket.
It was a skull, a black skull. Although it was only the size of a fist, the skull brimmed in vitality. Nether Skull. Level 12. The Nether Skull was a spiritual weapon which Wuxia had obtained from Deity Lady of the Nether Flame denomination.
Back then, this Nether Skull had released such formidable powers that even the fire demon had feared the trio.
This made the Nether Skull worthy as a demonic weapon, as they increased their powers by absorbing will-o-wisp.
What were will-o-wisps then?
These were flames emitted from human bones after one died. Hence, one can imagine the number of lives it had cost to refine this Nether Skull. Even more so, as it ascended in levels, it would exhaust even larger amounts of will-o-wisp.
And while will-o-wisps were not categorized under the heavenly flame, they appeared more terrifying otherwise.
To subdue the demons using the demons. Wuxia smiled before thrusting the Nether Skull into the air above the 3 remains disciples. Ka-ka-ka.
Creepy noises came from the corpses of the 3 members of the remains. The red flames on them had disappeared and were replaced by black will-o-wisps. The will-o-wisps burned creepily on their bodies, and in just a dozen or so seconds, their bodies had vanished completely.
Wuxia revealed a faint smile and the Nether Skull returned to the size of a human head. He moved his arm and the Nether Skull hovered above his shoulder.
From the location of the eyes, black will-o-wisps glowed intensely. The next moment, it turned to face the crows on the branches.
Cadaveric Crow, Level 7. Level 7 Cadaveric Crows. There are at least a few thousands cadaveric crows around them. The remains are really strong. It's no surprise considering that they've been lying low for 50 years.
Wuxia looked across the thousands and thousands of cadaveric crows in shock before continuing to walk ahead.
Ga. Just as he was about to take another step forward, those cadaveric crows stared at him with their blood-red eyes. Using their razor-sharp beaks as weapons, they charged towards Wuxia. Bzz bzz. The Nether Skull on Wuxia's shoulder appeared to be exceptionally excited. Will-o-wisps came from the bones of corpses. Cadaveric crows had far more will-o-wisps in them than ordinary people. Caca! With just a thought, the nether skull on his shoulder flew towards the flock of cadaveric crows. Its mouth enlarged and devoured 5 cadaveric crows in a go. Drips of impurities flowed down from the chin of the nether skull. No matter how many cadaveric crows there are, they are simply nutrients for the nether skull. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Behind him, Mo Yuan and 27 Dragonians had also walked over. Ga. The deeper they went, the more cadaveric crows flew towards them. Their calls were sharp and shrouded towards Wang Xian and the group in a huge flock. Wang Xian waved his arm and a stream of fire dragon energy was injected into the nether skull. Wang! Ka. The head of the nether skull expanded explosively to over a meter in size. Will-o-wisps flickered in the giant eye sockets and the terrifying mouth crunched on the huge flock of cadaveric crows. Each cadaveric crow that entered the mouth of the nether skull was transformed into dense will-o-wisps. The cadaveric crows had become the nutrients for the nether skull instead. The more will-o-wisps are in the nether skull, the larger it can expand. That deity lady from Nether Flame killed several people before the battle to absorb their bones and create more will-o-wisps. Seeing the incomparably huge skull, Wang Xian showed a faint smile. As it was a level 12 spiritual weapon, he wouldn't have to control it while it was devouring the cadaveric crows. Instinctively, it could attack on its own. Ga. After walking approximately 1,000 meters forward, a flock of at least 1,000 cadaveric crows appeared before them. In the middle, there was a cadaveric crow that spanned 2 meters long. It opened up its wings and its black bones were exposed at the back. It was emitting a deathly aura, and there was even a piece of flesh still dangling below its beak. It would seem like we are nearing the base of the remains. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a creepy and terrifying small village ahead of him. There was a small stream before the village and several stone huts. In the middle, there was a huge structure that resembled a platform for sacrificial rituals. At night, every stone hut and structure had 2 basins of flames at the door. Will-o-wisps burned creepily within the fire basins. In front of some stone huts, there were several human figures. They looked stiff and had no emotions on their faces. Intruders. Who dares to step into the remains territory? Hehe. It doesn't matter. If he can make it here, he must be pretty strong and he will make a powerful bone puppet. A sharp voice resounded and figure after figure rushed to the spot from all directions. Rattle, rattle, rattle. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping could be heard from the sky. Wang Xian lifted his head and looked into the sky. On a huge tree, a terrifying cadaveric crow with a human head was flying towards him. The human head had the looks of an exceptionally good-looking young man. However, his eyes were blood-red and he had the body of a cadaveric crow. On the cadaveric crow, there was a young girl that looked like she was just 17 to 18 years old. She wore bright and revealing red clothes that exposed most parts of her body. A blue and red light flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He realized that the girl was, in fact, a hunchback old man. He was staring harshly at Wang Xian and looked extremely creepy. Looking across the dozen-odd figures, Wang Xian found that they were all handsome or beautiful guys and girls. There were at least 1 or even 2 bone puppets standing beside them. A pungent stench of blood was emitted from their bodies. There were 5 humans and together with their bone puppets there were 13. Seeing Wang Xian and the group, they raised their eyebrows in confusion and stood in a line. In the air, the hunchback old man stood on the cadaveric crow with a human head and was looking down at Wang Xian and the group. Who are you? How dare you kill the cadaveric crows of our remains and barge into the lands of our remains? When the hunchback old man on the cadaveric crow saw the huge skull above Wang Xian, he questioned him solemnly. Dragon King of the Dragon Sect? Wang Xian looked across them and killing intent flashed across his eyes. Dragon King from Dragon Sect? The crowd was taken aback and turned solemn. As the guards of the base of the remains, they had gathered news on the happenings in the underworld while they were on duty. The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect was now the second strongest unparalleled expert in the underworld. What? Are you here to collaborate with us? Where are the 3 disciples of our remains? The hunchback old man standing on the cadaveric crow had just glanced through the thread on the Underworld website. He squinted his eyes and focused on the nether skull above Wang Xian's head while asking him, "Collaboration?" Wang Xian was taken aback but soon revealed a smirk. "The disciples from the remains? Let me send you guys to meet them." Wang Xian waved his arm and a stream of will-o-wisps shot out from the nether skull instantly towards the hunchback old man on the cadaveric crow. "They are enemies. We are under attack." The hunchback old man shouted loudly upon seeing Wang Xian attacking suddenly. "Kill! Today, I'm here to annihilate the remains," Wang Xian ordered. Mo Yuan and the Dragonians behind Wang Xian instantly sprang into action. When the hunchback old man saw the will-o-wisps crashing into him, he could feel the strength of it as his expression changed substantially. He moved his arms and the cadaveric crow with a human head below him shielded him immediately. "Jia!" The cadaveric crow cried out loud and fell onto the ground directly. "What?" The hunchback old man was furious and drew an ivory dagger instantly. "Retreat! We are under attack from the dragon sect." "We are under attack from the Dragon King. Inform Lord Ossian." The hunchback old man shouted in his sharp voice which instantly reached the entire base of the remains. "Run!" When the other 5 experts from Remains saw the strength Mo Yuan and the group released instantly, they were horrified and retreated immediately. "Will you be able to escape?" "Today, I, Wang Xian, shall enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Wang Xian waved his arm and dense fire dragon energy was injected into the nether skull. The nether skull exploded in size and reached over 2 meters. At the same time, it started devouring the members of the remains at an astonishing speed. Caw, caw, caw. Up in the sky, thousands of cadaveric crows descended on the area below in one clean sweep when they saw Wang Xian and the Dragonians lunging at the remains' disciples. Their screeching caws pierced through the skies while they emitted bloodthirst as they swarmed like thousands of fowls out to kill. Wang Xian swung his arm, and a gigantic skull appeared as it stared down at the crows. "Ack, ack!" As if cackling in a grimace, the nether skull gave off a chuckle and shook lightly. Boom! Following the blast, a terrifying surge of nether flames soared past, concealing the area within more than 1,000-meter radius. Settling like dust, the surrounding trees fell to the ground. The cadaveric crows in the air, which measured 2 meters in length, had been bursting out in laughter earlier on. Yet they looked on and stared at the nether skull in trepidation. "Kill!" the nether skull commanded as if speaking in a human tone, opening its mouth before gnawing straight at the giant cadaveric crows. "Caw, caw, caw!" The broken voice of the nether skull continued to ring through the air as the giant cadaveric crow stood defenseless with no chance to retaliate. With every cadaveric crow it devoured, the nether flame on the nether skull glowed a little brighter. "Running away? But can you?" Wang Xian asked as he extended his arm, at the sight of the hunchback elder trying to escape. An inferno wall appeared instantly in front of the elder, causing him to lose color in the face. "Be gone, die!" Mo Yuan snarled from the back as his threatening dragon claws lashed at the head of the hunchbacked elder. "Trying to kill me, huh? I'll slaughter you first." The hunchback elder grimaced before turning his body around. With his bone dagger in hand, he aimed the scarlet weapon straight at Mo Yuan's chest, while paying no heed to Mo Yuan's dragon claws. Humph! Mo Yuan remained unfazed while numerous streaks of black dragon scales began to form on his chest area. "Be gone, die! Off you go to hell!" the duo hollered at the same time. Thereafter, the maiden's skin plastered on the hunchback elder began to split, revealing the hideous figure beneath. "How dare you ruin my skin? Off to hell you go!" The hunchback elder snapped with a grimace. With a grisly snarl, the hunchback elder took aim with the bone dagger in his hand and stabbed forcefully into Mo Yuan's chest. TSK! The bone dagger plunged into Mo Yuan's body, to which he reacted with a small facial twitch. Yet, disbelief soon settled across the face of the hunchbacked elder. Creak, creak. With a slight maneuver of his arm, Mo Yuan grabbed onto the arms of the elder before tearing away at the latter's head using his dragon claws. "Ah, how's this possible? How can your body be tougher than bone puppets?" The hunchback elder roared at Mo Yuan while looking on in disbelief, following which, a gigantic dragon claw clasped tightly onto his head. This blew the head of the elder right off, like an exploded watermelon. There's been an intruder. There's been an intruder. Ring, ring, ring.
Ring, ring, ring. At that instant, shrieking cries could be heard from the remains village located just up ahead.
This was immediately followed by a series of piercing rings of bells. Caw, caw, caw.
Every ring of the bells resonated like a soul-stabilizing voice. Even the surrounding trees began to follow its lead, creaking gently as they swayed along.
Up above in the skies, the cawing of the cadaveric crows could be heard. Under the pristine moonlight, countless cadaveric crows could be seen flying over. The lights shone brightly from the small village up ahead. One by one, numerous members from the remains began to make their way out. With bells in their hands, they looked coldly in the direction of Wuxia.
There are so many of them, Wuxia exclaimed as he looked ahead with narrowed eyes. The entire village contained close to 10,000 villagers. This included the young and elderly, and each and every one looked on with a grim and ghastly expression.
Many of the little children were each hugging onto a skull. Some were human skulls, while others belonged to beasts. They're trespassers from the dragon sect. Kill them! An inborn expert of the remains shouted after being struck heavily by the Dragonians.
In reaction to the harsh attack, he resorted to the stance of golden cicada sheds its shell in order to make his escape, leaving behind a sheet of human skin.
At the sight of this gory remains base, Wuxia's body began to light up in flames. Those from the remains shouldn't be left to exist.
With a change of stance, Wuxia soared and ascended into the skies as he ejected a dragon ball from his mouth.
Roar!
With his dragon roar, the Inferno Divine Dragon was summoned from the Dragon Ball and was at Wuxia's disposal before it dived into the skies and lashed the cadaveric crows. The level 11 Dragon Ball was already capable of unleashing powers equivalent to those of a Dan Realm expert. With one sweep of the dragon tail, the Inferno Divine Dragon wiped out hundreds of cadaveric crows using its flames and terrifying prowess.
Ring, ring, ring.
Kill that fellow in the sky.
A screeching voice could be heard. It came from a chubby old lady who shouted while holding a human bone staff in her hand.
At the same time, with a ring of bells on her other hand, she summoned 4 other members from the remains who proceeded to charge at Wuxia.
Amongst the quartet were 2 beasts, one of which was a giant bear and the other a goshawk, while the remaining 2 were elders. Together, these 4 inborn experts from the remains emerged with an overwhelming bloodthirst and savageness. Wuxia looked across and saw close to 10,000 disciples of the remains standing in front of the village. A little more than 50 from the remains dashed ahead for Wuxia and gang. They included more than a dozen who were charging straight for Wuxia. Their bodies were 7 to 8 times stronger than their counterparts of equivalent grades.
Their highly resistant bodies alone were enough to instill fear in an inborn expert, even if they should possess no other unique combat techniques.
Similar to zombies, they feared neither pain nor death. No doubt the 4 main devil sects. Within the remains alone are more than 30 inborn experts. Along with the bone puppets that they produce, that'll peak at close to 80. Wuxia extended his arms at the sight of the remains members who were charging in his direction. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the fire surrounding Wuxia began to burst into wider flames, as little specks of fire appeared in void air.
Dan Realm experts, hollered a chubby elderly lady who stood amidst the remains disciples. 1 Dan Realm expert and 27 inborn experts. She continued in grimace.
The dragon sect, huh? Good. Today you all shall remain here, said the chubby granny.
Thereafter, she threw the human bone staff in her hand over to the middle of the village, aiming straight into the building which resembled a ritual hall.
May I call upon Lord Ossian to slay these tough opponents? The battle between good and evil has yet to begin. To think, someone has already barged into the grounds of ours?
The grounds of the remains, a calm and leveled voice questioned. Lord Ossian, all disciples of the remains greeted immediately as they knelt in the direction of the ritual hall.
Lord Ossian? Wuxia asked with a raised brow. Following the greeting, the surrounding mid-air flames grew stronger before the specks coagulated into a collective flaming rope. With much ease, the flaming rope tied the respective inborn experts from the remains together. Bam! With a swing of his arm, Wang Xian dumped the remains over to the center of the village.
Dragon King of the Dragon Sect. I know you.
A bone tentacle shot out from within the ritual hall before it swung at the various remains. A freak who's neither human nor spirit.
Wang Xian gasped with a squinted look as he stared ahead. With an indifferent expression, he could see a tentacle which stretched more than a dozen meters in length and a skeleton which reached up to 10 meters. It resembled a snake's body and had a head attached to its rear. It was the head of an elder.
Gradually, another snake-like tentacle extended itself slowly into the open.
As with the previous, this skeletal tentacle also had a head at its tail.
Yet, this was not the end, as more and more skeletal tentacles began to emerge.
Finally, a youth appeared. He had exceptional visuals, although he was without legs.
On his lower body, 10 snake-like tentacles supported his weight, where each of the 10 measured more than a dozen meters long.
Ga.
Ling ling ling.
When the terrifying Lord Ossian appeared, the cadaveric crows in the sky avoided the attacks of the Inferno Divine Dragon and the Nether Skull as they gathered above Lord Ossian rapidly.
The bone puppets were summoned towards him and stood before the disciples of the remains. They were all staring at Wang Xian with bloodlust. Dragon King of Dragon Sect, I don't remember our remains having any feud with your Dragon Sect. You should be going after Donghua Sacred Sect instead of coming to the base of our remains. The young man looked at Wang Xian with a warming smile. His 10 other tentacles that were over 10 meters long supported him. There are many people who have no feud with the remains, and yet you killed them all. I don't need to have a feud with you to kill you.
The Inferno Divine Dragon came back to Wang Xian and circled around him.
The Nether Skull shrank back to the size of a human head and hovered on Wang Xian's shoulder. How dare you barge in the land of our remains?
You are indeed as described in the information we have gathered. Arrogant and conceited. The smile on the young man disappeared.
He lifted his head slightly and continued. In that case, you guys can forget about leaving. The body of a Dan Realm expert could very well be used to forge my 11th tailbone. He laughed out loud and waved his 10 other tailbones. On them, the human heads were wretched. 10 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Xian. They were cold and gave Wang Xian goosebumps. I'll kill the Dragon King. As for the rest, I'm leaving them to you guys. The young man turned to Wang Xian and revealed a faint smile. While he was smiling, 10 creepy voices came from the 10 human heads on his 10 tailbones. Your path to the remains is a one-way trip. Once you are here, you won't be leaving.
The young man opened up his arms and shut his eyes slightly. A blood-red bell appeared in his hands.
Oh, remains that have been in a slumber. It's time for you to rise. Ling ling.
Ling ling.
2 clear rings sounded from the blood-red bell. Ka-ka-ka-ka. All of a sudden, a bone claw emerged from the ground, following which black skeletons crawled out from the ground.
There were countless skeletons. It was as though the entire ground had awakened as thousands and thousands of skeletons crawled out.
Ga.
Cadaver crows cried as they circled in the air.
Their bodies had shielded the moonlight from the bright moon, causing the entire region to resemble a terrifying death region. This was once a major graveyard where over 300,000 elite soldiers died. Now that it's awakening, the future underworld will also be the remains underworld. The young man mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he shouted coldly, "Kill! Kill!"
The expressions on the faces of the group of disciples from the remains were contorted as the bell rang. They immediately charged towards Wang Xian and the group.
Inborn-level disciples of the remains had ivory daggers and bone swords in their hands as they charged and attacked the 27 Dragonians. 80 to 90 inborn experts killing 20-odd inborn experts should be an effortless task. Around them, dense skeletons also charged towards the Dragonians. These skeletons were as hard as rocks and had a strength that was not weaker than a level 6 or 7 martial artist. Controlling skeletons is a little like necromancers in the Western world. The devil dragon cultivation arts can also control skeletons, and the skeletal dragon is even better at it. If Elder Fong and Xiaoyu were here, there wouldn't be sufficient skeletons for them to crush. Thousands and thousands of skeletons rose from the ground below Wang Xian. Just killing these skeletons had fully occupied the Dragonians, let alone going against a huge group of inborn experts. The strength of the remains had completely exceeded their expectations. Devour them! Wang Xian moved his arm and black will-o-wisps were emitted from the nether skull. They grew to 2 meters and attacked the skeletons below him and the cadaveric crows. Your opponent is me. It's been a long time since I became serious. Let's see how far you can push me. The young man looked at Wang Xian as he flew into the sky directly. The 10 terrifying tailbones were swaying and the heads on them were staring creepily at him.
The second strongest expert from the underworld?
Hee. Take my first tailbone attack. The young man laughed as a tailbone swept towards Wang Xian with tremendous force.
What an arrogant person.
Ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Wang Xian. Today, I'll show you my true strength too.
Growlinger.
This time, Wang Xian didn't attempt to hide. Before the astonished eyes of Lord Ossian, Wang Xian turned into a 5-colored divine dragon.
Wang Xian lifted his head and gave a loud roar that reverberated throughout the skies.
This is? When Lord Ossian saw Wang Xian's form, his eyes couldn't help but constrict. Divine dragon.
Divine dragon. Could it be there are really divine dragons? Lord Ossian looked to Wang Xian, who was in the sky. A flash of surprise gleamed in his eyes, but such emotions were quickly taken over by frenzy.
Regardless of whether you are a real divine dragon or other creatures, if your body can be used to forge the 11th tailbone, it will definitely be beautiful. I'm taking your body. Lord Ossian smiled and swung a tailbone towards Wang Xian. The terrifying tailbones resembled bone chains made from metal. They were incomparably terrifying and had spikes all over them. The wind was split as the tailbone swept towards Wang Xian's head.
I'll show you my strength too.
Ruthlessness gleamed in the eyes of Wang Xian as he swung his dragon tail across.
The dragon tail glowed in a golden light and the dragon scales stood up.
The face on the approaching tailbone looked wretched. He opened his mouth, revealed his razor-sharp teeth, and droplets of water oozed out from his mouth. Rumble!
The dragon tail and the tailbone clashed heavily together, creating a deafening boom.
Arg! A pitiful cry came from the head on the tailbone. The moment the head clashed with the dragon tail, it exploded into pieces. Cracks filled the entire tailbone, and it was almost as good as useless moving ahead. What? When Lord Ossian saw the cracks on the tailbone, he was shocked and infuriated. How dare you crush one of my tailbones? You deserve death.
As he spoke, his entire body moved and the 9 other tailbones started sweeping towards Wang Xian like the tentacles of an octopus.
Every tailbone carried with it immense energy. As they clashed, sounds of explosions erupted and white fog was formed over the sky. Seeing Lord Ossian attacking towards him, Wang Xian revealed a cold smirk. The strength of Lord Ossian was indeed terrifying. Every tailbone could have the strength of a Dan realm expert.
Moreover, Lord Ossian relied solely on the strength of the physical body, or simply brute strength.
Nonetheless, one shouldn't belittle brute strength. When strength reached a certain level, it would still be a terrifying thing.
He actually forced our Lord Ossian to release all his strength. This brat can die now. Below them, the disciples of the remains looked in admiration towards Lord Ossian after seeing their Lord Ossian waving his terrifying tailbones.
Every tailbone of Lord Ossian has destructive power that can bring down the world. Each of them was made from the secret art of the remains, after consuming a large number of worldly treasures. According to the elders, Lord Ossian alone could fight against 5 Dan realm experts.
Lord Ossian is considered the invincible existence among Dan realm experts. That person used an unknown method to turn into a divine dragon, but he's a far cry from our Lord Ossian. In the myths, divine dragons can rise to the sky, travel in the clouds, tumble the water. Every one of them is a few hundred meters in size. From what I see, this divine dragon is practicing bloodline cultivation, which is similar to those in Europe.
The group of remains disciples watched with smiles on their faces.
27 Dragonians were already fully suppressed by 80 inborn experts from the remains, and they could passively defend themselves.
If it were not for the nether skull, there might have been casualties. It would not be long before they were killed. The dragon sect is simply providing materials. 27 inborn experts will make powerful bone puppets. After Lord Ossian makes his tail bone from this divine dragon, his strength will be enhanced greatly again. Then, Emperor Qi might not be his match. With so many materials before our war, our strength will be greatly enhanced. A group of Remain's disciples revealed malevolent smiles as they watched the battle. Both the elderly and young were exhibiting bloodthirsty looks on their faces. Heh! Seeing the tail bone sweeping at him, Wang Xian displayed a contemptuous look. When the tailbone was 100 meters away from him, Wang Xian shook his body. Humph! He let out a soft snort. With a jerk, solid mustard shields appeared around Wang Xian. His body was giving off a bright yellow glow. Every single dragon scale on him looked extremely solid. Boom boom! 9 tailbones slammed onto the mustard shields surrounding Wang Xian, causing all the shields to vibrate. Yet there was no trace of cracks on them at all. Is this all you've got? Didn't you want me to try to see how many tailbones I could block? Wang Xian craned up his dragon head with disdainful eyes, staring at Lord Ossian, who was in shock. No, this can't be it. Damn it, it should crack. Disbelief took over the expression on Lord Ossian's face with 5 tailbones straightened up. Poof! A bone-piercing sound was heard when sharp bones went through the top part of the tailbone. 5 tailbones spun with violent movement as they drilled into the earth shields. Bam bam bam! A hair-raising sound came from the sky where 5 tailbones could only drill half a meter into the shield with their full forces. In the face of the few meters thick shields, it was to no avail. In particular, Lord Ossian's heart was slamming against his rib cage when he saw the taunting look on Wang Xian. It's my turn. With a contemptuous look in Wang Xian's eyes, thick thistles and thorns suddenly grew out from the shields. The strips of thistles and thorns went straight to the 5 tailbones and clung to them. What kind of attack is this? Upon seeing the thistles and thorns winding up at the tailbone, there was a drastic change in Lord Ossian's expression. From the flame just now to the earth shield and thistles and thorns, he did not understand how he managed to have so many attacking means. The so-called Lord Ossian is a piece of trash in my eyes. Let me try to see how many tailbones I can withstand. Hee hee. What irony. Wang Xian slowly reached out his dragon claws. From the earth shields, a strip of thistles and thorns came under his claws. Wang Xian grabbed it and said, "Let me see if you can survive for 10 seconds under my attack." As he spoke, he made a move and struck at Lord Ossian. With an appalling look, 5 of Lord Ossian's tailbones were trembling. To his horror, the power that he was proud of could not even shake off Wang Xian's shackles. A Dan realm expert couldn't be that strong. Lord Ossian appeared a little like a stone as he quickly exclaimed, "You're a budding realm expert." A budding realm. Coldness spread on Wang Xian's face as he raked his dragon claws at him. No, I'm the leader of the Remains. I'm immortal. There was a huge change in the expression of Lord Ossian, and the easiness and calmness from earlier on went missing. He malevolently controlled the remaining 5 tailbones and hurled them at Wang Xian. With a swing, the thistles and thorns in Wang Xian's hand were growing at a frenzied speed. Strips of thistles and thorns instantly grew to over 10 meters long. Dozens of thistles and thorns knocked themselves against 5 tailbones. Bam bam bam. Some of them broke away, but there were more that wrapped themselves onto the tailbones. Do you still have other means of attack? Wang Xian stared at Lord Ossian with sarcasm as he grabbed Lord Ossian's body with the dragon claws that were emitting golden radiance. No, no. Lord Ossian was appalled and despaired. The dragon claw of Wang Xian reached Lord Ossian and gripped his body. An ant that I can crush any time. Wang Xian clenched his dragon claw, and a bone-cracking sound could be heard. The energy of the gold summit on the dragon claws were crushing everything in his body. No! A desperate voice resonated through the place of the Remains. No, how can our Lord Ossian be killed? This is impossible. I don't believe it. This is not true. At this moment, the group of disciples of the Remains who were waiting for their Lord Ossian to display his mightiness were staring with disbelieving eyes. What they had witnessed was the easy defeat of Lord Ossian. It was all too easy. The other party did not even exert much strength, and he could slay their invincible Lord Ossian.
All their beliefs were toppled instantly. This was totally different from what they had anticipated.
Today, I'll annihilate the remains. Wang Xian swept his cold gaze at all the remains disciples below him. He opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of daunting flames.
Flames fell on them like magma washing down from the sky.
Run for your life. Frightening screams came from below as the remains disciples let out their desperate growls with terrified faces.
They fled in panic, but the flames in the sky pouring down seemed to be endless.
This was the true blue destructive power that could wipe out heaven and earth. Wang Xian stood in the sky, 100 meters above the ground, while all the remains disciples were shrouded by the flame wherever it passed.
Those who were not even born yet perished in the fire.
Wang Xian was merciless, as he would not let them off because of how they worked and how cruel they were.
Oh no, Lord Ossian is dead. He's been killed. Flee for your life. The inborn experts from the remains who were besieging the Dragonians sensed the formidable strength from behind. All of them were horrified.
With terror, they gave up on the siege of the Dragonians and fled desperately away.
Do you think you can escape?
However, it was impossible for inborn experts to get away from a budding realm expert, not to mention Wang Xian, who was close to the immortal realm.
Roar. After a bellow, a ball of flames landed on the last inborn expert of the remains, who was enveloped by the daunting flame even before he could display his golden cicada sheds its shell. After that, the remains were annihilated.
No one had expected the remains, one of the 4 main devil sects, to be annihilated within a night. Crack, crack, crack. The bright moon illuminated the earth and explosions erupted from various corners of the creepy region. From time to time, one could even hear the sharp cries of the cadaveric crows.
A huge 2-meter skull was constantly devouring skeletons and cadaveric crows.
As a stream of will-o-wisps swept across, huge flocks of cadaveric crows and skeletons fell to the ground. The entire region was exceptionally terrifying.
Wang Xian waved his arm and a stream of fire dragon energy shrouded over. Several skeletons fell and the will-o-wisps from them entered into the nether skull.
Wang Xian could feel the nether skull getting exhilarated as it absorbed the surrounding will-o-wisps with greed.
Dragon King, the remains are really strong. The bone puppets they have created could also match us in defense and strength. Mo Yuan led the Dragonians to clean up
the battlefield before returning to Wang Xian's side and commenting solemnly. The disciples of the remains together with the bone puppets they had forged gave a total of roughly 70 to 80 inborn experts. On top of that, Lord Ossian could even match 4 to 5 Dan realm experts. Overall, they were incredibly tough. At the very least, if Donghua Sacred Sect didn't have Nya Wushuang, the remains might have chosen to target Donghua Sacred Sect by now and could even have defeated them. It would take roughly 3 ordinary sacred sects to stand up against it.
There were 4 main devil sects within Diabolism, and Remains was just one of them. The strongest of them all was the Devil Corpse Palace.
Emperor Qi was the palace master of Devil Corpse Palace and the strongest existence within Diabolism. Other than the 4 main devil sects, there were also other devil sections. Spirit's Land, Cursed Venom, and Crimson Bug were examples of other devil sects below the 4 main devil sects.
There were also Dan realm experts within the 4 main devil sections. It was just that they weren't as insane and powerful as Lord Ossian of the Remains.
On the surface, Diabolism and the Orthodox sects had equivalent strength.
As to whether the alliance of Orthodox sects could eliminate Diabolism, the crux was still the battle between Nya Wushuang and Emperor Qi.
These bone-made weapons have been refined and can't undergo further processing. What a shame! Wang Xian looked across the ivory daggers, bone swords, and other weapons used by the Remains. They were all level 9 weapons. These bone-made weapons were clearly forged through unique refining methods by the Remains. Their limits had been reached and could no longer be improved. Wang Xian appeared beside the body of Lord Ossian, glanced at his tailbones, and shook his head slightly. Go search for the treasures within the Remains and bring all of them here. Wang Xian instructed Mo Yuan and the Dragonians while he remained to control the nether skull absorbing the will-o-wisps. The nether skull was a rather mystical spiritual weapon. Now that Wang Xian had mastered the arts of forging spiritual equipment, he still couldn't decipher how it was created. Vaguely, he felt this involved spirit arrays.
From the staff of Ajaya, Wang Xian could also feel the presence of spirit arrays. The nether skull constantly absorbed the will-o-wisps from the bones around him. The will-o-wisps from the bodies of the experts from the remains were being sucked dry. In the end, the nether skull came before the corpse of Lord Ossian. Its teeth were chattering and it seemed to be exceptionally excited. Dense and terrifying vibes came from the nether skull as it landed on the tailbones of Lord Ossian. The tailbones were cracking and streams of dense will-o-wisps entered into the nether skull. Bzz. The nether skull started to expand to 2 meters once again. However, 2 meters wasn't its limit as it continued to grow at an astonishing pace. In the hands of the deity lady from Nether Flame, the limit of the nether skull was 3 meters. At this point, the nether skull had also grown to 3 meters. When it reached 3 meters, the nether skull had only absorbed the third tailbone. There were another 7 to go. Streams of dense will-o-wisps gushed into the nether skull. As the last tailbone was turned to ashes, the entire nether skull had grown to over 5 meters. The 5-meter skull hovered in the air. At its eyes, eerie will-o-wisps were burning and one could feel a creepy and evil aura coming from it. Wang Xian waved his arm and the nether skull returned to his hands, reverting to the size of a fist in the process. The effects of the nether skull were a little like the Dragon Ball. They could both be released to attack. However, the Dragon Ball was much easier to control as compared to the nether skull. If the Dragon Ball reached level 12, he would have little use for the nether skull. Even so, it was still a little weak. Dragon King, we have located where the remains kept their treasures. At this moment, Wang Xian heard Mo Yuan. Wang Xian moved and instantly arrived in the middle of the platform used for sacrificial rituals. Within the structure, will-o-wisps were burning. There was also a huge 5-meter skull without any flesh and blood that was being enshrined. The treasure cove was located at the lowest level. Wang Xian jumped in and saw Mo Yuan and the Dragonians looking at the items before them. Dragon King, this should be the most important treasure cove of the remains. The area was dark with small will-o-wisps hovering, illuminating the area. The underground area wasn't big and spanned only 1,000 square meters or so. There were several racks with skeletons hung on them. These skeletons were also glowing with a dull shade. Wang Xian looked across and realized these were the bones of experts. They were useless to him. Huh? This is? Wang Xian walked to the left and saw pieces of black metal being placed on the rack neatly. Devil Shadow Steel. Level 10. Devil Metal Steel. Inborn level materials. Excitement beamed in Wang Xian's eyes. There were over 100 pieces of devil steel and each was the size of a human head. Devil attribute inborn level materials. I can use them to forge equipment. Wang Xian continued moving deeper and saw masks made of human skin hung on the walls. These masks could totally change one's appearance. In the middle, there was a blood-red mask emitting a devilish vibe. Devil Shadow Mask. Level 10. Devil Shadow Mask? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. He removed it and put it over his face. Instantly, energy welled up and a shadow of him appeared beside him. The shadow looked a little illusory. If he could catch his opponent by surprise, the effects would be tremendous. What an interesting mask. Devil Shadow Mask? Is this made from the devil metal steel? Wang Xian pondered as he continued looking around. Tenacious Devil Stone. Level 10. More inborn level materials. Looking ahead, a pile of stones that were glowing dimly appeared before his sight. There were over 50 pieces and Wang Xian was elated. Walking to the middle, Wang Xian found several thick books. On them, the word remains was written in an ancient-looking font. This is the art of creating bone puppets. Wang Xian stared fervently at a book before flipping it open. Bones have spirituality. Refining them with special materials can forge powerful and terrifying bone puppets. The method of forging bone puppets was recorded within. Besides that, the extraction technique of the human mask was also recorded, including the ability to shed one's skin to escape. Wang Xian took a look and shook his head. The crafting of bone puppets was too brutal. One had to use the bones of living creatures that had just passed away or the bones of a living human. Wang Xian burned all their books away since the remains art of cultivation was nothing useful. He looked around, noticing only bones occupying most of the areas. Other than that, it was the raw material for refining the bone puppets.
The only relatively high-value stuff was probably a devil spiritual bead, a level 11 devil spiritual bead. However, the devil spiritual bead was useless to him, except for making weapons or giving it to Mo Qinglong.
Take all the material with us and go. Wang Xian ordered the Dragonians.
Yes, Dragon King.
Mo Yuan beckoned to some Dragonians, wrapping all the inborn materials up.
Dragon King. We found some vital information. Just as they came to the ground, Wang Xian saw Long Qi, and the rest walked out from a room by the side with thrilled faces.
What is it? Seeing their excited expressions, Wang Xian asked this with his curiosity piqued. It's about Omniscient Group. Unexpectedly, Omniscient Group was actually established by the remains. They infiltrated the underworld with painted skins and human masks with 50 years of development. Shinling Information Technology was their base camp.
I even have a piece of information regarding the top management of Omniscient Group.
The top management was all die-hard subordinates groomed by the remains. They are not cultivators but completely ordinary people. If we could control the top management, we could control the entire Omniscient Group.
Long Qi was elated as he continued to Wang Xian. All the people in the underworld would not have expected that Omniscient Group is controlled by a group of ordinary people. Hence, things turned out to be this way. Besides, they have access to a team of powerful computer masters who can do surveillance on any places. In addition, there are satellites. As long as the signal is clear, we can see anywhere we want. Is that so? A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. So, if we control the top management, we can control Omniscient Group? Yes, the internal department of Omniscient Group has very tight control. Not even the middle-level staff know the location of the base of Omniscient Group. They will deliver the message through internal channels, reporting up level by level.
As such, once we have access to higher management, it will be as good as controlling the entire Omniscient Group.
Long Qi nodded his head with force. Mo Yuan, you'll try to gain control of Omniscient Group with Long Qi and the rest. I hope you guys succeed. Wang Xian gave commands to Mo Yuan immediately. Yes, Dragon King. As long as we can find the people, we'll be able to seize control.
Sure, I'll wait for your good news.
Wang Xian smiled as he walked outside. When he stepped out of the remains land, he spun around and swept a look at the creepy and daunting forest.
Wang Xian made a swift move and hovered to the sky. With a Dragon Ball in his mouth, Wang Xian opened his mouth and spat below. Columns of flames fell, encompassing an area spanning a dozen meters in an instant. Wang Xian again spewed flames in the other direction.
Within a minute, the entire remains land was shrouded in intense heat as the flames rose and spread out to the surroundings.
With swift action, Wang Xian came to the border of the land and set up a barrier.
That meant that the flame would automatically extinguish itself once the entire remains land was totally burned down to ashes. The entire region spanned over a radius of about 20 kilometers. The black woods in this forest carried traces of toxins, so he wanted to get rid of this entire place.
When the fire rose, Wang Xian headed towards Ling City with a beaming face.
The blazing fire behind him was burning even more fiercely than before as it lit up the entire sky. Ling City was a city that never slept. The nightlife over there could be comparable to those first-tier cities. As a city with a high crime rate, many people were wandering outside at night. When Wang Xian arrived at Ling City half an hour later, those wandering night owls suddenly realized the sky was much brighter.
What's going on?
Why is the sky lit up? A few young people outside looked up curiously as they noticed the sky was brighter than before. That is, the direction of the Fateless Forest.
It's the Fateless Forest. There is a fire over there now. Why is that forest on fire?
The Fateless Forest is quite damp. What a blazing flame. The brightness is taking over the sky. I guess the range of land on fire should spread over 10 kilometers. Everyone was shocked, including one of the martial artists who was looking towards the direction of the Fateless Forest with questions on his face.
What's going on? Why is there such a huge fire?
The base camp of the remains is in the Fateless Forest. But why would there be fire?
Some martial artists cast their gazes over with suspicious looks.
The Fateless Forest covered hundreds of kilometers. Still, the region that was on fire was at least 10 to 20 kilometers. Such a large surface area of fire had erupted, and people of the remains would not have missed out. If they found out, why would they let the fire burn by itself?
Could something have happened to the remains over there?
Some of the martial artists pondered. Master, the fateless forest is on huge fire. It's odd. Back on a rooftop of one of the five-star hotels in Ling City, dozens of middle-aged and old men were standing around as they gazed in the direction of the fateless forest with quizzical expressions. It is indeed strange. Someone from the underworld mentioned that the Dragon King, along with some of the disciples of Dragon Sect, entered the fateless forest. Now that the forest is on fire, could this have to do with the Dragon King and the rest? The old man in the center revealed a pondering look. The spiritual wind sect, a first-class force, was just passing by this area after the alliance of the orthodox sects had ended during the day. Since it was too late to leave, they decided to stay put at Ling City for a night. There is absolutely no reason for such a great fire to break out in the fateless forest. A middle-aged man frowned.
Could it be the Dragon Sect and the remains developed some conflicts?
Or it's more than meets the eye. An old man murmured.
Why don't we go and check it out?
Given our speed, not even the inborn experts of the remains could catch up to us, said an old man from Spiritual Wind Sect suddenly.
Spiritual Wind Sect's cultivation was wind attributed. Hence, their forte was in their speed. Compared with the people in the underworld, the speed of the experts in the ancestral sects of Spiritual Wind Sect could be ranked within the top 3. Great, let's go and check it out.
Several elders hesitated before they nodded.
You guys wait over here. We will be right back. For inborn experts of Spiritual Wind Sect swept up swift movements just like a blast of wind as they flitted towards the fateless forest. Their speed surpassed all their peer inborn experts. To an inborn expert, one could take less than 20 minutes to travel dozens of kilometers. But the 4 inborn experts of Spiritual Wind Sect were much faster.
In less than 10 minutes, the quartet came to the edge of the fire. They flapped their phoenix wings at their backs as they flew ahead. The soil over here is different from other places.
Even the trees too. This should be the territory of remains. They noticed that the region where the fire was burning was different from its surroundings. After some exchanges of gazes, there were traces of horror hidden in their eyes. With some hesitation, they continued to hover towards the center. That is, gosh, this was supposed to be the site of the remains. Why has it turned to some ruins now?
Could it be? An unbelievable idea began to form in their heads as they stared blankly below at the ground covered with daunting bones. Stone houses were radiating the fiery red glow of flames, and charred bodies were lying on the floor. Could it be that the remains have been annihilated? Could it be that the remains have been annihilated?
An unbelievable thought surfaced in the minds of the 4 experts from the Spiritual Wind Sect. They stood at the base of the remains that had been raised while staring blankly at the surroundings. When they looked across, they couldn't help but gasp. Where are the remains?
That's one of the 4 strongest devil sects. It's even stronger than an ordinary sacred sect, and yet it has now been razed to the ground. Who did this? Who is capable of doing this?
An old man looked around in shock. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he hesitated for a moment before jumping into the middle of the flames.
Ka-ka-ka.
As he landed on the bones, sounds of bones cracking gave him chills. He walked towards the structure in the middle and saw the sacrificial ritual platform with the word remains engraved prominently on it.
Around them, there were no longer any signs of life. All the people had died.
The old man flew into the sky and suddenly noticed a huge body below him.
That was the body of a young man with 10 terrifying tailbones. At this moment, the tailbones scattered into ashes when a gentle breeze blew past. Those 10 tailbones, that must be the corpse of the Lord of the Remains. Astonishment was written all over the old man's face as he mumbled with a shaky voice. The remains being annihilated is a piece of good news for all Orthodox sections. The only question would be who would have done so. The other old man by the side sank into deep thought. He had a conjecture in mind, but he wasn't certain. In the underworld, who would be capable of this? An old man looked ahead before exchanging glances with the others. Only the Dragon King and his subordinates have entered this place today. Moreover, only the Dragon King is capable of annihilating the remains in the underworld at this moment. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect? Why did he want to annihilate the remains? Now that he has a deep feud with Donghua sacred sect, would he dare to offend the devil sects too?
An old man shook his head in disbelief.
Becoming the enemy of Donghua sacred sect and diabolism. Could it be that the Dragon King is trying to make the whole world his enemy? Making the whole world his enemy, he is really making everyone his enemy. The Dragon King's actions aren't something we can predict. He has offended the leader of the orthodox sects and annihilated the remains from diabolism in the same day. Arrogance. Really arrogant. Let's go. If the people of the underworld are to learn about this, they probably will be shocked and stirred. Donghua sacred sect is going to be embarrassed in this matter. The few of them conversed and took a further glance at the base of the remains that was still shrouded in flames. With shocked and complicated feelings, they headed back towards Ling City. Along the way, they saw two inborn experts dashing past them. They didn't converse and simply went on their own way. Night. The entire world had quietened down. Activity on the forum of the Underworld website had also died down deep into the night. The critiques of the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect had also paused for the moment.
However, a thread suddenly appeared deep into the night. The remains have been annihilated. This thread came with pictures of the huge fire in the base of the remains and the corpses within the area.
When this piece of news was announced, it didn't cause a huge ruckus at night. Nonetheless, there were still 1,000 comments. On the second morning, Wang Xian headed to the floating island near Rivertown after waking up. Looking at the devil metal steel and tenacious devil stone on the ground, he hesitated for a moment before starting to craft weapons. I hope I can succeed. After I craft this inborn spiritual equipment, the Dragonians will be invincible among inborn experts with them.
Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile as anticipation beamed in his eyes.
At this moment, what Wang Xian didn't know was that his actions yesterday had shocked the world.
Late at night, when the thread of the remains being annihilated was posted, it only drew the attention of 1,000+ people. Some of them didn't believe it while others had doubts in mind.
Some sects and experts nearing the Ling City sent their men over out of curiosity.
When they entered the nest of the remains and saw the situation, they couldn't help but be astonished. Early in the morning, the news of the remains being annihilated had truly kicked up a storm.
The remains, one of the 4 strongest devil sects, has been annihilated. Flames have raised through their base and all the experts of the remains are dead. This has been verified. Many people might not have believed the news last night about the remains being annihilated. We are located near the base of the remains. After heading there, we are sure to say that the remains have indeed been annihilated.
Shocking. The base of the remains was reduced to ruins in a single night. Who could have annihilated the remains?
The news of the remains being annihilated soon spread like wildfire. The remains was one of the 4 strongest devil sections. It was terrifying and strong. Yet they had been annihilated.
Many people in the underworld couldn't help but cheer on the news of them being annihilated.
The evil and brutal acts of the remains had long infuriated many sects and families in the underworld.
While they were celebrating the annihilation of the remains, the question of who had annihilated them was also thrown out. Who could have annihilated one of the 4 strongest devil sects?
Who? When questions of this nature were posted, many people recalled the thread about the Dragon King of Dragon Sect last night. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect led a group of disciples with the disciple of the remains into the fateless forest. The thread starter saw the Dragon King headed towards the base of the remains with the disciples of the remains.
Soon, news of the remains being annihilated came.
At the thought of this, their jaws dropped and disbelief filled their faces. Could it be that the Dragon King was the one who annihilated the remains? What a terrifying thought. In the current underworld, Donghua Sacred Sect could have annihilated the remains. Dragon Sect is also capable of doing so. Considering that the alliance of the orthodox sects was formed yesterday, Donghua Sacred Sect wouldn't have been the one who was responsible.
On the other hand, there was news of the Dragon King leading his disciples into the base of the remains. The conclusion is clear.
Fuck.
It's almost 100% certain that the Dragon King was the one who annihilated the remains. This Dragon King is simply too incredible.
Aren't there people accusing the Dragon Sect of joining diabolism? Damn, what a preposterous claim.
In my view, considering the Dragon King's personality, he would never join Diabolism.
I believe it was Donghua Sacred Sect who accused Dragon Sect of joining Diabolism, and that they will be annihilating the Dragon Sect. I, the Dragon King, don't have to explain my actions to you. I can choose to become an enemy to the leader of the Alliance of the Orthodox Sects, Donghua Sacred Sect. At the same time, I can annihilate the remains from Diabolism as I wish.
Damn. The Dragon King is too darn domineering.
A day ago, everyone was still criticizing the Dragon King of Dragon Sect. What about today? Alright, I admit I was one of them. Here, I would like to say something. Dragon Sect is mighty. The Dragon King is domineering.
Through this, the Dragon King has undoubtedly given a slap to all those who criticized him yesterday. At the same time, they gave a slap to Donghua Sacred Sect. This speed of slapping those who criticized them is too darned quick.
The world is shocked.
So is the underworld.
When the news of the remains getting annihilated was passed around in the underworld, threads were being added into the forums at a frantic speed. Many people found it unbelievable, yet were elated by the fact that the remains were annihilated by the Dragon King of Dragon Sect.
On the verge of the war breaking out between the Devil and Orthodox sects, having annihilated one of the 4 Devil sects was as good as weakening Diabolism by 1/5 of their strength. Yesterday, the rumor that Dragon Sect was joining Diabolism had fallen on its own, putting Donghua Sacred Sect in an awkward position instantly. The Donghua Sacred Sect is really embarrassed now. From their statement released yesterday, they were too impatient to deal with Dragon Sect.
Donghua Sacred Sect and the rest of the martial artists simply accused Dragon Sect of joining Diabolism, so they just annihilated the remains. Which sacred sects in the underworld are capable of doing so?
Even Donghua Sacred Sect would need to make tremendous efforts.
I don't understand the actions of the Dragon King from Dragon Sect. He just rejected to join the alliance of the Orthodox sects yesterday afternoon, and even made Donghua Sacred Sect their sworn enemy. Yet, Dragon Sect annihilated the remains that night. We're just average men who can't see the link. Let me clarify. The Dragon King has made Donghua Sacred Sect a sworn enemy because of Hai Jiao. Hai Jiao wanted to slay the Dragon King. Still, he was defeated by the Dragon King, and Donghua Sacred Sect wanted to protect Hai Jiao. Hence, they became enemies.
But why isn't Dragon Sect joining the alliance of the Orthodox sects? Why does no one ask this question?
And why does Donghua Sacred Sect want to protect Hai Jiao when he was trying to kill the Dragon King and was eventually defeated? Obviously, Donghua Sacred Sect infuriated Dragon Sect, resulting in Dragon Sect turning their back on them.
In any case, it was good that Dragon Sect did not join Diabolism. Otherwise, given the power of Dragon Sect and the strength of the Dragon King, we don't know how much price the underworld must pay just to annihilate Diabolism.
In the internet world, netizens overturned their points of view at the speed of lightning. That is how the internet works. Yesterday, many of the martial artists were still chiding the Dragon Sect. Still, more martial artists surfaced to support Dragon Sect and the Dragon King today. However, Wang Xian would not have the slightest interest in this even if he knew about it.
At this time, a group of people arrived on the floating island.
Wang Xian, we're here to confirm something with you. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan led some of their disciples to the floating island and spoke to Wang Xian as soon as they saw him.
Oh? What's the matter? Have you brought all the inborn level materials?
Let me see how many inborn spiritual weapons I can exchange with you guys. Wang Xian said to them with a broad smile.
Did you really annihilate the remains of Diabolism?
Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan stared at him, setting the inborn spiritual weapons aside first. Yes, I met the people from the remains yesterday, and I don't like their ways of doing things. Since I wasn't far from their base camp, I just annihilated them, said Wang Xian without any emotion. Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan exchanged glances with their lips twitching.
Annihilated the remains as you wished. It is the remains you were talking about. Since the remains could effortlessly annihilate Sui clan and Xiao clan, it seemed like their gaps with Dragon Sect was getting bigger. Fine, you're a demon.
Sui Huang took a deep breath and continued. All the inborn level materials that we could get are here. Take a look and see how many weapons can be exchanged.
Sure. Wang Xian nodded.
The people from Sui clan and Xiao clan carried all the materials forward. Looking at the chests of inborn-level materials, radiance was beaming from Wang Xian's eyes as he showed a hint of excitement. "Take a look," Xiao Quanshan told Wang Xian as he opened the chests. Wind Featherstone, Level 10. Earthy Clay, Level 10.
Thunder Rock, Level 10.
Golden Metal Rock, Level 10. Ryukinium, Level 10. Vibranium, Level 11. Ghost Wood, Level 11. All the inborn level materials brought by Sui clan and Shao clan totaled 7 types of different metals, out of which 2 were level 11 materials while the rest were level 10. Metal-attributed materials made up most of them.
This is Wind Featherstone, which is extremely durable and you almost cannot feel its weight.
Earthy Clay has a strong stickiness, and it's hard to get rid of once something is stuck on it.
Thunder Rock was a rock found on Thunder Mountain. It was formed through millions of lightning strikes, and therefore it contains an immense amount of electricity. It could easily electrocute an elephant.
Xiao Quanshan and Sui Huang began to introduce the metals to Wang Xian, in which the number of wind featherstones was the highest, with 60 pieces of it, while vibranium and the ghost wood had the least numbers. Overall, they had quite an amount of inborn-level materials. With those, he could craft at least 20 to 30 weapons under the assumption of a 100% success rate. The success rate of smithing weapons and alchemy were on par.
But compared to alchemy, some of the materials could be recycled when a weapon failed in the crafting process.
With these materials, you guys can forget about Dan Realm weapons. Since you have too little vibranium and ghost wood, I'll give each of you 10 spiritual weapons. What do you think? Asked Wang Xian with a beaming face. Sure. Radiance flashed in the duo's eyes as they nodded in agreement immediately. Initially, the thought of exchanging these materials for 5 weapons inborn spiritual weapons would have made a great deal to them. Since they could exchange 10 now, it had greatly exceeded their expectations. Great. Come over and pick your weapons. Wang Xian nodded and brought them to the weapon pavilion. Back on the floating island, Wang Xian had ordered his men to construct a separate pavilion for weapons and elixir pills to distinguish the treasures. All the other forces in the underworld would usually have one treasure vault, but Wang Xian was different. When they entered the weapon pavilion, one could sense a surge of sharpness and heat as a myriad of weapons were hanging on the surrounding walls. The weapons were exuding a faint fire glow as they possessed a unique spirit. This. As soon as Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan entered, their eyes flew open with unbelievable looks. You lad, how did you manage to get so many inborn spiritual weapons? Gosh, why are there so many over here? The 2 of them acted like they were some bumpkins, gazing around in shock. I can feel daunting power from that staff over there. That night sword is above the inborn level.
It's definitely more than that. Goodness gracious.
The 2 of them looked around with surprise as they almost drooled. Wang Xian looked at them and chuckled. Okay, each of you is allowed to take 10 weapons. Don't say I'm mean. It's quite a lot. One was the master of his girlfriend, while the other one was the Laozu of his disciple. On top of that, Wang Xian owed them favors. He would not feel bad for giving them 10 weapons each. Wang Xian, you see, since you have so many spiritual weapons over here, can you lend me a handy weapon too? Asked Sui Huang to Wang Xian with thick skin.
Xiao Quanshan at the side twitched his lips upon seeing the way he acted, but he also looked at Wang Xian with a flattering look.
I heard that Shu Qing was in a bad mood these last few days. I was getting ready to teach her alchemy over the next 2 days. The timing is just right.
Sui Huang took out his trump card.
Falling for Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan's shameless pleas, Wang Xian threw 2 weapons casually towards them. Both of them grinned widely as though they were perverts who had their eyes fixed on a stunning beauty. Holding the weapons in their hands, they constantly wiped the weapons. One would have thought they might start drooling. With these weapons, the losses of our Sui clan will be greatly reduced in the upcoming battle against diabolism. Sui Huang looked at the rest of the inborn spiritual weapons, grinned and was beaming with excitement. All right. Now that you got what you wanted, I'm going to send you guys off. Wang Xian took a glance at the inborn level materials beside him and was prepared to start refining equipment. All right, Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan didn't take offense with Wang Xian's attitude as they were grinning widely for what they had gotten. They hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Wang Xian, are you leading the dragon sect to target diabolism in the upcoming battle?"
Target diabolism?
"Nope. I'm preparing to deal with Donghua sacred sect." Wang Xian chuckled and shook his head while a ghoulish light flashed across his eyes. "Huh?
Deal with Donghua sacred sect?
The two of them were slightly shocked and frowned. "Are you really not resting till one of you has perished?" When they wanted to protect Hai Jiao, the outcome was decided. Wang Xian continued with a smile.
"All right. Just be careful in the upcoming battle between the orthodox sects and the devil sections. I'm going to get busy." Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan shook their heads, exchanged glances, and headed out. Deal with Donghua sacred sect?
Would the dragon sect take action soon? After walking off the floating island, Xiao Quanshan turned to Sui Huang and asked this with a solemn face. "It's hard to say. No one really knows what that kid is thinking. However, he's a pretty good person and isn't bad at all at his core. Regardless, let's help each other to reduce our losses for the upcoming battle." Sui Huang heaved a sigh and shook his head.
Donghua sacred sect made a statement on the Underworld website just a while ago.
"Oh? What kind of statement?" "They said that the dragon sect annihilating the remains is the right decision. Since they have the capabilities, they should be doing more for the underworld and eliminating more devil sects."
Huh? Donghua sacred sect probably did this on purpose. They want the devil sects to go after the dragon sect.
"That's probably what they have in mind. As one of the 4 strongest devil sects, the remains were well regarded in diabolism. Donghua sacred sect is fanning the feud on purpose to induce the devil sects to deal with the dragon sect. It's going to be trouble now since the dragon sect has offended Donghua sacred sect and diabolism. Although offending Donghua sacred sect and diabolism will be problematic to the dragon sect only has 50 disciples. Moreover, all of them are inborn experts. If they really wanted to hide, no one could find them. We can protect their kin for them. Brother Wang Xian has been really generous this time." Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan conversed. They weren't going to do anything about the dragon sect. Even if they wished, they couldn't. Protecting the kin of Wang Xian could very well be the only thing they could do to help. This was also in gratitude to Wang Xian for gifting them the weapons. Wang Xian didn't know about Sui Huang and Xiao Quanshan's thoughts. If he knew, he would probably laugh it off.
At this moment, Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingwei, Xiao Yu, and the rest wouldn't require him to protect them at all.
Disregarding their personal strength, Ajaya was still around. Who could possibly harm them in the current underworld? Even if Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi from Diabolism were to attack them together, they wouldn't be able to harm the girls in the slightest.
The only shameful thing was, his backyard was on fire. Wang Xian brought all the inborn level materials to the wand forging table and wand forging hammer. He took a deep breath.
Refining equipment wasn't very different from ordinary smithing. The most obvious difference would be that the level of the materials differed substantially.
Based on the introduction in the Fire God's secret book, one would just require the materials and forging technique to craft level 10 and level 11 equipment. They didn't involve the use of spirit arrays. Another difference between equipment refining and smithing was that refining higher-level equipment required an art of forging. The forging of the edge of the blade, the forging of a truncheon, and many others required the consideration of the conductivity of spiritual energy. For example, when crafting fire attribute inborn spiritual weapons, one had to consider the conductivity and enhancement of fire energy.
Ordinary inborn spiritual weapons could enhance an ordinary martial artist's strength by 50%. Powerful inborn spiritual weapons could increase such enhancement to 80%.
This greatly depended on one's skill in forging.
An exceptionally important issue would be the conductivity of attribute energy. One had to go through thousands of rounds of practice to get it right. Otherwise, some weapons that were crafted would not be able to enhance one's strength. Instead, they would even hinder one's ordinary strength. Other than the art of forging, there is also the selection of materials and the special features of the weapon. Wang Xian pondered as he looked to the materials before him. Combining materials together could bring out even greater energy. The combination of materials was even tougher and required constant experimentation. Naturally, one could also just use a single type of material.
Since I can't forge weapons that suit my current strength, I might as well forge some equipment for the Dragonians, Wang Xian thought to himself.
He picked up the two inborn level metals, Devil Metal Steel and Tenacious Devil Stone, which he had gotten from the remains. Dragonians wouldn't require weapons as their dragon claws are even stronger than inborn spiritual weapons. I can discount the weapons then. As for defense, even inborn level armor would not be of much use after considering the toughness of their physical bodies.
In that case, Wang Xian moved his arm and a mask appeared in his hand. This was the Devil Shadow mask he had obtained from the treasure cove of the remains. After wearing it, one could release a shadow. Although the shadow was illusory, devil attribute cultivators could shroud themselves in devilish aura. This would make the illusory shadow a little more realistic. This was a piece of secondary equipment and its effects would differ from person to person.
However, it would be a rather good choice for the Dragonians. Wang Xian moved his hands over the Devil Shadow mask while memorizing every contour on it. He picked up a piece of Devil Metal Steel and placed it on the wand forging table.
First, I have to heat the Devil Metal Steel till it melts so I can change its appearance.
As a level 13 spiritual forging equipment, the wand forging table had a powerful enhancement. Mold creation. One could create a mold of the equipment to be crafted, after which one would have to use the wand forging hammer to hammer it into shape before inducing attribute conductivity.
Within the wand forging table, flames were imbued. 5 level 12 spiritual flame balls were embedded on it. If the wand forging table wasn't for refining equipment, Wang Xian would have extracted the spiritual flame balls from it.
Other than the flames of the wand forging table, one could also use his own flames.
The creation of a mold was simple. Melting the metal and refining it was tough. However, the toughest was the management of the conductivity of the equipment. Wang Xian created a mold on the wand forging table, after which he started smelting and refining the Devil Metal Steel.
Let's begin. Wang Xian took a deep breath. With just a thought, a small origin source flame appeared on his palm.
His lips curved into a smile as he directed the origin source flame onto the wand forging table.
Ding! Refine equipment with the origin source flame. The notification of the system sounded and Wang Xian was beaming with excitement, following which the process of refining would start.
As the Devil Metal Steel was placed on the origin source flame, it softened rapidly. Wang Xian lifted the wand forging hammer and hammered down.
All the impurities within were instantly purged. Clang, clang, clang. Bam, bam, bam. The hammering sound kept coming as Wang Xian had not stopped hammering the sheet of Devil Metal Steel according to the forging method in the art of equipment refining. The most amazing effect of using the origin source flame to refine equipment was the removal of impurities.
Removal of impurities was a crucial step as the impurities could affect the properties of conduction and therefore affect the power of the weapons.
Secondly, the origin source flame had another strong effect, to soften any types of metal speedily. It could achieve the same temperature between the interior and exterior of the metal. For refining equipment, these effects were like great plugins. After Wang Xian placed the Devil Metal Steel in the mold, he quickly hammered it. Soon, the shape of a mask was formed. After the semi-finished mask was done, he could proceed with conducting the attributes into the mask. When Wang Xian examined the conductivity of the semi-finished mask, he instantly found out that the conductivity was smooth without any blockage.
It must be the origin source flame. The so-called conductivity has a simple way of testing. When the attribution passes through, it will straightaway appear at the end of the device. Just like electric conduction. Some have poor or good conductivity.
This had to do with the impurities in the materials. The rest did not have much of an impact. It's easy to solve the issue of conductivity when using a single material to craft a weapon. But when it comes to using 2 or more materials, the conductivity is a key point. Wang Xian was elated. Using the origin source flame to refine equipment was such an easy task. Some of the blacksmiths would spend a long time just to make an inborn spiritual weapon. Take Zhan Lu, for example. It was said that he used 3 months just to make the ancient sword of Zhan Lu. Wang Xian took the wand forging hammer, making some small adjustments to the mask. Phew, it's done. Devil Shadow Mask.
Level 10. A black-colored mask isn't that nice at all. I should draw an abyss on it. The abyss mask looks cool and impressive. Wang Xian was wearing smiles as he looked at the mask. He put it on and a shadow emerged beside him. The shadow was vague because he was not using any devil attributions. Once the devil attribution was activated, the shadow would turn realistic and it could distract the opponent during combat. I'll make 50 of them. Wang Xian looked at the material, raised his wand forging hammer, and began to speed up his crafting process. Level 13 Supreme Class Weapons with Origin Source Flame, a crazy flame. Making inborn spiritual weapons was a breeze to him. After the hammering sound continued for more than 2 hours, Wang Xian had completed 50 devil shadow masks. But he did not stop and went on to make other stuff. It was another piece of auxiliary equipment, a pair of devil wings. The speed of Dragonians was a flaw compared to their power and defense. If they had a pair of wings, it could significantly enhance their speed. On the other hand, wings and masks had a complementary effect. Since Wang Xian had the origin source flame, he thought of an idea to make the devil shadow mask and devil wings into a suit. This way, they could complement each other, making it a simple spiritual weapon suit. The suit had one feature, and that was a complement. There were 2 types of complements. One was the spiritual complement and one was the power complement. The spiritual complement was somewhat more advanced, while the power complement was simpler. But to Wang Xian, this was a piece of cake. However, making a pair of wings was undoubtedly much more difficult. The 3 materials required were tenacious devil stone, wind feather stone, and golden metal rock. With this 3-metal combination, it added a lot of difficulty to the crafting of the weapon. The tenacious devil stone was the primary material, while the other 2 materials were supplementary. Wang Xian had to bring out the characteristics of these materials at the same time not to affect the attribution conductivity. Bam bam bam. For the whole day, Wang Xian had not stopped his hammering and research. Making auxiliary weapons like the wings proved to be too difficult as Wang Xian spent 8 hours to make one. The pair of devil wings spread out 1.5 meters on each side, 3 meters with both sides extended out. The entire wings were pure black with 5 frames supporting them in the middle. After adding the wind feather stone, the entire wings were as light as a feather. When they conducted with their devilish aura, they could soar effortlessly into the sky. That would increase their speed by another 50%. But before using the devil wings, one had to embed a spiritual stone at the position of the wind feather stone to activate its effect. Fortunately, the consumption was not massive and it could be brushed off. Flap! Wang Xian spread out the wings with a crisp, clear sound. After he tested them, the wings shrunk and would not be affecting anything. Even spreading the wings during a battle would not have the slightest hindrance to movement. Wang Xian had a satisfied look on his face. After putting on the mask, it would be simply impressive if he had another black trench coat. Should I make one too? Wang Xian raised his eyebrow as he was intrigued. But after looking at the material, it was a pity that the materials he had were insufficient. He shook his head without any choice. After putting on the mask, 2 pieces of metal could buckle on the wings, linking the 2 items, creating the simple effect of a suit. Wang Xian moved around, and an illusory shadow emerged beside him. With his lips curled, he continued making his devil wings. Dragon King. When the moon was hanging in the night sky, Missouri Yuan called out from outside. Come in. Wang Xian wiped the sweat on his forehead. Even he was a little tired after crafting weapons for the entire day. Dragon King, Omniscient Group is now under our control, said Mo Yuan to Wang Xian excitedly. Under our control? That fast? A trace of thrill flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Yes, there were not many people at the higher management level. On top of that, they were ordinary people. Hence, it was easy for us to take control. And now we have gained access to the information in Omniscient Group. Mo Yuan nodded his head with force. Great. Wang Xian squinted his eyes. From now on, collect all the information on Donghua Sacred Sect. Since we won't rest unless one of us is dead, we should do something about it. As Wang Xian spoke, he drew his lips. Yes, Dragon King. We'll get Omniscient Group to send us all the information about Donghua Sacred Sect. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Seeing the well-made inborn spiritual weapons,
He smiled and took out his phone to rest on the chair. When he read the messages on the Underworld forum, he put up a faint smile.
Everyone was discussing the Dragon King and Dragon Sect. The news of the remains being annihilated had shaken the entire underworld. After Donghua's sacred sect released another statement, all the martial artists of the underworld were hoping the Dragon King and Dragon Sect could wipe out the rest of the devil sects.
All of them were discussing the Dragon King and Dragon Sect's strength. Dragon Sect was known to be the next strongest sacred sect after Donghua Sacred Sect.
At the same time, all of Diabolism had noticed the fact that Wuxia had annihilated the remains. Some of them had posted threads on the Underworld forum saying they would annihilate the Dragon King to avenge the remains.
I hope the Dragon Sect can annihilate more devil sections. In that case, annihilating the entire Diabolism will be an easy task together with the strength of the Orthodox sects.
Even Donghua's sacred sect wishes to see the Dragon Sect annihilate more devil sections. They probably have high regard for the strength of the Dragon Sect. Let's hope that the Dragon King can eradicate more devil sects.
Wuxia noticed there were more and more threads of this nature after Donghua Sacred Sect made its statement. Besides that, there were threads that cheered on the Dragon Sect and the Dragon King. They proudly boasted about the invincibility of the Dragon King and the Dragon Sect, the Dragon King who saw all evil as his enemies, for whom eliminating Diabolism entirely would be a walk in the park.
There were all kinds of discussions. Subsequently, the devil sects made their statements to warn the Dragon Sect and Dragon King to stay low and that they would be taking revenge for the remains. The entire underworld was exceptionally lively. Looking through these comments, ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Wuxia.
It seems like Donghua Sacred Sect is truly scheming. They hope to see me annihilate more devil sects? Hehe. I have no feud with the devil sects, but I do have one against you.
Wuxia's expression turned cold as ice. Looking at the messages popping up on his phone, he stood up and continued refining spiritual equipment. The effects of this inborn spiritual equipment would be first tested on Donghua Sacred Sect.
After working through an entire night, Wuxia had crafted 50 sets of Devil Shadow Mask and Devil Wings. Seeing the inborn spiritual equipment that was glowing with a dull light, he revealed a satisfied smile.
Dragon King,
these are the pieces of information that Omniscient Group has gathered on Donghua Sacred Sect.
Soon after, Mo Yuan carried a set of information to Wuxia.
Can we find an entry point? A few days have passed and it's time to give Donghua Sacred Sect a surprise. Wuxia looked through the information as he asked Mo Yuan. Entry point. Mo Yuan sank into deep thought. Soon, he lifted his head and answered, Dragon King. We do have an opportunity tomorrow.
What kind of opportunity?
Nie Wushuang of the Donghua Sacred Sect and Emperor Qi of Diabolism have arranged to meet at Huashan for the supreme battle. 80% of the inborn experts of Donghua Sacred Sect will likely attend this major battle. However, there will be some who remain to guard an area. Donghua spiritual or mine? Answered Mo Yuan.
Donghua spiritual or mine? Wuxia raised an eyebrow as he flipped through the information in his hands.
Other than having Nie Wushuang, the reason why Donghua Sacred Sect could become the strongest sacred sect in the underworld was because of the spiritual or mine.
A spiritual or mine that one could excavate spiritual stones.
Based on the information on record, Donghua Sacred Sect could excavate 40 to 50,000 spiritual stones from the spiritual or mine annually. 40 to 50,000 spiritual stones was an insane amount. Because of the existence of the spiritual or mine, the number of inborn experts in Donghua Sacred Sect easily triumphed in the underworld. Donghua spiritual or mine is just 50 kilometers away from the sacred grounds of Donghua Sacred Sect. If we ambush them tomorrow, we can easily kill all the experts that remain to guard to spiritual or mine. Mo Yuan answered confidently. 50 kilometers? Wuxia raised an eyebrow. Yeah, 50 kilometers. A Dan Realm expert will be leading the guards with at least a dozen-odd inborn experts. It's an incredibly important location for Donghua Sacred Sect. Mo Yuan nodded his head. In that case, we don't have to wait to attack them until they are away. The people in the underworld would believe that we are afraid of Donghua Sacred Sect. Since we are going to attack, we shall do it tonight.
A beam of ruthlessness gleamed in Wuxia's eyes as he spoke. Tonight?
Mo Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, Dragon King, would you want to go with us?
Naturally.
Nie Wushuang from Donghua Sacred Sect will likely have reached the budding realm. If he is there, you guys wouldn't be a match. Wang Xian nodded his head before continuing. Inform all disciples of the Dragon Sect to head towards Donghua Spiritual or Mine. The battle has begun.
The battle has begun.
Wang Xian didn't have the intention to target with Donghua Sacred Sect so quickly. However, he wanted to give Donghua Sacred Sect a lesson after seeing their statements on the underworld.
Otherwise, Donghua Sacred Sect would assume that his Dragon Sect was just a joke.
Since they had decided to not rest till a side had perished, so be it. Wang Xian smirked coldly. Distribute these devil shadow masks and devil wings to all the Dragonians and test out the strength. Yes, Dragon King.
Mo Yuan nodded his head. Soon, the disciples of the Dragon Sect arrived one after another. Let's go.
The group of Dragonians kept the devil shadow masks and devil wings as they followed behind Wang Xian towards Donghua Sacred Sect.
They didn't take any form of transportation vehicles. Dragon Sect was currently in an opposing stand to Donghua Sacred Sect. There was no way Donghua Sacred Sect would not guard against the Dragon Sect.
Moreover, Donghua Sacred Sect definitely had its own intelligence channels. If he had headed towards Donghua Sacred Sect with so many people, they would definitely be alerted. As such, Wang Xian and the group of Dragonians chose to fly there directly. In a deserted area, a group of people were in black clothes and wore black hideous-looking masks.
Behind them, they had pairs of wings that spanned over 3 meters.
The group of 50-odd people flew rapidly across the sky. They were just like a flash of shadows as they moved ahead at a tremendous speed. Inborn-level wings can fully enable an inborn expert to fly rapidly across the sky. In fact, they are even faster than airplanes. Wang Xian mumbled as he looked ahead of him. At this very moment, the higher management of Donghua Sacred Sect was gathered in a hall in Donghua Sacred Sect. No one was in the master's seat. Nie Wuxia and several other Dan Realm experts were seated closer to the front. Other than the 3 Dan Realm experts that had shown themselves during the alliance of the Orthodox sects, there were 2 other old men by their side with faint auras emitting from them.
Tomorrow will be the major battle between our sect leader and Emperor Qi. At that time, Old Xiang will guard the sect while Old Zhou will guard the spiritual or mine. As for the rest, we will follow the sect leader. Nie Wuxia instructed the other old men around him.
I really want to witness the battle of the ages of the underworld and see how insanely strong our sect leader is currently, an old man commented. Old Zhou, we can't leave the spiritual or mine unguarded, Nie Wuxia said to the old man with a smile. It doesn't matter if it is guarded or not. Who dares to have ulterior motives on Donghua Sacred Sect? The old man snorted confidently while clearly looking displeased.
Hee hee.
Nie Wuxia chuckled. That Dragon King from the Dragon Sect has the guts to stand against us. How brazen! The Dragon King of the Dragon Sect is indeed arrogant and fearless. After offending us, they went to annihilate the remains. Even the Devil Sects are looking to kill the Dragon King to take revenge for the remains. That Dragon King is indeed strong, but we will definitely be able to kill him if we fight him together. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if the 5 of us work together. Although the Dragon King is arrogant, he isn't weak at all. Nonetheless, he will likely not live long after offending us and the Devil Sections. He will either be killed by us or by the Devil Sects. Nie Wuxia chuckled. We still can't drop our guard right now. If the Dragon King were to ambush us when we leave, it would be problematic.
Hee hee. We have an ancient defensive spirit array over the spiritual or mine that can even trap any Dan Realm experts. If he's here, we will just trap him here.
The old man who was addressed as Old Zhou smirked and continued. A Dragon King isn't a cause for concern yet. If he dares to come, I'll turn him into a trapped beast. He's indeed not a cause of concern. However, the Devil Sects are running amok. If it were peacetime, the Dragon Sect would have been annihilated. There's no way he could be arrogant like now. Tisk!
Nie Wuxia snorted and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Haha. Leave the spiritual or mine to me and don't worry about it. I'll just kill anyone who comes. Old Zhou said while brimming with killing intent.
Donghua spiritual or mine was situated in the Qilu mountain range. Spiritual energy had diminished during the ending of the Age of Dharma, leaving fewer and fewer spiritual or mine in the world. Within the territory of China, the only spiritual or mine was guarded by Donghua sacred sect, and not many ancestral sects knew of the exact location of Donghua spiritual or mine as it was top secret. As omniscient group and the enemy of Donghua sacred sect, Diabolism knew the location of Donghua spiritual or mine very well. The mechanical sound that had been blasted for the entire day on Donghua spiritual or mine had finally ended at night. Large pieces of heavy machinery were placed in the spiritual or mine. Surrounding Donghua spiritual or mine were woods towering at 12 meters high just to conceal its location. This place was totally secluded even though houses were built by the side of the spiritual or mine. The interior of the houses were simple but luxurious. Inborn experts walked out of the houses around the mine and did their routine checks. "All clear," a middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. "Staying put at this isolated spiritual or mine really bores me to death. We won't even get to view the battle between sect leader and Emperor Qi from Diabolism." Holding a Vajra in his hand, a bald, middle-aged man not far away shook his head and remarked plainly, "During normal times, it's fine to have lesser people over here. But it's the critical period now, and this place needs to be heavily guarded. Isn't Supreme Old Joe staying here every day?" An elder smiled to the bald man as he spoke. "Humph, it's all because of damn Diabolism and Dragon sect. Otherwise, we won't have to keep watch over here every day." The bald, middle-aged man swung the Vajra in his hand. "If I see them, I'll send them to hell. Especially that Dragon King from Dragon sect. God damn it. The Dragon King of Dragon sect is not our concern. When we settle Diabolism, the Dragon sect will be easily settled as well." The old man replied without any emotion. "But we should not belittle them. After all, they annihilated the remains. Hence, their strength must be strong. I wonder how a 20-year-old lad possesses such daunting strength. Do you guys think he chanced upon something great? That's for sure. The rise of the Dragon King was too fast and furious. He must have inherited some powerful ancient sect's legacy. After we settle Diabolism, the first thing that Donghua Sacred Sect will do is get rid of Dragon Sect. If we can take over his legacy, it will be another boost to Donghua Sacred Sect. Fancy defeating Hai Jiao at age 20. What a scary legacy he has. We cannot let him develop further." All the inborn experts of Donghua Sacred Sect were exchanging conversations. The bald, middle-aged man with the Vajra suddenly looked around. "If I were the Dragon King, I would come here. Then we could head trap the beast and slay the dragon." If Dragon Sect found out about this place, they might really come over. But they should be sneaking in for an attack tomorrow. I dare him to come today since all the experts of Donghua Sacred Sect can rush over here in 10 minutes. Okay, let's get some rest now. The old man gestured a dismissive wave at the group of people and flitted to one of the rooms. The bald, middle-aged man shook his head slightly as he placed the Vajra on his shoulder and headed to the room where he was staying. Her! At this moment, his body was suddenly stifled as he narrowed his eyes and peered somewhere in front of him. A trace of horror and surprise flashed across his eyes. "Someone is flying towards us." The bald, middle-aged man sounded out softly as he clenched his Vajra tightly while he alerted his companions around him. Her! The inborn experts who had just reached the porches of their houses were stunned for a moment and looked ahead. Dong dong dong. The sound of a bell was clearly heard within a radius of a few kilometers around Donghua spiritual or mine. "Someone is here?" The disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect walked out from the houses, observing the surroundings with doubts. Why would anyone come at this time? Within a room in the most central house, Supreme Old Zhou of Donghua Sacred Sect opened his eyes. With a swift move, he appeared outside of the house instantly. 15 inborn experts of Donghua Sacred Sect were standing in the air while hundreds of level 8 and level 9 disciples were standing below with their eyes fixed ahead. Old Joe made a quick move and took the forefront position. He squinted his eyes slightly and peered ahead. Over there were 50 black figures with scary masks and pairs of black devil wings behind them. They were hovering towards them, looking menacing. 50. They have 50 men.
The bald, middle-aged man glared ahead with cold eyes and remarked in an icy tone.
50 men.
The rest of them gazed suspiciously ahead. 50 men? The dragon sect?
They have devilish attributes. On top of that, they have 50 men. It's the dragon sect, no doubt. They are barging into Donghua spiritual or mine. Prepare to fight.
Cold bellows were heard from everyone while old Zhou fixed his gaze on the figure who was in the middle. He was wearing the same mask and had a similar pair of wings, but old Zhou could still tell that it was the figure of a young man.
At the same time, he could sense a horrifying aura coming from that young man.
Dragon King of Dragon Sect, what a surprise. I didn't expect that you would choose this time to break into our Donghua spiritual or mine. There was a flash of cold radiance in old Zhou's eyes.
Contact the experts from the ancestral sect. Today we'll hold everyone from Dragon Sect over here. This is also a good sign for the battle of the sect leader tomorrow. Old Zhou revealed a faint smile as he instructed the disciple beside him. Yes. A disciple nodded his head immediately as he delivered the message instantaneously to Donghua Sacred Sect. A large number of experts of Donghua Sacred Sect would arrive 10 minutes later.
They are here to receive us? Seeing a dozen people standing in front in the air, coldness swept across Wang Xian's eyes.
Just with 10-odd inborn experts? How would they dare to receive us here? It looks like they have some hidden cards. Wang Xian squinted his eyes a little as he scanned around him with red-blue radiance in his eyes. A special layer of energy appeared within his vision. He had seen this when he was at Huashan. Obviously, this bout of energy was weaker by 100 times as compared to Huashan. The hidden energy encompassed an area of 5 kilometers. Donghua Sacred Sect is just 50 kilometers away from here. Their reinforcements will be able to reach here in 10 minutes. We must kill them all by then. Wang Xian commanded the surrounding Dragonians in a dull voice. Yes, Dragon King. Wang Xian jerked his devil wings behind him, and so did the 49 Dragonians behind him, emanating bouts of formidable aura. The intense killing aura surged from their bodies while devil clouds were coalescing in the sky, as if devils were emerging from the abyss. It was petrifying and domineering. What terrifying auras! Is this the full strength of the dragon sect? So powerful. Devil clouds are even coalescing over the sky. It's no surprise they could annihilate the remains. The dragon sect is indeed not simple. When the terrifying cloud of aura moved rapidly towards them with the devil clouds above them, the crowd of Donghua Sacred Sect was astonished. This strength could easily annihilate all of us. The bald middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the dragon sect within 1,000 meters of them. They are indeed strong and aren't something we can withstand. It's no surprise that Wuxia and the other 3 weren't confident in keeping them behind on the day of the alliance of the orthodox sects. Old Zhou looked plainly at the approaching experts of the dragon sect. When he saw them stopping before him, he revealed a chilling smirk and shouted, "How arrogant of the dragon sect to barge into our Donghua spiritual or mine at this moment." Wang Xian and the Dragonians stopped in the air 1,000 meters away from them. They extended their wings and resembled terrifying devils from hell. It doesn't matter the time, nor do we need to resort to ambushing to kill the people from the Donghua Sacred Sect. We are killing you guys here to send out a warning. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Wang Xian looked at the disciples of the Donghua Sacred Sect before him and spoke plainly. Arrogant and presumptuous. Old Zhou stared emotionlessly at Wang Xian as he remarked, "You must be the Dragon King. Since you dare to be here today, you can rest here forever. This is an auspicious land after all. All right, we have no time to chat with you here. In 9 minutes, the reinforcements of the Donghua Sacred Sect will be here." Wang Xian looked across the disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect as he shouted, "Killing you guys will be a reminder to the Donghua Sacred Sect that our dragon sect isn't just kidding when we say we won't rest till one party perishes. Go!" Wang Xian instructed the Dragonians behind him. "Kill!" All the Dragonians behind Wang Xian shouted. With immense killing intent overflowing, they charged towards Donghua Sacred Sect. TSK. Seeing the disciples of the dragon sect charging towards him, old Zhou turned cold as ice. The inborn experts behind him also gave cold grins. Who would have expected the dragon sect to be made up of a bunch of fools? Perhaps they are in over their heads after annihilating the remains. When the inborn experts of Donghua sacred sect witnessed what had transpired, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were grinning with contempt.
Annihilating a foolish sect with 5,000 spiritual stones. What a bad deal.
Old Zhou looked emotionlessly at the group of dragon sect's disciples charging ahead. He moved his arm and shouted, "Move back! Move back!" The group of inborn experts shouted as they retreated rapidly. Screech, screech, screech.
The moment they retreated, the space within a span of 5 kilometers seemed to be distorting.
An invisible shield fell from the sky suddenly and shrouded the entire region.
The group of Dragonians that had charged ahead was surprised.
Attack! Mo Yuan's expression turned solemn as his palm underwent a terrifying transformation. A terrifying dragon claw appeared. Behind him, the Dragonians' palms also underwent terrifying changes.
Bam!
Bam! Bam!
Dragon claws attacked the invisible shield before them and terrifying destructive force fell upon it.
Unmovable.
Unshakable.
There were no ripples or any signs of movement when the attacks of the Dragonians fell on it. This greatly shocked the Dragonians. The disciples of the Dragonians are really strong.
When an expert from Donghua sacred sect saw the attacks from the Dragonians, fear flashed in his eyes as he commented solemnly.
So what? They are still trapped beasts now. A middle-aged man standing by the side said with a faint smile. That's true. The old man grinned and looked at the disciples of the dragon sect with contempt. He commented, "They are strong but aren't very intelligent." Haha, that's right. They are nothing compared to the scheming followers of diabolism. If diabolism had the same intelligence level as them, it would be great for us.
Come, shall we celebrate?
Haha. When the disciples of the Donghua sacred sect saw the dragon sect being trapped within the spirit array, they smiled confidently. They stood outside the shield and constantly ridiculed them. What's this? A spirit array of the legends. Looking at the transparent shield before him, Mo Yuan looked bitter. He looked across and shouted, "Attack! Kill!" The Dragonians flapped their wings rapidly and charged towards the spirit array shield. Rumble! Terrifying forces that could even kill an ordinary inborn expert fell on the spirit array shield, causing dull clashing sounds.
However, the shield wasn't moved. There wasn't even any sign of movement. Hee. They must be dreaming to think they can destroy the spirit array.
Strong contempt gleamed in the eyes of old Zhou as he looked at the Dragonians attacking the shield. He felt ridiculed by the arrogance and conceit of the dragon sect.
Just today, he had heard about Wuxia and the rest being a little surprised by the Dragon King and being a little wary of the dragon sect. Now, it would seem like they were nothing.
When the experts of our Donghua sacred sect are here, it will also be the time they will be killed. An inborn expert chuckled. Supreme Elder, the people of the dragon sect are so presumptuous to announce they won't rest till one side perishes. Can I broadcast what's happening here to the underworld so the rest will know the consequences of going against us?
That's a good idea. Let the whole underworld know how the foolish dragon sect has been annihilated by us. Haha, a disciple shouted excitedly. Old Zhou, who was standing in the middle, smiled faintly and nodded his head. Hee. When that middle-aged man saw the approval given by the Supreme Elder, he was beaming with excitement. He took out his phone, took a few pictures, and entered the Underworld website.
The insignificant dragon sect is just a pile of trash. They aren't qualified to stand toe-to-toe with us. Today we will be killing them off. They are now trapped beasts waiting to be slaughtered. In the future, there will be no dragon sect or dragon king. The middle-aged man grinned as he uploaded the pictures he had taken to the Underworld website and started the thread. He could already foresee the forces and martial artists of the Underworld being shocked by the news. Just a day ago, the dragon sect had annihilated the remains. This had shocked the entire Underworld as everyone was astonished by the strength of the dragon sect. And today, the dragon sect would be annihilated by their Donghua sacred sect. From here onwards, the status of their Donghua sacred sect would be unshakable and no one would dare to challenge them. The outcome of the dragon sect would be a great example of those who dared to offend Donghua sacred sect.
They are now just trapped beasts.
In the future, there will be no arrogant dragon sect or dragon king. Old Zhou smiled with contempt at the Dragonians who were still attacking the spirit array. What? Trap the beast and slay the dragon? What just happened? Are the guys from the dragon sect trapped by those from the Donghua sacred sect?
The post was up for barely a minute and it was the spotlight of the underworld immediately. Upon clicking the post, the various martial artists of the underworld were shocked to see a photo of a group of masked Dragonians.
Are those people wearing masks with black wings disciples from the dragon sect?
Is the Dragon King among them?
Who posted this?
Is this from the Donghua sacred sect?
This is not real, is it? From the photo, it looks like the guys from the dragon sect have been trapped.
Does this mean that the Donghua sacred sect has raised an attack on the dragon sect?
No way. The dragon sect destroyed the remains only yesterday, much to the delight of everyone. But today, they landed themselves in the hands of the Donghua sacred sect. This spells total annihilation for the dragon sect. The 50 people in the photo do look like they are from the dragon sect. By putting this information out, the disciples from the Donghua sacred sect most certainly want the dragon sect dead. From the background in the photo, it seems like it was taken in the mountains. Could it be that the dragon sect had secretly planned for a sneak attack on the Donghua sacred sect, but was completely wiped out by them instead? It does seem possible for the dragon sect to launch a sneak attack on Donghua sacred sect. Going by the character of the Dragon King, he had already intended to fight the Donghua sacred sect till the end. Thus he'll not let them off easily.
But by the looks of things, it looks like they were trapped by the Donghua sacred sect.
The Dragon King is too self-conceited.
Maybe with the annihilation of the remains yesterday, he felt confident enough to take on the Donghua sacred sect. But doing that is just an act of courting death. Gone.
The dragon sect is completely gone now. They chose to take on the Donghua sacred sect, while they are still leagues below their level. Countless martial artists of the underworld expressed their comments under the post. Nobody expected that this would have happened. Yesterday, the dragon sect destroyed the remains. Today, they are on the way to being destroyed by the Donghua sacred sect.
The turn of events left the martial artists of the underworld filled with emotions.
The Dragon King is too self-conceited.
That is the Donghua sacred sect we are talking about. Their presence is a sign of invincibility in the underworld. Provoking them will lead to the downfall of the dragon sect for sure.
I knew that the dragon sect and Dragon King would not live long. Not with their arrogance. It makes total sense that they get wiped out. One of the martial artists commented under the post. The dragon sect had lived their worth. By destroying the remains, they got rid of one of the underworld's greatest nemeses. But the dragon sect and the Dragon King were threats themselves. This is good riddance. Support the Donghua sacred sect. The news put a smile on the faces of some martial artists, who were in support of the decimation of the dragon sect. Although some other sacred sects were filled with mixed emotions when they first saw the post, their faces lit up with smiles eventually. To them, it was certainly a good thing that the dragon sect was gone. They did not want such a strong yet unbridled force to remain in the underworld. While the underworld was shocked by the content of the post, Wang Xian was found standing in the center of a spirit array, faced with the smug looks of the gang of Donghua sacred sect disciples. He was seen beaming with a smile. Trap the beast and slay the dragon? You will have to be able to trap the dragon first, Wang Xian said with a slight sneer. He looked up and slowly raised his right arm. In a split second, the entire arm underwent a horrific change. The entire arm emitted a golden glow, turning gold in color and then transforming into a golden dragon claw. The partial dragonification replaced his arm with a solid dragon claw. Hehe, trying to break our spirit array?
Stop your wishful thinking. This is one of the only 2 legendary spirit arrays that our Donghua sacred sect practices. It's impossible for any Dan realm experts to break this array.
Old Zhou saw the transformation on Wang Xian's arm and had a look of contempt across his face.
Really?
Your lives are about to end in just 1 more minute, Wang Xian said with a faint grin on his face as he fixed his eyes on the supreme elder of Donghua sacred sect.
Haha, let me tell you this. You all have only 5 more minutes to live. After the 5 minutes are up, our experts from the Donghua sacred sect will annihilate your entire dragon sect. Old Zhou laughed in the direction of Wang Xian. The group of inborn experts behind Old Zhou slowly raised their heads with their arms folded. Dragon King, give us your best shot. We will cheer for you from here. Ha ha, they guffawed with sneers. Oh? Really? Wang Xian chuckled at the sight of their laughter. He moved his body and launched an attack straight ahead. With a leap, he lunged forward with an attack, clenching his dragon claw tightly. Dead ahead, the gang of Donghua sacred sect disciples looked on, still with smiles on their faces. The power of the spirit array was tested personally by their sect leader. No den expert could ever think of breaking it. They showed no signs of anxiousness, and their faces remained calm. Bam! When the dragon claw hit the spirit array, the array showed no signs of wavering. Haha, what a futile attempt at using your power. The bald, middle-aged expert witnessed the scene and laughed out arrogantly. Heh. Wang Xian looked up and grinned, his eyes sweeping across the entire gang. Kill! Kill! As soon as he finished muttering the word, the spirit array suddenly showed signs of cracking, as if a piece of glass was swiftly breaking apart. What? This? The cracks of the spirit array shocked the entire Donghua sacred sect with smiles on their faces froze in an instant. What's this? Old Zhou's eyes shrunk uncontrollably. He astonishingly realized that the strike from the Dragon King moments ago had penetrated the spirit array. The strike penetrating the spirit array happened all too quickly, as if the force had caused time to freeze momentarily before the cracks became visible. Kill! The group of Dragonians alongside Mo Yuan showed an icy glance in their eyes. They wore the abyss masks, and the wings on their backs began to flap as they attacked the Donghua sacred sect disciples at a frightful speed. Their arms were now slightly quivering as they looked at their approaching enemies with horror. No, he is capable of bursting an attack from the budding realm. How can he be that strong? Old Zhou's eyes twitched at the sight of the attacking group of experts from the Dragon sect. Seeing the Dragon King had his eyes fixated on him, he was petrified. Run! Right now! In a flash, Old Zhou made the decision to retreat. They were no match for the Dragon sect, not with their ability. Without their spirit array, they had completely lost their right to battle. Run for your life! Trembling in fear, the surrounding group of inborn experts from the Donghua sacred sect tried to escape when the Dragonians approached them with murderous looks on their faces. 5 more minutes. Just hang on for another 5 minutes and the reinforcements from the ancestral sect will be here. We will be able to survive by then, the bald, middle-aged expert said with his eyes twitching furiously. Gritting his teeth, he tried to run away. Do you really think you can escape? Mo Yuan said with a cold smile on his face, glaring at the Donghua sacred sect experts. The devil wings on the backs of the masked Dragonians fluttered violently. All of you from the Donghua sacred sect must die. There is no escape for any of you. Bam! The devil wings moved with excitement, exuding a black luster from the wings. The spiritual stone mounted on their devil wings channeled the powers of the wind feather stone, making them feel as light as feathers. With a gentle charge, they were able to increase their speed instantaneously by more than 50%. When the Dragonians triggered the effects of the devil wings, all the experts from Donghua sacred sect could feel a terrifying aura approaching them from behind. Shit! Their wings can greatly increase their speed. Sensing the fast-approaching Dragonian behind him, the bald middle-aged man was flabbergasted. He gritted his teeth, held the Vajra tightly in his hand, and turned around forcefully. Among the inborn experts, I have not encountered anyone who is a match for me in Donghua sacred sect. I can still pull one of you to the grave with me. The bald, middle-aged man grimaced in fear. The Vajra glowed dazzlingly as he swung down heavily towards a Dragonian. Wang! What? Just as the Vajra was about to land on the Dragonian, an identical Dragonian appeared beside him. This took the bald, middle-aged man by surprise as his actions slowed. TSK. A cold snort resounded as the dragon claw of the Dragonian attacked towards the bald, middle-aged man. The bald, middle-aged man was astonished as he shifted the Vajra across his body. Bam! A dragonian and an illusory shadow attacked the bald middle-aged man with identical movements, taking the bald middle-aged man by complete surprise. Bam! As the dragon claw swept across the shoulder of the bald middle-aged man, a long wound was torn open instantly. The bald middle-aged man was shocked. At this moment, the attack from the dragonian fell once again. One strike came after another with immense force. What was most terrifying was still the speed. Within close proximity, the dragonian could shift his attack easily. Terrifying attacks together with the distractions of the devil shadow left the bald middle-aged man with no strength to retaliate. Arg! In the end, the bald middle-aged man let out a desperate cry. Arg! At this moment, incessant cries filled the sky. All the dragonians had the strength to challenge those who were stronger than them. Now that they had the inborn level devil shadow masks and devil wings as enhancements, the experts from Donghua Sacred Sect wouldn't be able to stand against them. As for those disciples who had not reached the inborn realm, they were easily slaughtered. All they saw was a devil shadow dashing toward them. The next moment, they would feel vitality quickly leaving their bodies. How dare you slaughter the disciples from our Donghua Sacred Sect? At this moment, old Zhou, who had been standing in the middle, locked down by Wang Xian, had noticed the disciples around him being easily killed. He glowered at Wang Xian with blood-red eyes as he growled. So what if we did? Since your Donghua Sacred Sect dared to offend the Dragon Sect, you must have had the understanding that you guys would be killed by us. Wang Xian stared coldly at old Zhou. When he finished his words, he also struck. In that case, I'll see how strong the Dragon King really is. Seeing Wang Xian charging towards him, old Zhou lifted his right hand and a long sword appeared in it. The dullish yellow longsword was incomparably fearsome as old Zhou swung it towards Wang Xian. Rumble. Terrifying cracks extended as the tough floor split rapidly. The edge of the sword went for Wang Xian directly. Wang Xian waved his arm as the cracks extending towards him were dispersed. He smirked and made an instantaneous shift towards old Zhou. Today, you have to die too. When old Zhou heard Wang Xian, his heart skipped a beat. He clenched onto the longsword in his hand tightly, gritted his teeth and roared, "There are only 4 minutes left. You can kill me?" Tisk. As I said, it won't take more than a minute. Wang Xian squinted his eyes as he swung his dragon claws towards old Zhou. Although I'm not a match for you, I'll still be able to escape if I want to. Hearing Wang Xian, old Zhou was exceptionally gloomy. He moved and fled immediately. Rumble. However, a huge 2-meter wall rose from the ground behind him all of a sudden. In just an instant, his escape route was sealed. This greatly surprised him. Escape? That's not an option. Wang Xian smiled faintly as his golden claws tore across. How can this be? Aren't you a fire attribute cultivator? Why are you using earth and metal attribute? Seeing Wang Xian's attack, old Zhou was overwhelmed with fear. He instantly tried to dodge to the side. However, the momentary blockage by the stone wall had exhausted all the advantage he had for escaping. The dragon claw grabbed towards old Zhou's head. Old Zhou was prepared for it. He instantly swung the long sword in his hand ruthlessly towards the dragon claw. Boom! Shockwaves from the terrifying clash reverberated and old Zhou pivoted off the terrifying strength to escape. Swish, swish, swish. However, the trees before him started growing and wrapping towards his body. This frightened old Zhou as he swung his longswords towards the surrounding trees. While he was distracted from chopping the trees, a terrifying dragon claw penetrated his body. You are a demon. Feeling his body being pierced through, old Zhou's eyes were filled with desperation. He turned around and looked fearfully at Wang Xian. The source of the fear came from the bottom of his heart. He had not experienced this, even from his sect leader. Creepy attacks and the ability to use multiple attributes. He wasn't a human. He was a demon. Nope. I'm a divine dragon. When Wang Xian's final 5 words reached him, his vision was starting to fade. Bam! A Dan Realm expert and the Supreme Elder of Donghua Sacred Sect had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Mo Yuan reported, Dragon King, all the disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect have been killed without exception. Wang Xian nodded his head. 50 Dragonians against 15 inborn experts.
That should have been complete domination. In a one-on-one situation, a Dragonian would still be able to kill an inborn expert within a minute. The several times difference in strength would only make it quicker. The reinforcements of the Donghua sacred sect will probably be here in 4 minutes. Wang Xian looked around him. He had no intentions of looking for spiritual stones. He turned to Mo Yuan and said plainly, "Didn't Donghua sacred sect upload this incident on the underworld website? In that case, let's add in the outcome for them." "Yes, Dragon King," Mo Yuan chuckled. He took a phone from one of the disciples of Donghua sacred sect, looked across with contempt and took several photos. After which he entered the underworld website and saw the hottest thread started by that disciple of Donghua sacred sect. "Trapped beast? Slaughtering the dragons? Our Dragon King has made it clear that it won't stop till one party perishes. Today's just the beginning." With roughly 20 words and no further elaborations, Mo Yuan appended a few additional pictures. Those were pictures of the corpses of disciples, inborn experts, and the supreme elder of Donghua sacred sect. After posting the comment, Mo Yuan nodded his head at Wang Xian. "Let's go. I'll leave the surprise for Donghua sacred sect." Wang Xian commented plainly. Taking flight, they headed back towards Rivertown. Haha! Who would have expected the foolish dragon sect would dare to barge into the spiritual or mind today? Even the heavens are helping us. Soon after Wang Xian left with the Dragonians, a peal of unruly laughter reverberated from afar. With much excitement, Wuxia rushed over from the Donghua sacred sect along with its group of top experts. 50 experts from the dragon sect had been trapped by the spirit array while on their way to the Donghua spiritual or mine. Wuxia and the gang got rather worked up when they received the news. The dragon sect and Dragon King were asking for it. To be stuck within the spirit array of the Donghua spiritual or spelled doom for the entire dragon sect, as it would then make them an easy kill. Yet, in spite of their disregard on the surface, they were still met with a tinge of trepidation when it came to the dragon sect. The Dragon King had defeated the Lord of Sea Serpent Island, and his dragon sect proceeded to wipe the remains out, all of which had displayed the prowess of the dragon sect. And while they were also the formidable Donghua sacred sect, they did not have the prowess to annihilate the dragon sect with the mere deployment of a few members. This was especially so given the number of inborn experts within the dragon sect, 50 to be exact. The figure was enough to cause massive trouble for the Donghua sacred sect. But even this trouble would pass now that the dragon sect had been trapped in the spirit array. Today spells a good omen. Our sect leader will definitely be able to slay Emperor Qi of Diabolism tomorrow, an elder said to Wuxia with a wide smile across his face. Given the prowess of the sect leader, killing Emperor Qi is going to be a piece of cake. Wuxia responded while his lips arched upwards. "We've arrived at the mine Oregon. Come on. Let's wipe out the dragon sect," Wuxia exclaimed as he looked ahead. Picking up speed, he walked on with overflowing joy. Beside him were 3 supreme elders from the Donghua sacred sect, and more than 100 of their inborn experts followed behind. For the sake of annihilating the dragon sect, all the top-notch experts within Donghua sacred sect had been deployed. "Old Zhou, we're here." From a distance of more than 1,000 meters away came Wuxia's bellowing laughter as he shouted ahead. "Eh?" The figures did not respond to Wuxia's call as the group approached at lightning speed. This made Wuxia frown in bewilderment before his confusion was overtaken by an ominous premonition. "There's bloodthirst." Suddenly, one of the elders yelped with locked brows. "Oh no, there are dead bodies ahead," he shouted after looking ahead. "What? Don't tell me?" The crowd muttered upon sensing a bad omen. Everyone began to accelerate and hastened over to the mine or... From a distance of about 1,000 meters away, their faces darkened instantly upon the sight up front. In fact, their faces were beyond gloomy. They shuddered at the numerous dead bodies of their once acquaintance. "Old Zhou!" An elder shrieked with bloodshot eyes as he eyed the area beneath a nearby tree. With one leap, he arrived right beside the dead body and cried out, "What? To think even the Supreme Elder is..." The inborn experts gasped in shock. They met their counterparts with eyes full of trepidation. A Supreme Elder had been killed along with 15 inborn experts. The Donghua sacred sect had never incurred such losses in the past 50 years. The spirit array has been compromised. To think, the spirit array has been compromised. An elder screeched with a burdened expression as he glanced in the direction of the spirit array.
To think the spirit array has been breached. And all it took was 10 minutes, a mere 10 minutes, a voice gasped.
It's a form of antagonizing. It's blatant what the dragon sect is doing now. Antagonizing us. Of all days, they chose to do so today in order to spite us explicitly. An inborn expert let out a deep growl. Even the 100-odd experts from the Donghua sacred sect looked on with ghastly expressions. This was beyond antagonizing. This was a tight slap to the face. What shocked them the most was the fact that even their supreme elder, an unparalleled expert of the Dan realm, had been killed as well.
Dan realm experts were few and far between. Needless to say, killing them was even more unimaginable.
Wuxia took in one deep breath. With bloodshot eyes, he let out a growl to the skies. We, Donghua sacred sect, are at extreme odds with you, Dragon King and Dragon Sect. As all experts from the Donghua sacred sect arrived at the Donghua spiritual or mine, the online thread which Mo Yuan had posted went viral all over the underworld forum. This came 5 minutes after the thread posted by disciples of the Donghua sacred sect had caused a wave-like sensation amongst all the martial artists. While they were still busy discussing the annihilation of the dragon sect, the emergence of a new post brought a twist to the outcome.
At the sight of the numerous dead bodies of the Donghua sacred sect members, everyone who saw the post gasped in utter shock.
This outfit is the attire of the Donghua attendants. The attendants of the Donghua sacred sect are all inborn experts. To think they've been slain. So many to add. There's too many, more than a dozen. Those are disciples of the Donghua sacred sect. More than 100 of them have been killed. The photo of this elder has been posted individually. Perhaps this elder is more esteemed than the rest. Goodness, wasn't it just earlier when the Donghua sacred sect was about to annihilate the dragon sect? Just what exactly happened? Goodness, just what exactly happened? Earlier on, the Donghua sacred sect was still talking about wiping out the dragon sect. How is it that more than a dozen inborn experts from the Donghua sacred sect have since been killed within split seconds?
The martial artists gagged in shock and fear as they scrolled through the various photos.
It seems, then, that there had been a major twist to the outcome.
The Donghua sacred sect had not annihilated the dragon sect. Instead, the dragon sect had killed 100-odd disciples of Donghua sacred sect along with more than a dozen of its inborn experts.
Shocking. Simply shocking. Yet, just as everyone was buzzing away in a heated discussion, one of them recognized the elder who had been accorded with an individual photo. This was the supreme elder of the Donghua sacred sect.
An awe-inspiring existence of the Dan realm.
An unparalleled expert of his time. Everyone gasped upon the confirmation of the news. To think that the supreme elder of the Donghua sacred sect had been killed. While everyone eventually came to gradual terms with the news, a post made by an individual sent the entire underworld into a whirl of deep thought and shock. Within the entire underworld, the existence of an unparalleled expert is considered top-notch while their demise is even rarer, to the point where there hasn't even been one within the past decade and beyond. Yet, just recently, these unparalleled experts have fallen one by one.
These include Ancestor Chao of the Chao clan, 2 supreme elders from the Medical Saint sect, the supreme elder of the Xingling sect, Lord Ossian of the Remains, as well as the supreme elder of the Donghua sacred sect. Of these 6 unparalleled experts, 5 have died at the hands of the Dragon King of the Dragon sect. As everyone went through the statistics, they came to a sudden realization which sent chills down their spines. Indeed. Other than the death of a supreme elder from the Xingling sect, which diabolism was responsible for, the demise of the other unparalleled experts of the Dan realm were all attributed to the Dragon King.
In less than half a year, 5 unparalleled experts had died at the hands of the Dragon King.
Terminator of the unparalleled experts. This Dragon King is simply invincible. Regardless of who they are or their prowess, all those who antagonized him have been killed. To fight till one perishes. It seems that the dragon sect has really gone all out with the Donghua sacred sect till one perishes, killing an unparalleled expert along with a dozen or so inborn experts from the Donghua sacred sect. It's definitely bloodshed this time. It seems like either one or the other between the Donghua sacred sect and the dragon sect will have to perish. But even if they can annihilate the dragon sect, the Donghua sacred sect is bound to suffer massive losses. No one saw this coming. To think that the Dragon King and his dragon sect have wiped out a huge number of experts from the Donghua sacred sect after annihilating the remains. The acts of this Dragon King are the Dragon King style. I don't care if you're from the Orthodox sects or Diabolism. Just don't antagonize me. For those who do, death shall await you. Rather offend the king of Hades than the Dragon King. The entire underworld was in a frenzy after the dragon sect annihilated a group of experts from the Donghua sacred sect. Everyone could only heave a sigh helplessly. The major battle between the Orthodox sects and Diabolism was just about to erupt. The Dragon King annihilating the remains was undoubtedly an exceptional piece of good news. However, he had also killed a group of experts from Donghua sacred sect, denting the overall strength of the alliance of the Orthodox sects. We could only pin our hopes on the battle tomorrow between the sect leader of Donghua sacred sect, Nie Wushuang, and Emperor Qi from Diabolism. This battle will dictate the fate of the entire underworld. I really hope that sect leader Nie Wushuang will win. In this case, Diabolism would have no choice but to go into seclusion once again. At night, the attention of the martial artists in the underworld had shifted from the Dragon King of the Dragon sect to the major battle the next day. Everyone was gloomy and feeling a little worried. Since Emperor Qi of Diabolism had dared to challenge sect leader Nie Wushuang, it would only mean that Emperor Qi had a strength that was close to Nie Wushuang. In the major battle the next day, no one could guarantee that Nie Wushuang would emerge victorious. After all, the name of Diabolism still instilled fear in the minds of many people. The strongest expert from the underworld, sect leader Nie Wushuang from Donghua sacred sect, versus the strongest expert from Diabolism, sect leader Nie Wushuang from Devil Corpse Palace. When Wang Xian arrived at Rivertown and saw the messages on the Underworld Forum, he couldn't help but show a little hesitation. All the martial artists in the entire underworld would likely be going to watch the life and death battle between the strongest existences. Let's go take a look tomorrow. A battle of this level isn't common, and I can also catch a glimpse of the strength of Diabolism. Wang Xian thought to himself. He naturally wouldn't skip such a grand occasion. BZZ. At this moment, Wang Xian's phone rang. When he picked it up, he was surprised to learn that it was from Mo Qinglong. What happened? Wang Xian accepted the call without hesitation. Dragon King, Prime Minister Turtle, and the other experts have been revived. Mo Qinglong's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. This was a pleasant surprise for Wang Xian. They are revived? What is their strength level now? Wang Xian asked in anticipation. Considering that they were gathering energy for revival in the dragon transformation pool, their strength would likely experience a substantial boost. Prime Minister Turtle and the other leaders have reached the budding realm. As for the rest, they are largely in the Dan realm and inborn realm. Mo Qinglong answered. Budding realm. Wang Xian's eyes beamed with excitement. Now that Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, Roving Yuxia, and the rest had reached the budding realm, it would mean that there were roughly a dozen-odd budding realm existences among the Dragon Palace members. A dozen-odd level 12 existences and a group of Dan realm experts was sufficiently strong. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with agitation. With this level of strength, not many forces could stand up against them even on the international stage. At the very least, all the forces he encountered in Dubai previously wouldn't be a match for him. How did the guidance of the golden swordfish race go? Asked Wang Xian. Dragon King, they have no issues with interacting with humans. Moreover, they have high intelligence. It shouldn't be a problem if you want to send them onto land. Mo Qinglong answered. Wang Xian nodded his head, hesitating for a moment before continuing. You can come back now. Bring the golden swordfish race with you. Yes, Dragon King. We should be able to reach Rivertown by 2 a.m. Mo Qinglong nodded his head. Wang Xian hung up the phone and knocked on the table with his hand. The golden swordfish race could take on human form.
Wang Xian was prepared to let them handle some forces on the seas, starting from the disordered region.
Besides that, he was prepared to gather resources for the upgrade of the Dragon Palace.
Among the golden swordfish race, there was a level 12 budding realm existence, 5 at the Dan realm, and the rest were at the inborn realm. In total, there were over 150 of them.
This force was sufficiently strong.
Looking at the time, Wang Xian noticed that it was already past 10 p.m. He hesitated for a moment before walking towards the villa.
When Wang Xian entered the villa, he instantly picked up Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue's presence.
What should we do, Sister Qingyue? Now that the foreign girl is acting like this every day, what should we do?
She's trying to get on our good books every day.
TSK. She's even a princess from Dubai. However, it still feels pretty good to have a princess trying to curry favor from us. What's the matter, Shuqing? Are you going to give in?
How can that be possible? I would never give in. TSK.
It's all Xiaoxian's fault. Oh, right. This scumbag has been running out every day recently. Do you think he will bring another girl back in a few days? The two of them were conversing in a room. When Guan Shuqing made that statement, Wang Xian could feel both of them sitting up on the bed instantly. That's a real possibility. All dragons are lustful, and this is fully on display with him. Lan Qingyue gritted her teeth. The sounds of her teeth grinding gave Wang Xian a chill down his spine.
If he dares to bring another girl back, we shall not talk to him. Not for eternity. Guan Shuqing grumbled furiously.
Wang Xian, who was standing outside, couldn't help but rub his nose. He hesitated for a moment before tiptoeing towards their room.
While the two of them were having an emotional conversation, Wang Xian appeared before the door and removed all his clothes.
Hello, I'm back. Wang Xian pushed open the door, shouting while naked and pouncing onto the bed directly.
You!
Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue, who had been chatting, were stunned. Get out of here. I'm not going to.
Scumbag.
You are a pervert. Yes, I'm a pervert.
You. Woo-woo.
Wang Xian enjoyed the great feelings of being conquered. Scram! While he was reliving the excitement 3 hours later, he was kicked off the bed. Looking at the two furious girls, Wang Xian walked out with a sheepish smile.
Soon. Everything will be resolved soon.
If it isn't this time, it will be the next. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. Returning to the floating island, he waited for Mo Qinglong's arrival. Currently, Wang Xian wouldn't even feel the slightest bit of fatigue even if he did not sleep for 10 full days. 2 a.m. A boat approached the floating island slowly. On the island, figure after figure jumped off the boat. Over 100 burly figures that were over 2 meters tall had landed on the island.
They looked around the island curiously.
Dragon King. When Wang Xian walked over, everyone went on their knees and greeted him respectfully.
You may rise. Wang Xian looked towards Mo Qinglong before turning to the golden swordfish race. Your name will be Roving Sword from here onwards. You will be responsible to lead the entire golden swordfish race.
Wang Xian gave the leader of the golden swordfish race a name. They were covered in a layer of golden scales and held incomparably sharp long swords in their hands. The shape was slightly different from typical long swords. The golden glow of their bodies also felt extremely sharp. Their long swords were connected to their arms. These were the sharp weapons they'd had on their heads previously. The might of these long swords would differ based on their strength level. They could match weapons of a similar level and were insanely powerful. 1 budding realm expert, 5 Dan realm experts, and 150 inborn experts.
The scales on their bodies were the best protection and swords in their hands the ultimate weapons.
With these, the golden swordfish appeared to be pinnacle inborn experts armed with inborn spiritual weapons and a similar level of armor.
Bring the golden swordfish with us tomorrow, proclaimed Wang Xian as he let out a glimpse of a smile. With the golden swordfish adding to the strength of Dragon Sect, that would make up a good 200 inborn experts, which far exceeded the strength of Donghua Sacred Sect. Although this formation may be slightly inferior to the alliance of orthodox sects, it was definitely strong enough to strike awe across the underworld. Fearless I shall be tomorrow. Wang Xian smirked.
All the while, Nie Wushuang was the main thing stopping him from confronting Donghua Sacred Sect. Based on his estimation, Nie Wuxuang should be at the level of the budding realm by now. Still, his actual power at that level remained unknown.
If his power were to be on par with Wang Xian, then Dragon Sect would not have any edge over Donghua Sacred Sect.
However, with the golden swordfish on my side, be it Donghua Sacred Sect, or any other sect of diabolism, I'll whack the hell out of you people.
A tinge of gladness was seen in his eyes.
Showdown Day, Peak of Huashan. As the sun rose, today marked an important day for the entire underworld, as it concerned the future of the underworld.
Families and ancestral sects from all over the country flocked to Huashan.
Unlike the outstanding Young Heroes competition, today's battle concerned everyone's lives.
With all the martial artists making their way to Huashan, one could expect no less than hundreds of thousands of martial artists from the underworld to gather here. This is not a word of exaggeration.
I wonder if the Dragon King will turn up for the duel today. I'd think so, but I'd rather he didn't.
It seems that something terrible is going to happen with him around.
I don't think he will go since he has offended both the Orthodox sects and diabolism after annihilating the remains and several experts from the Donghua Sacred Sect a couple of days ago. He would be in trouble if Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi decided to get even with him. With the Dragon King's unpredictable behavior, one can't be too sure.
All martial artist families had gathered in the Jiang city heading towards Huashan as their destination. Old Shui and the Ren and Duan families were exchanging conversations. The Dragon King came from Rivertown and they were also the ones who had witnessed his rise. Nonetheless, never in their wildest dreams did they expect that the young lad back then would make his mark on the underworld today.
Old Shui, in particular, had emotions that were even more stirred up for the fact that the Dragon King had unblocked his meridians for him. Due to this, he could advance to half-step to Inborn Realm, which was considered to be rather remarkable in the underworld. Do you have any idea whether the Dragon King will be going, Old Shui? Asked Ren family head after moments of hesitation. All eyes were on Old Shui, as they knew very well that he and the Dragon King were on good terms. Moreover, the Dragon King must have played a part in Old Shui's advancement. Otherwise, they did not believe an elder martial artist could have skipped a few levels within a year.
Yes, he'll be there, muttered Old Shui with much bitterness.
Upon hearing the much-expected answer, the martial artists shook their heads slowly. One can only hope that nothing too disastrous will happen. The fate of the underworld lies in the hands of this battle. Just as Dragon Sect announced its establishment at Huashan, the taking of the underworld by Dragon Sect shall happen right here as well. Looking at the mountains in the distance, a trace of arrogance flashed across Wang Xian's face.
With 50 disciples of the Dragon Sect and 156 members from the Golden Swordfish behind Wang Xian, the group hurried to Huashan at lightning speed.
From afar, Wang Xian saw many martial artists gathered at Huashan, and the number was a good dozen times more compared to the outstanding Young Heroes competition.
Each and every martial artist was armed with weapons, fully prepared for a great battle.
Huashan was not only expecting martial artists from the underworld today, but those from diabolism as well.
Although it had been set that the Orthodox sects and diabolism would not fight against each other on this very day, no one could be sure of that.
Let's head over, Wang Xian commanded.
With his 200 men, Wang Xian dismounted in a quiet corner and walked gradually towards the entrance of Huashan.
Who do you guys think is likely to emerge as the winner for today's duel? Undoubtedly, our sect leader Nie Wuxia. He topped the underworld as the strongest expert half a century ago, and he took the lives of numerous experts then. Our victory in that battle 50 years ago was owed largely to him. Thus, history shall repeat itself today. Emperor Qi of the Devil Corpse Palace is equally competent. He must have been very confident with himself to have challenged sect leader Nie Wuxia. We shall give our support to sect leader Nie Wuxia.
Emperor Qi from diabolism shall be killed.
That's right. We shall support sect leader Nie Wuxia.
Many discussions were going on in the surroundings as all of Huashan was swamped with martial artists. Wang Xian was able to see groups of sect disciples dressed in uniform attire not too long into his walk.
With a faint smile on his face, Wang Xian glanced briefly at them while continuing on his way ahead. Hey, that's Dragon Sect and the Dragon King? Someone exclaimed. drawing the attention of all martial artists to look at Wang Xian in astonishment. To think the king of Dragon Sect had the nerve to come. That's truly dauntless of him. Precisely. He still has the guts to be here after beheading so many experts of Donghua Sacred Sect just yesterday. Isn't he afraid that sect leader Nie Wushuang will take revenge? And Diabolism is not going to let him off lightly for killing the remains either. It's daring of him to be here.
Look, the Dragon King has many more followers than before. Are they the new disciples of the sect? Why is it that I cannot sense their inner power?
Besides, they are not wearing any masks or wings.
They must be the latest disciples groomed by Dragon Sect.
Wang Xian and his followers had instantly become the center of attention after making their appearance, as everyone was making comments discreetly about them.
With the Dragon King gaining the greatest slayer of unparalleled experts as his latest title, one would refrain from making comments about him openly. Otherwise, one could end up being finished off by him at any time.
The Dragon Sect was said to be an unkind sect, as it had been perceived as a sacred sect of both righteousness and evil. Very soon, the news of the Dragon King being here with his group of disciples at Huashan went around.
Many sects and families were slightly surprised by their showing up. Let's hope the Dragon Sect and Dragon King will not bring any misfortune to us at Huashan today.
Misfortune bestowed in the presence of the Dragon King. This is, however, unlikely to happen today. With powers of the entire underworld and Diabolism coming together, the Dragon King is expected to take a low profile. Move aside. Move aside. At the entrance to Huashan, the inborn experts of the sacred clan, Dongmen clan, shouted as they saw Wang Xian leading his disciples over. The surrounding crowd was alarmed by the shouts of the Dongmen clan, and they turned around to take a look. Dragon King of the Dragon Sect. Move aside. Move aside.
Even the sacred clan, Dongmen, moved aside immediately. What are first-class forces like you guys still standing there for?
As the shouts reverberated, a path towards the entrance of Huashan opened up as the crowd watched the Dragon Sect enter Huashan. All the martial artists had their eyes on the people from the Dragon Sect. They were baffled.
Seeing what was happening around, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile.
This path was built from the bloodshed he had caused. His name and its authority were established through countless massacres. Even Sacred Clan had to move aside when they encountered Dragon Sect. Wang Xian walked ahead emotionlessly. Behind him, different clans and sects discussed softly as they could only look at their backs. The battle on Huashan would be at the highest peak of Huashan, which was located in the middle region of Huashan. In that place, the highest peak was over 2,000 meters tall. The battle would be held there.
There were a dozen-odd entrances to the highest peak of Huashan.
Wang Xian walked at the front of the pack. The martial artists in front of and behind him were at least 100 meters away. Diabolism. Those are people from Diabolism. Just as Wang Xian led the disciples of Dragon Sect to a forked road, he heard shouting from his side. Hee, their blood is so fresh. I really hope the major battle will be over soon. After that, we can drink and suck their fresh blood to our heart's content. It will be soon.
After Emperor Qi defeats Nie Wushuang, the major battle will begin. We have been lying low for 50 years. Now is the time to show our fangs.
Hee. A few arrogant voices resounded. Ah, bugs. Bug. Mom, these blood-red bugs.
Crimson Bug, what do you guys want? At this moment, a sharp shriek pierced the atmosphere. Don't be so anxious, girl. The major battle hasn't started. Diabolism follows the rules closely. Hee. Don't be such a coward.
Wang Xian walked forward and saw martial artists from Diabolism, who were wearing red outfits, teasing the group at the other end. Under their loose red outfits, one could still see something wiggling and moving. A short distance away, a girl stood behind another lady. Her face was as white as snow.
Before the girl, there were a dozen-odd savage-looking bugs. These bugs had razor-sharp mouthparts. Some of them had countless legs while others were wiggling around.
All the bugs shared a common trait, and that was that they were entirely red with a stench of blood around them. Crimson Bug.
An elite sect below the 4 strongest devil sections. They have a strength that can equal a sacred sect in the underworld. All the cultivators in Crimson Bug are exceptionally gruesome. They breed bugs with their bodies. The stronger these bugs are, the stronger they are. Since the remains have been annihilated, they are widely regarded as having the capabilities to take their place.
A few middle-aged men standing by the side commented. When their eyes fell on the bloody bugs on the floor, their faces paled.
The cultivation arts of those in diabolism were all weird.
Seeing that the group ahead had stopped moving, Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and shouted, "If you guys aren't moving, move aside. There are bugs ahead." Upon hearing the voice behind her, the girl that was frightened answered with a weak voice, "Huh?" When the rest of the crowd ahead heard Wang Xian, they were alarmed and turned their heads around curiously. They looked baffled while staring at Wang Xian and the group.
"Don't recognize me?"
Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and his attention fell on their outfit. A group of martial artists from second-class forces. They seemed to be from the same family or clan. In the underworld, all first-class and second-class forces would have recognized him. Only second-class forces and weaker forces might not recognize him. Also, Roving Sword of the Golden Swordfish race and 5 other Golden Swordfish members stood in a row with Mo Qinglong and Wang Xian. Their 2-meter-tall statures completely blocked their sight of the disciples of Dragon Sect, who were wearing masks and devil wings. Therefore, these people didn't recognize Wang Xian.
"Bugs?" Wang Xian chuckled and walked straight ahead. When the members of those second-class forces saw Wang Xian walking towards them, they hesitated for a moment before moving aside rapidly.
"If there are bugs, just kill them." Seeing a dozen-odd blood-red bugs the size of one's middle finger on the path ahead, Wang Xian waved his arm casually. A ball of flames shrouded forward. "Huh?" A sharp noise sounded and the dozen-odd bloody bugs jumped towards a middle-aged man with incredible speed. Wang Xian smirked with contempt. Screech, screech, screech. In the next instant, the flames fell on the bloody bugs and horrifying cries could be heard.
After a brief moment, they were reduced to ashes.
"How dare you kill my bloody bugs?
You must be tired of living."
Seeing his bloody bugs being annihilated instantly, the middle-aged man growled savagely. He turned around and stared at Wang Xian.
At this moment, the bloody bugs within his body seemed to be able to sense his fury. 2 bloody bugs the size of a fist wiggled out of his sleeves.
These 2 bugs only had one blood-red eye and were staring coldly at Wang Xian. "So what?"
Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man as his lips curved into a smile. Contempt was written all over his face.
"All right, Baoji. We have a promise with the Orthodox sects that we will not start a conflict here. Just remember him. When the major battle begins, let your bloody bugs make a sumptuous meal of him."
The old man by the side looked at Wang Xian plainly before reminding the middle-aged man.
"Hee.
Brat,
I'll remember your face. Don't be anxious.
I'll be going after you in a few days. I'll breed more bugs in your body to replace the 13 you have killed. Hee. I'm not in a rush and you shouldn't be either."
The middle-aged man stared coldly at Wang Xian. His clothes were tumbling and he looked horrifying. Several disciples of the second-class families around paled at the sight of that. How unruly and arrogant. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man and showed a faint smile. "Hee. Now that you have become my prey, eat more over the next few days. When the major battle between the Orthodox sects and Devil sects begins, I will use your corpse to feed my babies." The middle-aged man smiled creepily, revealing his blood-red teeth. A pungent stench of blood was surrounding him. Several members of those second-class forces took several steps back in fear. "A bunch of cowards. Your easy and comfortable lives will be coming to an end soon. Enjoy the last few days of your lives." Seeing them retreating, a young man remarked with ridicule. "You guys are really noisy. It would seem that I have annihilated too few people from diabolism. There are actually people who can't recognize me." Wang Xian looked across the crowd of more than 100 members from the Crimson Bug. He continued with an emotionless tone. "Kill all of them. Kill all of them." His emotionless voice was heard everywhere, hitting the surrounding second-class forces, who displayed startled looks. To their surprise, the forces that had been following behind Wang Xian halted when the Dragon Sect came to a stop. They were listening attentively to the conversation ahead when they noticed a plain voice. All of them were shocked. The group of experts from Dongmen clan, who was the closest group, could not help but twitch their lips. I wonder which fellow doesn't want his life.
I think we should stay a distance away from it. It seems unsafe to stay too close to Dragon Sect.
Some of the inborn experts from Dongmen clan were discussing softly. They were terrified, as this fierce man just kill anyone as he liked. Today was the battling day between sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi of Diabolism. Both of them had made a pact that no conflict was allowed. Donghua Sacred Sect had also issued orders that no martial artists were allowed to strike today. Since Donghua Sacred Sect and the alliance of the Orthodox sects had taken their stance, who dared to make their moves? This was simply a suicide move. But clearly, Dragon Sect was not bound by this rule. Kill us all. The bunch of people from Crimson Bug was stunned by Wang Xian's words. They stared hard at Wang Xian, revealing a creepy look. Kill us all? Hayak, what the? Before they could finish their sentence, 20 devil figures flashed out from behind Wang Xian, launching their attack at a domineering speed.
How do you break the rules? Go to hell.
The three old men who stood at the forefront of Crimson Bug let out a creepy shriek when they saw the Black Shadow's attacks. Boom, boom. At this time, the score of Dragonians released their daunting oppression with terrifying dragon claws, raking at the experts of Crimson Bug. Damn it! The group of 100-odd Crimson Bug people did not come with the ancestral sections. They were the first batch to reach this place. Hence, there were only 3 inborn-level Crimson Bug experts. Burst!
Crimson Bug was appalled by the domineering aura from the Dragonians. Their oversized clothes ballooned and flapped as thickly dotted Crimson Bugs began crawling towards the Dragonians.
Boom, boom! The massive Crimson Bugs exploded out, charging at the Dragonians, filled with a scary corrosive toxin. Humph! The Dragonians displayed only disdainful looks as they shook their bodies, releasing intense devil aura while blocking out the explosive blood. They racked their dragon claws across.
Hiss!
Arg! Screams of panic and desperation were heard as the disciples of Crimson Bug got torn apart.
All the Crimson Bugs that were nurturing within the bodies let out a fearful cry.
How dare an Orthodox sect break the rules? Damn you! An inborn expert from Crimson Bug screamed with a scary and malevolent face after witnessing hundreds of disciples almost getting wiped out.
A crimson insect flew into the sky and exploded in the air 1,000 meters high.
Boom! The crimson glow lit up the sky, as that bug was a type of signal bug. I'm not from the alliance of the Orthodox sections. Why do I care?
Upon hearing that inborn expert of Crimson Bug, Wang Xian sneered.
Arg!
Before the 3 inborn experts could say anything, they were slaughtered by 3 Dragonians.
Eek! Eek! The hideous Crimson Bugs were still found all over the ground, letting out cries of horror. Beside them lay the corpses of their owners. 20 seconds was all it took to exterminate the hundreds of disciples of Crimson Bug, who had been clamoring in arrogance not long ago. They couldn't resist or struggle. Several second-class forces beside Wang Xian were stupefied by what they saw. Dragon Sect, it's the Dragon Sect. He's the Dragon King.
A girl by the side was crying out in surprise and excitement.
Come here, Suna. A lady who was standing beside her quickly pulled her to one side as she looked at Wang Xian with consternation.
Dragon Sect, Dragon King. Other disciples of second-class forces also staggered back in trepidation.
Reputation was all that mattered. Now that they had witnessed the Dragon King of Dragon Sect killing a bunch of people from Crimson Bug, all of them were shaking in their boots. Dragon King.
An old man took a deep breath and lowered his chin with his fist cupped and a pale-looking face.
Dragon King. The rest of the people quickly bowed with their hands cupped. That girl, who had been looking at Wang Xian with curiosity, was pressed down by the lady beside her. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded his head plainly. With a swing, a flame began to burn away all the Crimson Bugs on the ground to the right. Who dares to attack the disciples of Crimson Bug? A tyrannical roar came before Wang Xian could even take 2 steps. He saw red figures flitting towards their direction from the right rear side. Wang Xian whirled around and stopped moving as he looked over with a beaming face. There were thousands of people with an old man who had an odd-looking bug that looked like a facehugger on his head.
The bug looked extremely scary and hideous and was slapping on the top of the head. The more frightening thing was his face, as it was covered in tiny and thickly dotted little bugs twisting around. It looked extremely horrifying.
The old man wore an extremely oversized crimson robe with great terror hidden inside.
Standing behind the old man were inborn experts of Crimson Bug who looked ugly and hideous.
When the group arrived, all the people from the second-class forces gasped.
They started to shiver. If the war between the good and the bad break out, they really had no idea how to fight this bunch of scary people. The incoming rush of pungent blood already made them sick, and all they could do was watch these people blankly. Wuxia raised his eyebrows as he looked at this bunch of people. With a cold gaze swept at that old man, he said indifferently, "Not attack, wipe out. Look at the floor. Those are their ashes." Her? That old man was slightly taken aback as he traced the floor with eyes which were slowly turning red.
There seemed to be scary bugs swimming in his eyeballs.
"Great, how dare you kill my disciples? Since you broke the rules first, I'll give you a bloodbath." The old man opened his mouth wide enough for one to see worms wriggling inside it. He was a worm man.
What's going on? Why did the group stop again? It's Crimson Bug. Just now, the Dragon King seemed to have annihilated them. And now, the experts of Crimson Bug have arrived.
The Crimson Bug of Diabolism is really courting their own doom. I'm happy to see this, though. The people from Diabolism are really ignorant. How did they not recognize the Dragon King from Dragon Sect?
This is getting exciting. The Crimson Bug of Diabolism is going to get exterminated. I'm sure. How can the person who offended Dragon Sect stay alive? It's just a mere Crimson Bug. The sacred clans and ancestral sects commented with thrill and anticipation. They had been following behind Dragon Sect at 100 meters away, wiping the sweat away from their foreheads. Wherever the Dragon Sect went, there would be bloodshed. The crowd from Diabolism was arrogant and domineering. After being through the incident with the remains, Wuxia didn't have a good impression of Diabolism. Now that the disciples of Crimson Bug were acting pompously and arrogantly before him, he would naturally not let them off. When it was time to kill, he would do as such. Wuxia didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing the people from Diabolism.
Similarly, he wouldn't feel any guilt for killing his enemies.
As for those good-natured people or innocent people or forces, Wuxia would not kill rampantly. All along, Wuxia had adopted an attitude of not offending others if they didn't offend him in the underworld. If others offended him, he would just have to kill them. Naturally, the members of the Crimson Bug before him looked savage and even a little perverse. In Wuxia's view, they couldn't even be considered humans.
Seeing how Wuxia casually pointed to the ashes of the disciples from Crimson Bug while replying, the second-class forces around him couldn't help but feel their mouths twitch. They looked to the 1,000+ experts from Crimson Bug and staggered back in fear. They were afraid and terrorized.
After moving back 100 meters, they finally stopped ahead of the Dongmen clan. At this moment, they heaved a long sigh.
What's happening?
The experts of the Crimson Bug are all here. As part of the mountain was blocking their sight, they couldn't see what was happening to their right. When an inborn expert from Dongmen clan saw the second-class forces retreating towards them in horror, he immediately asked this. The experts from the Crimson Bug are all here. There are over 1,000 of them, and they are truly terrifying. An old man answered, speaking to the inborn expert from Dongmen clan respectfully. They are really here? Haha.
Great.
Another devil sect will be annihilated. When that inborn expert heard the old man, he couldn't help but grin.
The crowd behind him also revealed smiles. Offending the Dragon Sect?
These people must be tired of living.
Hadn't they heard of the saying, "You'd rather offend Hades than offending the Dragon King"?
As the people ahead had stopped, those at the back could only do the same. Some were rushing the people ahead of them impatiently. As a result, the news of the clash between the Dragon King of Dragon Sect and the Crimson Bug quickly spread. Crimson Bug must be tired of living. Music to my ears. The Dragon King is going to annihilate another devil sect. The Dragon Sect is really high profile. If they really annihilate the Crimson Bug, all of Diabolism will probably be after Dragon Sect.
It isn't just Diabolism, Donghua's sacred sect will probably go after them too. He's too fearless. The crowd behind discussed while, ahead of them, Wuxia looked to the 1,000-odd people from Crimson Bug with a radiant smile.
Kill all of us? Give it a try. I do hope that the Crimson Bug has the capability to do so.
As he spoke, he turned his body slightly to face the entire crowd from Crimson Bug. Just to let you have a good death, I'll tell you that the one who will be killing all of you is the Dragon Sect.
Kill! Wang Xian ordered coldly. This time, it wasn't just the 50 Dragonians who struck. The 150 golden swordfish also struck. Roving Sword didn't make a move. This was because they weren't qualified for him to take action. If he really participated, he would finish off all the enemies in a single strike. Wang Xian would still like to see the true strength of the golden swordfish race. Kill! When Wang Xian made his order, all the Dragonians and the golden swordfish race moved. In an instant, terrifying killing aura filled the entire sky. Energy of the gold summit, devilish aura, and unparalleled killing intent surprised even the people 100 meters behind.
What terrifying auras! Retreat!
We've got to move back further. Those from Dongmen clan who hadn't reached the inborn level paled. The experts from Dongmen clan shouted immediately as they moved back rapidly. The auras from more than 150 inborn experts together and 5 Dan realm experts could even suffocate an inborn expert. They didn't dare to witness the fight at all as they rushed back in horror.
Obviously, when Wang Xian made his last statement regarding who would be killing them, the eyes of the old man at the forefront of the Crimson Bug group widened. Fear instantly gripped him. When he saw those horrifying figures charging towards him, he instantly felt as though he was in an ice cellar. His body was shivering and cold.
Oh gosh! All those behind him are inborn experts.
How can this be? And those 5 at the front, those are Dan realm experts. They are experts at the same level as me. How can this be? How can there be so many unparalleled experts?
As one of the vice leaders of Crimson Bug and a Dan realm unparalleled expert, this was the first time he felt fear.
When Wang Xian said they were from Dragon Sect, his heart was wrenched.
Dragon Sect was the force that had annihilated the powerful remains, and this group of people before him was from the Dragon Sect. That young man was the Dragon King.
Seeing experts charging towards him from all directions, he shouted in horror, "Dragon King, our Crimson Bug has no feud with you. Why do you have to annihilate us?" "Because I want to represent justice. Therefore, I'm annihilating all of you," Wang Xian answered in a nonchalant tone. The vice sect leader of Crimson Bug also threw up blood. Looking at the golden swordfish experts that were attacking him, he immediately fled without a moment of hesitation. "Run!
Run immediately!
Run!"
The vice sect leader of Crimson Bug didn't hesitate at all as he shouted in horror. These terrifying existences had greatly exceeded his expectations. Didn't Dragon Sect only have 50 inborn experts?
Isn't the Dragon King the only Dan realm expert in the Dragon Sect? How are there more than 150 inborn experts and 5 Dan realm experts here? What did Crimson Bug have to go against it?
The roar from the vice sect leader of Crimson Bug reverberated across Huashan. Even if one was standing several tens of kilometers away, he would be able to hear it clearly. Ancient spiritual sword slash. At this moment, a ray of golden light glowed dazzlingly and illuminated the sky. Rumble. A 10-meter-long golden ray slashed towards the vice sect leader of the Crimson Bug.
What? Seeing the golden sword ray approaching him, the vice sect leader of Crimson Bug was flabbergasted. Return of the spiritual sword.
At this moment, an emotionless voice resounded and another long golden ray of a sword edge flew over. However, this ray of golden light came from directly before him. One from the front and one from the back. Ancient spiritual sword slash. The golden swordfish race resembled sword celestials. As they swung their blades, thousands of creatures were killed instantly. Arg! At this moment, a wretched cry reverberated throughout the sky of Huashan. The path of sword techniques was widely regarded as the strongest path of killing. An attacking sword celestial was the strongest in the world.
Due to their gifts, the golden swordfish race had sharp swords from birth. After practicing the ancient spiritual sword technique and training in the dragon field, their sword techniques could triumph over the world.
The terrifying sword of killing was even sharper than the attacks from the Dragonians.
Crimson Bug only had 20-odd inborn experts. There was no way they could withstand a wave of attacks from more than 150 inborn experts. As for those who weren't even at the inborn realm, their state was even more brutal.
After the sword of killing and terrifying devilish aura swept across, less than 5 people were alive. When the vice sect leader of the Crimson Bug saw this, his vision darkened. 2 sword edges slashed across his body. Arg! Shrieks of panic and desperation were heard as it was total overkill. In less than a minute, the Crimson Bug had been totally wiped out. None of the forces would ever believe such a speed when the word got out. Crimson Bug was comparable to the existence of a sacred sect. Yet it had been wiped out in a brief moment. Even a Dan realm expert had been killed easily. Wang Xian was satisfied with what he saw. The power of the Golden Swordfish clan had gone beyond his expectation. Given their combat power, it was not something Dragonians could match up with. After all, one was a man-made Dragonian, while the other one had gone through the baptism of the dragon pool who had a chance to evolve into a real dragon in the future. Eek! Eek! Countless crimson bugs were crawling around on the floor while Wang Xian swung his arm and hurled out the nether skull. Black nether flame immediately shrouded across the bugs and corpses. Sizzle! A somewhat petrifying sound was heard as the nether skull opened its mouth to gobble up the nether flame. The deity lady of nether flame denomination would have never expected the nether skull could have devoured so much energy in Wang Xian's hand. Amiba, which benefactor is taking lives out here? Does he want to break the rules? At this time, a voice came from the sky as 20 bald monks emerged from the mountain to the south. They were wearing crimson kasayas with blood-red beads in their hands. They looked down with brows furrowed. Crimson Bug? Their disciples are all wiped out. Another voice came from the southwest. One by one, experts who had sickles and were dressed in oversized black hoodies sprouted out from the mountains. Their eyes were glimmering with black radiance. Her? Dragon King of Dragon Sect. How dare you guys show up at this place? A group of experts were suspended in the air, looking over in Wang Xian's direction. Nye Wuya, at the center, glowered at Wang Xian with a hateful expression. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect actually wiped out the crimson bugs of diabolism. Gasp! Several experts from sacred sects leaped to the summit of a mountain at the southeast. When they looked over here, they sucked in a cold breath. Wang Xian swept his gaze across Donghua Sacred Sect and several sects from diabolism. With his lips slightly drawn, he said, "Crimson Bug offended me, so they deserve to die. Dragon King, I think you're simply digging your own grave by coming here today. After our sect leader eliminates Emperor Qi, it will be your doom." Nye Wuya stared at Wang Xian with bloodshot eyes as he bellowed in a low voice. "What happened last night was just the beginning. There's no hurry, because I'll annihilate Donghua Sacred Sect." Wang Xian looked in the direction of Nye Wuya and spoke with a flat tone. "Fine. Let's see who will be annihilated." Nye Wuya clenched his fists tight as he snorted and leaped down. "So it's the Dragon King from Dragon Sect who annihilated the remains and now Crimson Bug. Are you declaring war with us?" asked the experts from Reed's spirits coldly with their black clothing and sickles in their hands. "I'll kill whoever messes with me." Wang Xian looked over and continued with an overbearing vibe. "You guys are no exception. Amitba. If you commit a killing sin, you'll go to hell." The experts from Devil Spirit's temple slowly spoke. They took one look at Wang Xian before they turned and stalked away. Wang Xian curled his lips slightly. With an arm swing, the nether skull flew back into his hand, leaving a floor of ashes. "Let's go." Wang Xian headed to the tallest peak of Huashan with a smile on his face. He did not have the slightest care about annihilating Crimson Bug effortlessly. The arrival of the Golden Swordfish clan enhanced the foundation of Wang Xian by 2 to 3 folds. Roving Sword could fight against a budding realm expert. Wang Xian could, too, handle or kill one budding realm expert. Judging from the situation in the underworld now, the strongest would be Nye Wushuang and Emperor Qi. Both of them were at most budding realm experts. He could fight them off. Hence, he was fearless. The annihilation of Crimson Bug only took a few minutes. After the despairing screams, the unparalleled expert of Crimson Bug finally knew they were from Dragon Sect. Hence, there was no hesitation in getting all the disciples to flee. I seem to have heard voices from Donghua Sacred Sect experts too. All the underworld experts have heard the growl and cries. Upon seeing the departure of Dragon Sect, the forces from the underworld then slowly followed behind. When they spotted the ashes tracing a human shape on the right-hand side, they took in some cold air. Within a short period of time, a terrifying force that was comparable to a sacred sect was annihilated. The power of Dragon Sect was domineering. We cannot afford to offend Dragon Sect. The Huashan Summit had become a scenic area that was somewhat important. However, no ordinary men except martial artists were here today. When Wang Xian was nearing the Huashan Summit, all the martial artists were already packing the place. When these martial artists saw Wang Xian and the gang, they were slightly stunned, with a look of awe in their eyes. Her? This feeling is? Suddenly, Wang Xian's brow furrowed as he looked towards a mountain on his left. This was Wang Xian's second trip to Huashan, and it was also his second time having such a peculiar feeling. The first time was at the legendary Zhongfang Immortal Bridge, another quizzical aspect of Huashan. When Wang Xian had attempted to look in that direction with his piercing eyes, he seemed to be blocked by unique energy. Today, the feeling got intense when he was nearing the Huashan Summit. He squinted his eyes slightly with blue and red radiance flashing in them. I'm still blocked out by a kind of energy. It's just that the energy is weaker at this spot. Why does Huashan always give me a kind of feeling that there is another world hidden away within it? That energy feels like some kind of array in the Dragon Palace. Is there a great array in this place? Wang Xian had all the questions in his mind as he pondered while frowning. Strange. 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 Arrays were something that existed in legends. The only array in the underworld that he came across was in Donghua Sacred Sect, and the power of that array was SOSO. The array over here had reached an astounding level such that he could only sense a slight degree of creepiness with his current strength. Just as Wang Xian was standing there deep in thought, the various sects and clans from the underworld were heading to the foot of the tallest peak of Huashan. When those martial artists passed by and saw Wang Xian deep in thought, they were whispering among themselves. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the tallest peak, the alliance of the orthodox sects and diabolism had already divided into two distinctive camps. In terms of numbers, diabolism had fewer people than the alliance of the orthodox sects by a few folds. However, every diabolism martial artist was exuding a powerful aura. Before sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi of diabolism arrived, all the martial artists were exchanging conversations in low voices. At this time, Donghua Sacred Sect released an order stating that the alliance of the orthodox sects would be eliminating Dragon Sect after sect leader Nie Wushuang claimed victory. Apart from Sui clan and Shao clan, who disagreed with it, all the sacred sects and sacred clans in the alliance of the orthodox sects were assumed closed. As for diabolism, all the denominations in diabolism had already decided that they would exterminate Dragon Sect after the battle. Dragon Sect was going to have the world as their enemy. Why aren't sect leader Nie Wushuang and Emperor Qi here yet? The arranged timing for their battle is about to start. The experts will always be the last to appear. Don't be anxious. When the time is here, these two unprecedented experts will appear out of nowhere. Those from diabolism are really disgusting. Look at them. He has snakes as his hair. How disgusting is that? Those are people from cursed venom. Among the devil sects, cursed venom can kill without leaving any traces. You should be careful. Otherwise, you might be assassinated before you know about it. Where is the Dragon King from the Dragon Sect? I heard that people from both the alliance of the orthodox sects and diabolism want to kill the Dragon King. As such, there will be two battles of the ages today. The Dragon King is too unruly and fearless. The moment they arrived, they annihilated the Crimson Bug. They have truly made enemies with the entire underworld. Wang Xian had just arrived at the bottom of the tallest peak in Huashan. The moment he stepped in, he heard all kinds of discussions. His lips curved into a smile as he looked across. At the bottom of the tallest peak of Huashan, there were clearly two separate camps, the orthodox sects and diabolism. Wang Xian smiled and walked towards the middle of the two camps. There weren't any people there, and it could be considered as the separating line of the two camps. Now that Wang Xian had walked in this direction, the underlying meaning was clear to all. Dragon King of the Dragon Sect. The Dragon King.
When Wang Xian led over 200 people over, the bottom of the tallest peak of Huashan instantly went silent. Around him, there were at least 100,000 people distributed densely across the bottom of the peak. Those weaker or smaller sects and families could only stand and watch from a far distance. The arrival of Wang Xian and the dragon sect instantly attracted the attention of the entire crowd.
The separation line wasn't broad at all initially. However, the forces from diabolism instantly retreated as Wang Xian and the dragon sect stepped ahead. A first-class force from the alliance of orthodox sects also instinctively retreated a little.
No matter if they were from the alliance of orthodox sects or diabolism, they were all fearful and wary of the Dragon King from the dragon sect.
Is the dragon sect considered to be the third camp now? Damn! The instant the dragon sect arrived, those at the edge from both diabolism and the alliance of orthodox sects instinctively moved away to make space for them. I finally get to see the Dragon King. He's really young.
Too young. The entire crowd had looked towards where Wang Xian was standing. There were roughly 200 people behind him. At the same time, soft discussions were happening everywhere. Dragon King, you will die a horrible death soon. Suddenly, an angry roar reverberated and shocked the crowd.
The crowd looked over. In the direction of the Devil Corpse Palace, two old men in blood-red outfits were glowering at Wang Xian.
One of the old men had a non-human eye. A terrifying feeler extended out and stared creepily ahead. The other old man had a blood-red spider on him.
Both of them were glowering at Wang Xian with deep hatred.
That's the sect leader and vice-sect leader of Crimson Bug.
The sect leader and vice-sect leader of the Crimson Bug came with the Devil Corpse Palace. In the end,
a few discussions broke out from the side from several disciples of devil sects.
Wang Xian looked to the two old men, revealed a smile and commented, "In that case, come and take my life."
Dragon King, don't be so arrogant. I, Yan Chong, will definitely let my bloody bugs devour all the flesh on your body.
The sect leader of Crimson Bug clenched his fist tightly as his eyes turned bloodshot.
Hee hee.
Wang Xian smiled with ridicule. He crossed his arms and didn't pay attention to the remaining members of the Crimson Bug. Abyss, Dragon Sect. At the location of Heavenly Sound Sect, several experts looked a little bitter. The disciples of the Abyss, being the disciples of the Dragon Sect, had been deduced by others when they went to kill the experts from Donghua Sacred Sect. Heavenly Sound Sect had obviously obtained this information. Recalling the time when the Abyss invaded Heavenly Sound Sect to kill their saint and granddaughter of the vice-sect leader, they gritted their teeth and their eyes were as cold as ice. Dragon King of the Dragon Sect. Just wait for me. Where Donghua Sacred Sect was standing, the Lord of Sea Serpent Island stood there with a gloomy expression. Beside him, there were 15 other inborn experts other than his son. This was the full strength of Sea Serpent Island. The experts from Donghua Sacred Sect standing nearby also stared coldly at Wang Xian.
Wang Xian could sense dense killing intent coming towards him. Ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes.
He wasn't in a hurry. After the battle between Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi, it would be time for him to address these grievances.
The intense battle would definitely result in severe injuries or even death. Both parties might suffer severe injuries at the same time too. When the time came, he would be able to deal with the entire underworld and diabolism with Roving Sword, the 5 Dan realm experts, and over 200 inborn experts that had come with him.
He could just kill those who weren't convinced of his strength at that point. Wang Xian looked across the entire crowd of the sacred clan and sects behind Donghua Sacred Sect, Devil Corpse Palace, Devil Spirits Temple, Reed Spirits, Crimson Bug, and many other forces. Nie Wuxuang, I'm here. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky. An unruly voice came from a far distance away. The voice reverberated with tumbling tumultuous clouds, and a man in a black outfit flew over from the north. The man resembled a middle-aged man. His skin tone was a little black and his hair had reached his waist.
Behind him, he carried a black coffin. The person in the black coffin resembled a corpse that had been dead for 10,000 years and had no expression.
Streams of black aura circled around him gradually.
The man took step after step in the air as though he was taking a casual stroll. However, he covered several hundreds of meters with each step.
He was insanely fast. The man stopped above the Devil Corpse Palace and waited silently. Emperor Qi. Everyone in Diabolism bowed down and greeted the man respectfully. Some experts of Diabolism were beaming with fear and respect. He was the equivalent of a god in their eyes. I'm here too. When the middle-aged man stood before the devil sex, sounds of metal clashing resounded from afar. Just like a comet leaving a trail as it cut across the sky, a man crossed the sky over Huashan. It was an old man shrouded in faint golden light. His hair was a little unkempt and he had violent and unruly vibes around him. His arms were of a dull gold shade and were glowing faintly. Behind him, he carried a long sword. The longsword spanned 1.6 meters and was exceptionally tough. On it, there were 2 other palm-sized rings. Sect leader Nye Wushuang arrived, stood above the Donghua sacred sect and stared at Emperor Qi. Below him, all the martial artists in the underworld, including Dan realm experts from all other sacred clans and sects, lowered their bodies and greeted Nye Wushuang with great respect. Emperor Qi of Diabolism was the strongest expert in Diabolism. All of Diabolism was willing to pay respects to him. Similarly, Nye Wushuang was the same for the Orthodox sects. This was respect for the 2 supreme experts in current times. Over 100,000 people paid respect to these 2 experts. The only exception was Wang Xian, who crossed his arms and stood in the middle. With a face of smiles, he stood upright and looked towards Nye Wushuang and Emperor Qi. I've got to say that the appearances of the 2 of them would be even cooler with BGM. Wang Xian hugged his arms as he looked at the 2 supreme experts. With a smile contained in his mouth, he was waiting for the Grand War to arrive. Emperor Qi, you must avenge Crimson Bug. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect just killed all our clan members of Crimson Bug. Out of the blue, the leader of Crimson Bug reported to Emperor Qi of Diabolism with grief and indignation on his face. Emperor Qi, who was standing in the air, lowered his chin slowly as he looked at the grievous leader of Crimson Bug. He turned his head slowly towards Wang Xian. Sect leader, the Dragon King and Dragon Sect barged into Donghua yesterday and slew Supreme Elder Zhou along with 15 inborn disciples and hundreds of our elites. Upon seeing the leader of the Crimson Bug making complaints to Emperor Qi, Nye Wuya hesitated before he reported to Nye Wushuang too. Sect leader Nye Wushuang was still unaware of the fact that the experts of Donghua Sacred Sect had been killed yesterday. How dare you kill the disciples of Donghua Sacred Sect? Nye Wushuang narrowed his eyes as he peered over his shoulder and looked at Wang Xian. At the foot of the tallest peak of Huashan, the Dragon King of Dragon Sect stood out the most. With more than 200 people standing in a separate line, they were divided out from the Orthodox and Devil sides. At the same time, all of the people were bowing down with respect just now. Only a group of them stood there with smiles on their faces. Emperor Qi looked at the Dragon Sect. Nye Wushuang did the same thing too. Upon seeing this, all the underworld people held their breath with blank looks. In particular, the people from Donghua Sacred Sect and Diabolism who had a feud with the Dragon Sect. Both Nye Wushuang and Emperor Qi are looking in the Dragon King's direction. I bet they are finished this time. They received 2 supreme experts' attention, making enemies with 2 expert forces. This time, Dragon Sect is completely doomed. This time, Dragon Sect really played with fire. No one can save them now. Do you guys think Nye Wushuang or Emperor Qi would readily exterminate Dragon Sect before their fight? Possible. Given their invincible combat power, they might be able to annihilate Dragon Sect within a minute. Dragon Sect seems to have recruited another 100-odd disciples. What a pity that the Dragon King has offended Emperor Qi and Nye Wushuang. They will definitely strike. Those forces who stood far in the back were having discussions in soft voices as they witnessed the event unfolding. Provoking the 2 supreme experts from Orthodox sects and Diabolism would only bring the Dragon King down. I think the Dragon King is a cool and dashing person. Why does sect leader Nye Wushuang want to kill him? Gosh, he's a good man. Shut up sooner. Stop spouting nonsense. Under such circumstances, annihilating Dragon Sect is inevitable, and it was caused by his overly unscrupulous actions. But he destroyed 2 powerful dominations of Diabolism. Why? Lass, stop your comments if you don't know anything. No one is to blame except him. All the sacred sects and sacred clans dislike his way of doing things. Such an existence is just like hugging a suicide bomb. None of us want to get ourselves blown up.
Back in one of the spots at the foot of Huashan Summit, the girl who had cried at the sight of Crimson Bug commented with discontent. Her mother was staring at her, giving her a lecture. The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm supporting Dragon King, no matter what. The statement drew the harsh gaze of her mother. Heh. Seeing that both Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi were looking at him, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile with his lips drawn. An ant. Let me kill Nia Wushuang first before I slaughter them without any effort. Emperor Qi was expressionless when he looked at Wang Xian. Then he turned to glower at Nia Wushuang. He's not worth me striking. After I defeat Emperor Qi, you guys can just exterminate them, said Nia Wushuang in an icy tone as he swept his gaze at Wang Xian and the Dragon Sect members. Contempt. Outright contempt. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Qi or Nia Wushuang, neither of them regarded Dragon King highly. To them, they only had one enemy, and that was the one standing before each other. They would not delay their battle just for an insignificant ant or a weakling. Gosh, the overbearing supreme experts. The Dragon King of Dragon Sect is already powerful, but neither Emperor Qi nor Nia Wushuang regards him highly. The Dragon King is indeed strong, but he's just the strongest at our level. In their eyes, he is a nobody who could be killed anytime. This is the spirit of a supreme expert. We're impressed by them. Dragon King, who could stir up a ruckus, was not even regarded as being in their league. What Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi had said astounded the members from the underworld and diabolism. This was the demeanor displayed by supreme experts. They simply disregarded everyone, for they had only one opponent. The rest were not fit for them to waste their energies on. Upon hearing what his sect leader said, a hint of admiration emerged in Nia Wuya's eyes. All the disciples of Donghua's sacred sect were wearing faces that were complacent and prideful. Look, here's our sect leader, the strongest expert in the underworld. Don't act brazen, Dragon Sect. It will be your death after our sect leader kills his enemy. The two leaders from Crimson Bug revealed a smile, looking elated. After Emperor Qi slays his strong opponent and annihilates Dragon Sect, I will pledge my loyalty to Emperor Qi. The two leaders of Crimson Bug clenched their fists in allegiance. Emperor Qi nodded his head impassively as he turned to Nia Wushuang again. Humph, Dragon King. Your death will come when my sect leader defeats his opponent. Nia Wuya stared at Wang Xian, growling at him with a face of coldness. After their battle, it will mark the end of Dragon Sect. Be it Diabolism or Donghua Sacred Sect, they had made their stands clear that they would be exterminating Dragon Sect after the battle. None of the ancestral sects and clans commented, as they just followed the flow. The entire atmosphere of the battle had changed drastically. The Orthodox sect and Diabolism were supposed to be at loggerheads and they vowed to kill each other. Yet, the situation had developed to both wanting Dragon Sect to be annihilated. I must say that a force that has arrived at this stage is considered impressive. Some of them expressed their approval secretly as they looked at Dragon Sect. Some of them had pity in their eyes as they heard the gloating over Dragon Sect's misfortunes. Ant? Not fit to fight with him? Upon hearing Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi, coldness flashed in Wang Xian's eyes as he looked at their scornful eyes. Looking down on me, her. Wang Xian curled his lips slightly as he stared at the supreme experts who were confronting each other with flickering eyes. He sensed the mocking gazes from the surroundings, and a faint battling intent surged in his heart. I wanted to wait for both of you to have an outcome or perhaps reap the benefit after both of you were wounded. But I guess this wasn't cool at all. Wang Xian slowly lowered his chin with a fighting spirit filling his eyes. If that's the case, I'll show the two supreme experts that you guys don't rule the underworld. A real man should face a strong opponent, and a supreme one. It has been 50 years. Our diabolism has lived in seclusion for 50 years. Now that we have returned, we will definitely rule the underworld. Amidst the towering mountain range and below the majestic tallest peak of Huashan, Emperor Qi stood in the air and spoke plainly. Emperor Qi's voice instantly turned the attention of the crowd from the Dragon Sect as the crowd turned to look at the leader of diabolism with great excitement. 50 years ago, I, Nia Wushuang, could suppress your diabolism. Today, I will still be able to do so. The underworld is still going to be our underworld. Nia Wushuang lifted his head slightly, and an intense battle will emitted from his body. Great. Show it to me, then. Will you be the king of the underworld, or will I declare myself the emperor of the underworld?
Emperor Qi levitated upwards. A terrifying devilish aura was released from his body and the coffin behind him.
Dang dang dang.
Sounds of metal clashing rang out around Nie Wuxia. Violent metal attribute energy and intense golden rays were emitted from his body gradually. Nie Wuxia also started to levitate into the sky.
They would be fighting at the highest peak of Huashan.
Terrifying.
Their auras are too terrifying. Is this the strength of a supreme expert?
In the face of them, why do I feel that we are just ants? Budding realm.
Is this the aura of a budding realm expert?
It's no surprise that they are looking down on the Dragon King. It's all because they are so overwhelmingly powerful.
This is where a battle between supreme experts should be.
At the tallest peak of Huashan, everyone's eyes were burning with frenzied passion as they stared fervently at the two figures.
If only I could reach this stage in the future. That would be the greatest thing ever.
Some experts couldn't help but think that way. Will it be Nie Wuxia who continues to be the king, or will Emperor Qi declare himself as the emperor? Everything will be based on today's battle. The fate of the underworld lies in the hands of these two supreme experts. Disciples from some sacred clans and sects could feel themselves getting breathless as they stared fervently at the two supreme experts in the air. Nie Wuxia.
Emperor Qi.
My initial plan was to wait for both of you to suffer severe injuries before I crush both of you. Now, I'm just not fond of the two of you.
Moreover, a real man should face a strong opponent directly and annihilate his strongest enemies.
Haha. Let me join you guys for some fun. Show me exactly who will be the one ruling the underworld. If you wish to claim supremacy in the underworld, you've got to ask if I, the Dragon King, will allow it. Suddenly, an exceptionally brazen and unruly voice reverberated through Huashan. A peal of frenzied laughter followed and pierced through the clouds. Boom! Boom! A stream of flames shot into the clouds, filling the sky with fire.
A stream of golden rays fell from the sky as though a 1,000-meter razor-sharp longsword had pierced through the atmosphere and into the land.
Two terrifying auras erupted suddenly and reverberated through Huashan. One rose from the ground while the other descended from heaven.
Arg!
Screams of horrors broke out suddenly. Those first-class forces and devil sects that were close to the dragon sect were screaming in horror. They were petrified. Their faces were as white as snow, and they were panting profusely. Powerful! How powerful! Supreme experts! How can this be possible? How can this be possible?
How can the Dragon King and his subordinates be so powerful? Even the weather is changing. They must be supreme experts. The Dragon King and the middle-aged man beside him are both budding realm experts. This cannot be. This cannot be possible.
Insane.
Insane.
Those who had witnessed the development would definitely feel that their world had been thrown into disarray. They looked fearfully towards the column of flames and a golden longsword that reached the clouds and saw the Dragon King and the middle-aged man sustaining the release of energy. How can this be possible? Budding realm experts, and there are two of them. The Dragon King and the middle-aged man beside him are both budding realm experts. Cold sweat covered Nie Wuxia's forehead instantly as his lips turned a little pale. Their enemies, their opponents, the dragon sect which their sect leader had no regard for had two supreme experts. Everyone in the Donghua sacred sect shivered in horror and felt as if their vision had dulled a little. All the sacred clans and sects of the underworld swallowed their saliva and their eyes were filled with astonishment.
Two supreme experts. With dragon sect's strength, they probably could annihilate the alliance of orthodox sects or diabolism easily.
The surrounding crowd felt extremely bitter. They finally understood why the Dragon King could be so fearless and annihilate whoever he wished. That was because they had the strength to support it.
So what if you were Donghua sacred sect?
If both parties fought with all their strength, they would probably be annihilated even if Nie Wuxia was around. As for the remains and the Crimson Bug, what the hell were they?
The only option was a mockery to their initial intention. That would be for the alliance of the orthodox sects to form a separate alliance with diabolism to stand a chance against the dragon sect.
However, diabolism and the alliance of the orthodox sects didn't choose to do so after the Dragon King called out the two supreme experts directly. Just as he had said, a real man should face a strong expert directly and annihilate his strongest enemy. Wow, he's too cool. The Dragon King is too cool. Far away, Sooner was exhilarated after witnessing this. She started clapping and cheering loudly. The lady beside her was dumbfounded. This time, she didn't speak a word. That was because there was nothing for her to say. Everyone in Diabolism was stunned and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Luckily, the Dragon King isn't part of the alliance of orthodox sections. Otherwise, I believe we would have to lie low for another 50 years. What the hell? How can there be such a terrifying force in the underworld? Experts from Diabolism were scared out of their wits as they wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. In the air, the eyes of Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi, who were brimming with battle intent, subconsciously constricted. Their expressions had also sunk. This was completely beyond their expectations. A force which they had previously regarded as insignificant had two experts at the same level as them suddenly. Feeling the battle intent from them, Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi took a deep breath and looked extremely bitter. A slap. An open slap in their faces. Fight! Fight! Wang Xian shouted as his body was overwhelmed with battle intent. As he waved his arm, the fist-sized nether skull grew larger as it flew into the sky. Roving Sword also shouted coldly. He extended his right arm and pointed his long sword towards Nie Wuxuang. The 1,000-meter long sword was absorbed into it instantly. Terrifying aura stifled the atmosphere instantly. Nie Wuxuang and Emperor Qi were extremely solemn. Seeing Wang Xian and Roving Sword attacking them separately, they took a deep breath. Who would have expected this? Dragon Sect? Great. Let's fight. Fight! Nie Wuxuang pulled out the longsword from behind his back. In the process, sounds of the rings on it clashing with the metal body of the sword resounded. Emperor Qi patted his back. The next moment, the black coffin appeared before him. Haha, great. Come. Show me if the supreme experts from Donghua Sacred Sect and Diabolism can kill us as though we are ants. Wang Xian laughed hysterically. A dense stream of fire dragon energy was injected into the nether skull. The close to 6-meter nether skull raged violently in black will-o-wisps instantly. Within the black flames, there were still red flames burning. Another true blue battle of the ages. The entire underworld, be it orthodox sects or diabolism, placed their attention in the sky as they craned their necks up with astonishment, respect, and fear filling their eyes. It was the trepidation of Dragon Sect. OM. At this time, the nether skull in the sky had ballooned to a size of 5 meters, nearing 6 meters. The nether skull was burning with nether flame and the flame from the Inferno Divine Dragon. The creepy fiery red and ink black struck a stark contrast against the sky. The power of flames shrouded a range of several kilometers. Upon seeing this, Emperor Qi narrowed his pupils and slammed his palm softly on the black coffin. The lid of the coffin opened with an arm suddenly sticking out. The outstretched arm was covered in jagged scales, which looked hideous and terrifying. The pure black fingers measured more than 30 centimeters, radiating black luster. Roar! A bellow came from the coffin, which a scary 1.8-meter figure wriggled out of. Ghoul King? Dragon King? It was a surprise to have such a formidable force like Dragon Sect emerging in the underworld. But I'll defeat you today. Emperor Qi closed his eyes slowly. Kill! A frightful layer of scale armor overlaid itself on Emperor Qi's skin the moment he opened his eyes once again. His eyes were filled with redness, he revealed a pair of fangs, and his fingers began to grow. As though some BGM was playing, a bout of petrifying demonic aura lingered in the surroundings. Only 2 bloodshot eyes could be seen from the outside. Boom! Wang Xian made a swift move as he jumped onto the top of the nether skull and stamped his feet gently. For the past few days, he had been nurturing the nether skull just like he'd done with the Dragon Ball. Hence, he could control it more easily. Also, the power of the nether skull was much more compelling than the time when Deity Lady used it. After all, it was a level 12 spiritual weapon. Mixed with a black flame, the fiery red flame was spewed out from the nether skull. The flame, which covered a surface area of a dozen meters, struck at Emperor Qi. Ahem, my Ghoul King and I have gone through refining 1,000,000 times. How can we get burned by this type of flame? Two pairs of bloodshot eyes glowered at Wang Xian. The Ghoul King beside Emperor Qi jerked before all the demonic aura entered their bodies immediately. Hideous-looking armor appeared on them. Both of them ducked and dodged the fire attack, charging at Wang Xian. The two figures drew an arc in the sky as they raked their unsightly, sharp claws at Wang Xian. I have maxed out all the power in the Nether Skull. Let me see if you can force me to transform myself. Seeing the incoming assault from Emperor Qi, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile on his face. Wang Xian had been standing on top of the Nether Skull initially, but he slowly submerged himself into the skull. Boom! Emperor Qi and the Ghoul King reached him at almost the same time he entered. Daunting flames burst out from the ears, nose, eyes, mouth, and chin of the Nether Skull. Sizzle! The flame was destructive, giving off high temperatures that encompassed a range of 1,000 meters. Ka. Back at the tallest peak of Huashan, all the rocks in the summit were burned into ashes after the entire area was shrouded by nether flame. When the breeze came, it sent the ashes flying. Huashan, which was 2,000 meters tall, was brought down by 300 meters. How horrifying it was. It's the will-o-wisp. Emperor Qi had a drastic change in his expression when the flame shrouded them. A will-o-wisp was a flame that was released from human bones. Such a flame contained daunting destructiveness, in particular to Emperor Qi, who was a zombie. Arg! The Ghoul King let out a shriek as Emperor Qi made a move and disappeared out of the flaming range. His face was incredibly dull. After Emperor Qi and the Ghoul King left the attacking range of Nether Skull, Wang Xian slowly emerged from the Nether Skull as he fixed his cold eyes on Emperor Qi. Did you call me an ant? Wang Xian stared at Emperor Qi with a disdainful look. Clang, clang, clang. At this time, the sound of metal clashing was heard from the side. 1,000 meters of sword radiance filled the sky with a deafening sound. Bam, bam, bam. The walls of Huashan Mountain let out an explosive sound when they came in contact with the sword and blade radiance. Spiritual Sword World. Roving Sword was holding his long sword as he wielded the air with it. Sword radiance halted in the air with each strike. Within moments, hundreds of long swords coagulated in the air. The long swords were pointing at Nie Wuxuang in all directions. Blade rules the world. A ferocious look surfaced on Nie Wuxuang's face as he held his long blade in both hands. His body swirled fast and furiously, while terrifying metal radiance hurled at that space in the air. Boom boom! The long blade of Nie Wuxuang slashed at the incoming long swords that were chasing after him. The entire sky was filled with radiance from the swords and blade within a radius of 1,000 meters. Bang bang bang! As the swords and the blade clashed, the metallic sword and blade radiances did not disappear. Instead, they rebounded off in all directions. Boom! The explosive sound was heard again as the tallest summit of Huashan had been shaved by another few hundred meters. Within a short period of time, the two battles had shaved the entire summit by close to thousands of meters. All the martial artists from the orthodox sects and diabolism were dumbfounded by what they had seen. They could not help but draw a cold breath. Is this the daunting power of a supreme expert? The repercussion of the battle actually cut the summit of Huashan in half. The force could almost tumble the water and overturn the sea. It was destructive. If they attacked a mountain, they probably could bring down a mountain that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall in 1 second. This is a battle between gods. The Dragon King and the middle-aged man with the sword were super powerful. In the exchange of blows just now, Emperor Qi was suppressed by the flames, while sect leader Nie Wuxuang was only passively defending. 10,000 people retreated to somewhere behind as some of them watched the battle in the sky with trepidation. They were really afraid that the tallest peak of Huashan would be knocked down, slamming right onto them. All the martial artists below Inborn would be crushed by the frightening mountain. They were also apprehensive of the sharp radiance and the flame in the sky. What if they fell on them? Who could defend themselves from it? Even Inborn experts would be killed by that scary repercussion of the battle. The strength of the dragon sect far surpasses any sacred sects or sacred clans. Some of the Laozu and Supreme Elders quivered slightly while watching the battle. In the face of such a strong opponent, they could not even survive a single stroke. He must win. The sect leader must win, and so must Emperor Qi. At this time, the group of experts from Donghua Sacred Sect was looking malevolent. The domineering Dragon Sect and Dragon King. Only when their sect leader and Emperor Qi claimed victory would their anxiety subside. At the same time, the group of people from Diabolism also glued their eyes on the sky. In their hearts, they were silently cheering for their god. And even for Nie Wushuang. This time, Diabolism and Orthodox sects were short on banners. Otherwise, they would have raised them and shouted, "Go Nie Wushuang! Go Emperor Qi! Both of you must do your best. Go, go, go!" Irony. The alliance of the Orthodox sects and so-called Diabolism was undoubtedly the greatest source of irony currently. The supreme expert from the alliance of Orthodox sects and Diabolism had arranged a duel. In the end, a third party interfered and forced both parties to stand on the same line, cheering for each other. This was undoubtedly the greatest irony. Nonetheless, both parties hoped the other side would emerge victoriously. This was because if Dragon Sect won, they would rule supreme in the underworld in the future. There would be no darn difference between the Orthodox sects and Devil sects. When that time came, all of them would have to lower their heads. It was especially so for Donghua Sacred Sect. They could already envision that if their sect leader was defeated, their Donghua Sacred Sect would also be annihilated. Dragon King, there's no room for your arrogance. Emperor Qi's expressions turned contorted from fury. He took a deep breath and opened up his arms. SSS. The Ghoul King looked across Wang Xian with chilling eyes. Similarly, he opened up his arms, moved, and appeared behind Emperor Qi. With their backs facing each other, dense devilish aura shrouded them. The scale armor on them covered and extended till both of them had merged into one. The Ghoul King and Emperor Qi shut their eyes at the same time. When they reopened their eyes had turned blood red. Two pairs of identical eyes with identical expressions. Emperor Qi revealed his fangs gradually. Behind him, the Ghoul King imitated his actions. Binary corpses cogenesis. Catastrophic annihilation. Binary corpses cogenesis. Catastrophic annihilation. The strongest cultivation arts of the Devil Corpse Palace. 200 years ago, two zombies rose from a graveyard. One was a man and the other was a woman. They had a terrifying move known as binary corpses cogenesis. At that time, the two zombies killed several hundreds of thousands of people. Countless experts were killed. In the end, Devil Corpse Palace relied on the Mara's coffin to suppress and eliminate them. Who could have expected Emperor Qi to have successfully mastered the binary corpses cogenesis? When the crowd from Diabolism saw Emperor Qi and the Ghoul King executing the cogenesis, they were astonished. Devil Corpse Palace specialized in turning their own bodies into zombies and also turning opponents into zombies which they could control. The most powerful move of all was the binary corpses cogenesis. This was the strongest art of Devil Corpse Palace. Binary corpses cogenesis? Catastrophic annihilation? Wang Xian stood on the nether skull while staring at Emperor Qi combining with the Ghoul King. Come. Release all your energy. Wang Xian sank into the nether skull gradually. Boom! With will-o-wisps and the flames of the Inferno Divine Dragon raging, Wang Xian controlled the nether skull to attack Emperor Qi. Emperor Qi's eyes were fixed on the nether skull. He grinned and his fangs grew to twice their original size instantly. At the same time, his nails also extended to twice their original length. Through binary corpses cogenesis, he could release twice the amount of strength. Boom! Emperor Qi gathered energy and streams of black devilish aura circled around him. He pivoted off and struck towards the nether skull directly. All the crowd could see was a black shadow flashing across. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves from clashes reverberated out, and the immense recoil forced Emperor Qi and Nether Skull back by more than 1,000 meters each. Roar, roar, roar. Emperor Qi growled and extinguished the will-o-wisps around him. Ka-ka. As for the Nether Skull, its upper and lower jaws clattered rapidly and the flames from its eyes raged even stronger. Standing within the Nether Skull, Wang Xian released dense flames into the Nether Skull. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of you before? I wouldn't kill one without a name. Tell me your name. At the other end, Nie Wushuang's unkempt hair dispersed, looking like a mad scientist. Each strand of hair was like a golden needle. He looked even more wild and unruly than the golden lion on TV. His body was emitting golden rays. Both of his hands were on the long sword and he was shivering a little. In each minute movement, the rings on the long sword would clash with the sword in a unique rhythm.
Nia Wushuang's golden eyes were locked on roving sword vigilantly. The current Nia Wushuang could be considered an unparalleled swordsman.
Before Nia Wushuang, roving sword stood upright. The long sword in his hand seemed to have merged with his hand. However, the glow of the sword was being emitted from all parts of his body. It was as though his entire body was a razor-sharp long sword.
The golden swordfish race's initial weapon was the sharp bill on its head. Now that the bill had transformed into a longsword, there were more variations in attacks, and the attacks would also be sharper. The Dragon King has bestowed upon me the name of Roving Sword. I'll be the sword of the Dragon King. Roving Sword had its eyes fixed on Nia Wushuang without any expression. In his eyes, there was only his enemy, Nia Wushuang.
Nia Wushuang couldn't help but shiver a little just by locking eyes with Roving Sword.
The Dragon King has bestowed upon me the name of Roving Sword.
I'll be the sword of the Dragon King. Nia Wushuang tightened his grip on the long sword and was clearly becoming wary.
A supreme expert like him could grow into a terrifying existence. In the path of swordsmanship, the strongest technique was merciless swordsmanship. The main purpose of a sword was for killing. Merciless swordsmanship was developed to slay everything in its path. A person like him could very well be enlightened on swordsmanship and enter the realm of Immortal.
Nia Wushuang was exceptionally solemn. Immortal was above the budding realm. To break through to the Immortal realm, one had to have the energy. Besides that, one had to gain the so-called Tao or conception. Fire conception, earth conception, metal conception, and others. Other than the elemental conception, there was also the conception of swords. As compared to elemental conceptions, the conception of swords was harder to achieve. No sorrows, no happiness, no fear, and no regard formed the basis of the merciless swordsmanship.
Dragon King bestowed upon him the name of Roving Sword. Oh gosh, that supreme swordsman is, in fact.
The statement of Roving Sword had started a lively discussion among the crowd. What did he mean by that? Did he mean that he was the sword of the Dragon King and the subordinate of the Dragon King?
The supreme swordsman is the subordinate of the Dragon King.
This is the invincible Dragon King. Whenever I feel that the Dragon King is incredible, he ends up achieving more insane things. A supreme swordsman as a subordinate, and his name was bestowed upon him by the Dragon King. This has completely overturned my common sense. Who in the world could possibly stop the Dragon King? The crowd felt a little dejected by now. They had all thought that he might be the Dragon King's brother or maybe just a friend.
None of them would have ever expected him to be a subordinate of the Dragon King.
A supreme expert as a subordinate?
Namo Amitabha.
Various Buddhas, please allow Emperor Qi and Nia Wushuang to emerge victoriously. I sincerely pray for it. Within the Devil Spirit's temple, the disciples shut their eyes and prayed sincerely with their bloody Buddha beads.
The development had made the alliance of orthodox sects feel a little speechless.
A group of bloodthirsty devil monks believe in Buddhas? What the hell? Nonetheless, they could understand the prayers of the Devil Spirit's temple. If Dragon King won, there would only be a single voice left in the underworld. Regardless, there were still some people who looked down on what the Devil Spirit's temple was doing. Kill
the Dragon King and that roving sword.
Sect leader Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi. Kill them. At this moment, beside Donghua Sacred Sect, the young lord of Sea Serpent Island clenched his fist tightly and shouted. At that instant, several dozens of thousands of people looked over. Seeing the contorted expression on the young lord of Sea Serpent Island and his father, they felt bewildered.
If the dragon sect wasn't annihilated, Hai Jia would definitely die.
The young lord of Sea Serpent Island naturally knew about the outcome. Therefore, he disregarded how people would view him and cheered for both Nia Wushuang and Emperor Qi from diabolism.
Even so, all he was able to provide was emotional support.
Senior brothers, those are the enemies of the Dragon King. Let's kill them all. When Mo Qinglong saw the young lord of Sea Serpent Island, he looked at him with contempt. He turned around and spoke to the 5 Dan Realm Golden Swordfish race experts. The golden swordfish race belonged to the Dragon Palace and could be considered to be the same as the Dragonians. Since they were stronger than him, Mo Qinglong didn't find it weird to call them his senior brothers.
All right, as you have said. 5 level 11 golden swordfish race experts nodded their heads emotionlessly and turned towards where the Lord of Sea Serpent Island was standing.
A cold and ruthless light flashed across the eyes of Mo Qinglong, while dense killing intent welled up within him.
Hai Jiao. We will finish you off for the Dragon King right now.